Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
System, are you playing with me? A 2- or 3-year-old child in a kimono sat in his room and roared to himself. This child is our protagonist, Ouyang Xuan. Ouyang Xuan was originally a very common descendant of the ancient Wuxia martial arts family in the 22nd century on the Earth, but suddenly one day when he was watching anime while changing his face, an unknown accident happened. He traveled to the world of One Piece. Ouyang Xuan thought, One Piece is just One Piece, anyway, he has already crossed, and he can't go back, that's it, anyway. With his own ability and the super invincible random sign-in system that appeared when crossing, he can also mix flourishing. Just after Ouyang Xuan signed in 3 times in a row and got the portable space, strong body, and a random devil fruit respectively, Ouyang Xuan started to venture into the world of pirates with full confidence. At that time, as Ouyang Xuan gradually became famous and wanted to continue to make his reputation resound across the sea, the sign-in system completed the sign-in again, and then Ouyang Xuan randomly signed in to draw a second crossing reward. This time Ouyang Xuan was taken aback, and when he realized it again, he had already become the little brat in front of him. This brat was him, he was the brat. Kuchiki Clan, just 1 year old. Listening to whether the name sounds familiar, peeking at the slow development of things. Ouyang Xuan can say that after crossing over, he has no memory of this world at all, he is completely deluded, but then Ouyang Xuan found out that he was still a baby and he was relieved, but he also knew where he was and his identity, Kuchiki Clan, the only son of the head of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family of the Soul Society. Knowing where he is and his identity, Ouyang Xuan couldn't accept it for a while, but started yelling at the system, "System, come out, are you playing with me? Don't worry, host, this system is absolutely impartial." The system replied in Ouyang Xuan's mind. You. Ouyang Xuan, hereinafter referred to as Kuchiki Clan, who was stunned by the system, had nothing to say. Then, I'm new to the system, don't I have any rewards? Ding dong. Host meets the sign-in requirements, newcomer, new to Soul Society. Reward draw reward once, fixed reward once. Oh. Kuchiki Clan's eyes lit up when he heard that the system not only supports 1 lottery draw, but also 1 fixed reward. You must know that this so-called super invincible random sign-in system is quite stingy. First of all, this super invincible random sign-in system, hereinafter referred to as the system, is divided into 2 sign-in modes. One is the fixed sign-in mode, which includes the fixed task sign-in achievements released by the system itself, and some big event participation sign-in achievements, followed by a random check-in mode. This mode is a triggered task mode, such as the check-in achievement just obtained by Kuchiki Clan, which is a triggered random check-in achievement. The rewards of the system are also divided into 2 types, one is fixed rewards, and the other is random rewards. Fixed rewards are easy to understand. They are known rewards given by the system when giving tasks, while random rewards are very random. Almost anything can appear. For example, in the last life in the world of pirates, Kuchiki Clan got dozens of random garbage rewards. The last time he got a random lottery, although the one he got was not garbage, he came directly to Shinigami, to the world. Hurry up and give me a reward. Kuchiki Clan said impatiently to the system. Ding dong, the fixed rewards have been issued, and the super sensitive talent has been obtained. Please draw the rewards from the random draw from the system. Hearing that the rewards have been credited to the account, Kuchiki Clan's eyes lit up, and he directly checked the specific introduction of super sensory talent. Items are stored in the portable space of the system. The portable space was the first reward he got in One Piece world in his previous life. Apart from this reward, Kuchiki Clan found that he didn't bring anything with him, which is one of the reasons for Kuchiki Clan's anger. At this time, the super sensing talent has directly applied to Kuchiki Clan's body. Super sensing talent, host's body has been reshaped at this time. It can improve all aspects of the cultivation talent of the host, and it will increase 1 to 3 levels on the basis of the original talent. Note, the Soul Society where host belongs has its own evaluation system. It is not as simple as the manga in host's memory. Seeing this, Kuchiki Clan was slightly startled. It seems that it was unrealistic for him to regard the world he traversed as manga and animation before, but it is also true, he has already traversed. How could he regard such a world as a second world? What about the dimensional world? System, can you explain why you didn't bring everything from the previous world? Kuchiki Clan asked the question he was most concerned about. Ding dong, the host's question is easy to answer. This system is the system that the host is bound to when traveling, and the reward for traveling is one of the rewards that only exist in random rewards and are not controlled by this system. If this reward is drawn, then any rewards obtained in the previous world that do not affect the system itself will not be able to bring out the previous world. What is the reward that does not affect the system itself? Kuchiki Clan wondered. The rewards that do not affect the system itself are the rewards that only affect the host itself, and the rewards that affect the system itself are similar to the rewards that affect the system like the portable space. Understood. Kuchiki Clan nodded. Indeed, as the system said, his rewards, except for the portable space, are all rewards for himself. Since he travels to another world again, he will naturally be rewarded. Reshaping the body and soul, this step has been experienced in the world of pirates before, so Kuchiki Clan can also understand. That is to say, I have to start all over again. Kuchiki Clan thought helplessly. Yes, please continue to work hard, host. Ding dong, the sign-in task is released. I will feel the inspiration within 5 years and officially become a spirit body. A fixed reward for sign-in, Zanpakuto Condense. 1 random reward. Hehe, it's time to release the task. Kuchiki Clan was stunned. Whatever he wanted, the system will release the task now, which is not easy. Kuchiki Clan propped up his small body and began to think. He knew very well that everyone in the Soul Society exists as spirit bodies. There are natural spirit bodies and new spirit bodies. At this time, Kuchiki Clan don't think about it, he just hopes to quickly embark on the pace of cultivation. Kuchiki Xuanka is very clear that the lifespan of the Soul Society is closely related to the spiritual power of the spiritual body. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the spiritual body. The stronger the spiritual body, the longer the lifespan and the slower the aging of the body. Kuchiki Clan has no other dreams, his goal is a very simple one, just get more than Yamamoto Genryosai. Oh yes, the current Yamamoto old man should be just a middle-aged Soul Society strongman named Yamamoto Shigekuni, and not the terrifying Grandpa Whitebeard of later generations. Speaking of which, Kuchiki Clan is a little melancholy at this time. It is really that the timeline he is in is too long from the beginning of the plot. Except for Yamamoto Shigekuni, almost none of the other original characters have heard of it. Kuchiki Clan started his new life in Soul Society with apprehension. Oh no, it's a new adventure. 10 years later. Time flies, and the 10 years of Soul Society have passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Kuchiki Clan is already in his early 10 years old. At this time, he is no longer a baby. With the promotion of cultivation, at this time Kuchiki Clan has grown to a height of 1.7 meters, with a handsome appearance, and is held in the palm of everyone in Kuchiki's branch house. But what makes Kuchiki's branch house most proud is that young Master Kuchiki Clan's cultivation talent is better than that of the Patriarch, even stronger than the Patriarch. Kuchiki Clan produced spiritual power at the age of 5, and obtained Zanpakuto at the age of 6. Not to mention anything else, just obtaining Zanpakuto at the age of 6 is almost a terrifying talent that has never been seen before or since. Of course, this is thanks to Kuchiki Clan, who signed in for the first time because of New World when he first arrived, and obtained a powerful passive talent, Super Sensation Talent. With the improvement of Super Sensation Talent, Ouyang Xuan felt it early the existence of spiritual power, and then began the journey of absorbing spiritual power to practice. Then Kuchiki Clan completed the check-in task issued by the system and gained the ability to awaken Zanpakuto, which is the real reason why Kuchiki Clan awakened Zanpakuto at the age of 6. Such a speed, even Kuchiki Clan himself felt that it was a bit too exaggerated, but the fact is already a fact, and he didn't care too much. Anyway, at this time, he has already established his reputation as a super genius. As Kuchiki Clan began to practice, he also gradually understood what the system said before: this world is not as simple as a simple two-dimensional world. He has his own unique cultivation system and classification. First of all, the qualifications of the spirit body are divided into 10 levels in the Soul Society, which are the lowest level of the first level and the highest level of the 10th level. That is to say, the talent level of Uncle Yamamoto Shigekuni at this time is only level 8, and no one has ever seen the talent level above. The Spirit King in Legendary may be level 10, but Kuchiki Clan sneered at this. He knew what the Spirit King was. Then there is the rating of combat effectiveness. Although when Kuchiki Clan was watching manga and anime before, it was perfunctory to divide people into officer level, vice captain level and captain level, but the boundaries here can be said to be quite blurred. This made Kuchiki Clan, who is used to dividing things clearly, feel uncomfortable, but the real Soul Society is not like this. There is a strict level division here, and it is also divided into 10 levels according to the strength of spiritual power. The 10th rank is the strongest. First of all, when a person, spiritual body, begins to feel spiritual power and absorbs spiritual power and becomes a spiritual body different from the common soul body, this is a first-level spiritual power user. With practice, when spiritual power users can use spiritual power or when emitting spiritual power, this is a second-level spiritual power user. As for a third-level spiritual power user, one can slightly control the spiritual power, but the amount of spiritual power is quite small, and the things that can be done are limited. The above 3 levels are called beginners, which means people who are involved in spiritual power for the first time. It can be said that the first 3 levels of spiritual power are basically useless guys. Only souls with spiritual power in the Soul Society will feel hungry. Need to eat and drink water. The first 3 levels of beginners are also called common people, and from the 4th level onwards, it is the clear dividing line for spiritual power users. You know, any member of the nobles in the Soul Society is almost all spiritual power users above the 3rd level, and there are very few spiritual power users below the 3rd level. This is the so-called spiritual power bloodline of the Soul Society. The more noble the blood, the higher the talent they were born with. The higher the talent, it means the greater amount of spiritual power born. Like Kuchiki Clan, he is born with a huge amount of spiritual power, but because he can't mobilize it without mastering the inspiration, he is equivalent to a muggle before he becomes a spiritual power user. And when Kuchiki Clan really began to control his spiritual power, the first change directly raised Kuchiki Clan's spiritual power level to the 5th level, which is a terrifying level. You must know that in the later generations, many graduates of the Mao Academy of Spiritual Art established by the old man Yamamoto did not reach the 5th level spiritual power. Those who have the 5th level spiritual power can directly enter Gotei 13. Even though the difference between the 4th level and the 5th level is only 1 level, the difference in the total amount of spiritual power is dozens of times, and if the spiritual power can reach the 6th level, then such a person can directly become the 13th fan of the Guardian Court. The team's vice-captain. Because, the spiritual power users of the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels are also called spirit-heavy users, which means those with powerful spiritual power. After the 6th level, that is, the 7th level spiritual power user, such a person has been made a powerful spiritual power user by the Soul Society for hundreds of years. Such a person will often grasp the true meaning of Zanpakuto, Bankai, which is the so-called captain level, in later generations. Yes, the 7th level is the threshold for the captain level. Compared with the 6th level, the spiritual power level of the 7th level is completely different. The starting spiritual power of the 7th level is more than the perfect spiritual power of the 6th level. This is an important stage related to the evolution of the spirit body. Kuchiki Clan doesn't quite understand the mystery of it. Anyway, he knows that there is a big gap. And the 7th level psychic is also called extreme psychic, which means extremely powerful psychic or ultimate psychic, and Kuchiki Clan believes that this title is well deserved. As for the 8th level after the 7th level, only a few people have reached the 8th level in the Soul Society over the years of development, and at this time, there is only one person in the Soul Society who is the 8th level, and that is the owner of the Yamamoto family, Yamamoto Shigekuni. The 8th level spiritual power person is also called super spiritual person, which means a spiritual power person who surpasses the spiritual power person. Meaning. As for the 9th and 10th steps above the 8th, Kuchiki Clan has never heard of them, nor has it been recorded by the Soul Society, and it is very likely that they have not even appeared. Of course Kuchiki Clan knows that the so-called 8th level is already the limit of the common spirit body, and in later generations, there are only so many people who have touched the edge of the 9th level or have already reached the 9th level, and among them is the old man Yamamoto who used the residual fire dagger, has definitely entered the 9th level, so no matter what everyone does, the first thing to target is old man Yamamoto. Secondly, Hogyoku's Aizen Sosuke can be regarded as a quasi-9th level, and the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo with multiple plugins can also be regarded as a quasi-9th level, and Uebach can only be regarded as a quasi-9th level in Kuchiki Clan's view, otherwise, he would also there is no need to bully the old man Yamamoto. In order to deal with Yamamoto, he even threw one of his younger brothers out to death. This is what Kuchiki Clan thinks is all the characters who can touch the edge of the 9th level. As for others, there may be a monk called by his real name, Ichibai Hyasub. This person is probably on the edge of the 9th level, but his appearance is too short. Kuchiki Clan also had no way of analyzing. Not much else to say, at this time Kuchiki Clan's talent is considered to be the 7th level top, or even the 8th level, because even Yamamoto Shigekuni, who is also an 8th level talent, did not have this talent when he was young or even young. When Kuchiki Clan came to the dazzling. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan's talent outside of the world has been passed down as a sentence, above the 7th level, and the 8th level is uncertain. Of course, the talent shown by Kuchiki Clan can definitely be counted in this way. Because Kuchiki Clan checked his own information through the system and saw his own situation. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, lower than the 5th level, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yama, unknown, Bankai unknown. Acquiring ability, super sensitive talent. The above is Kuchiki Clan's own information, from which it can be seen that the system divides the grades quite strictly, and lists many things that Kuchiki Clan himself does not know. First of all, the talent level is worthy of the blood of the Kuchiki family, and the basic talent level has reached the 7th level. This kind of talent shows that as long as Kuchiki Clan works hard, then his future achievements will definitely reach the level of the 7th level. It is not impossible to work hard to reach the 8th level, and with the passive ability bonus of supersensing talent that Kuchiki Clan obtained, Kuchiki Clan's talent level directly came to the terrifying level 9, that is to say, Kuchiki Clan his own talent has reached the kind of rare super evildoer who can break through the boundaries of Shinigami on his own. As for the others, the only thing that shocked Kuchiki Clan was that although he already had his own Zanpakuto, he still didn't know the other party's name, that is, he couldn't Shirkai, but the system at this time directly gave Zanpakuto's name out. This made Kuchiki Clan a little unacceptable. After all, the system at this time still has a check-in task of success Shirkai Zanpakuto within 10 years, which is a new check-in task given after Kuchiki Clan completed the previous check-in task. However, Kuchiki Clan also knows that the real Shirkai of Zanpakuto cannot be achieved by knowing the name. First of all, before Shirkai Zanpakuto, you must know the necessary conditions for Zanpakuto Shirkai. If you want Shirkai Zanpakuto, you must meet 3 conditions. The first is to have enough spiritual power, the second is to know the name of Zanpakuto, and the third is to also it is necessary to communicate with Zanpakuto in order to achieve real Shirkai. Among the 3 conditions of Zanpakuto Shirkai, in fact, for the local personnel of Soul Society, the most difficult to achieve is the second one, which is to know the name of Zanpakuto, which can be seen from the original work, and Kuchiki Xuan. They are completely different. His spiritual power is definitely enough, and he also knows the name of Zanpakuto from the system, but he seems to have never had a complete communication with Zanpakuto, let alone a mind-to-heart connection. But Kuchiki Xuan is not in such a hurry at this time. There are still 4 or 5 years before the time limit for signing in to the task. You must know that he has passed the most difficult stage of hearing Zanpakuto's name, and he has passed the most difficult stage of communication. It's trivial. Instead, what Kuchiki Xuan cares most about at this time is what kind of power his Zanpakuto possesses. After all, this is the Zanpakuto directly rewarded by the system, not the Zanpakuto he created with his soul through hard work. His own soul is connected, but he doesn't know what kind of ability he has. Therefore, after knowing the real name of Zanpakuto, Kuchiki Xuan also started the process of communicating with Zanpakuto. After doing this, it took another 5 years to come out. In the past, Kuchiki Xuandu heard people say that there is no time for cultivation, and now he has realized it. In the process of communicating with Zanpakuto, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Kuchiki Xuan also fulfilled his wish to complete his Zanpakuto as Shirkai. The fire of karma is burning, clear away the chaotic world. Purify. Yanimo. This is the Shirkai liberation language of Kuchiki Xuan's Zanpakuto, Yanimo. When Kuchiki Xuan recited the liberation language, the originally simple sealed state knife suddenly ignited a raging black flame. Appeared, the originally ordinary knife turned into a mighty long knife in an instant. The blade of the long knife is a random blade with a large reverse T-shaped. The blade is black and purple, with a red zigzag pattern. The blade is very thick and heavy. Yes, the weight of the knife is quite exaggerated. Gives a simple but powerful feeling. Is this my Yanmo? Kuchiki Xuan raised Yanmo, who was burning with black flames, to his eyes, and looked at him excitedly. He felt the temperature of the black flames on the blade. He has no influence at all. Through Shirkai, Kuchiki Xuan knew that the black flame above his Yama was a kind of karmic fire in purgatory. Karm fire is a purgatory magic fire with strong adhesion and burning properties. As long as there is something there, its burning will not stop unless Kuchiki Xuan takes the initiative to extinguish it. There is also a little bit of this karma fire. The burning property of karma is very strong, and few things can resist the long-term burning of this kind of karmic fire. Kuchiki Xuan is quite satisfied with his Yanmo, especially the karmic fire on it. For Kuchiki Xuan, who has read a lot of comics, it is really a big killer. A flame called Amaterasu Black Flame in Hokage Ninja is very similar, but his karma fire is more powerful, and it is very lethal to the soul body. Kuchiki Xuan is very excited. This is his Zanpakuto. To be honest, he really dreamed of Zanpakuto, and now he has finally realized his wish. However, at this time, he has not forgotten the situation on the system side, the sign-in task given by the system before. Ding dong, host completed the sign-in task, complete Shirkai within 15 years. Ding dong, the reward is a fixed reward, twin Zanpakuto permission. The reward is drawn randomly, the draw is 10 years of refined spiritual power. Ding dong, the rewards have been distributed. I'm going. Twin Zanpakuto. Kuchiki Xuan held Yanmo, who had changed back to the sealed state at some point in his hand, and was dumbfounded when he heard the reward. You know, it is stated in the original book that no one in the Soul Society has ever been able to get 2 Zanpakuto. Note that the 2 Zanpakuto here refer to 2 different Zanpakuto. If it is a single knife, it will become 2 swords when it is released. Existing. That is to say, I now have 2 Zanpakuto. Kuchiki Clan gradually showed an excited smile on his face. Let me take a good look at the second knife. Kuchiki Clan immediately extracted a reward in the shape of a small knife from his portable space, and in an instant there was a common, sealed state knife with a short blade on his waist. Kuchiki Clan couldn't wait to pull out the sealed state of the short sword style, and then checked his own attributes, but when he finished checking the attributes, his face became quite strange, and then the corners of Kuchiki Clan's eyes kept twitching, only to see Kuchiki Clan a light flashed in his hand, and the short sword in his hand turned into a thin silver rope. Forget it, let's hide this big brother first. Kuchiki Clan shook his head. Although he is not very old, he has experienced the baptism of 3 worlds. At this time, he is relatively mature, knowing that some things should not be exposed. Fortunately, the second Zanpakuto attribute obtained by signing in this time is quite convenient, and the simulation change is only one of its abilities. Well, let's do this first. Kuchiki Clan looked at the silver hair rope in his hand, and then directly tied up his half-length hair, leaving a simple loose ponytail behind his head. The Japanese people of this era, especially the ancient Soul Society, because both men and women have long hair, so it is very common for Kuchiki to wear a ponytail, and there is nothing to be surprised about. As for what ability Kuchiki Clan's second Zanpakuto has, at this time, Kuchiki Clan is not going to reveal it, but just whispered Zanpakuto's name, jet lag. After all, it is displayed in the system data from. Anyway, for now, his main goal is to get familiar with Yamamoto first, and practice 2 Zanpakuto at the same time. Kuchiki Clan didn't think he was already a genius to this point. Kuchiki Clan shook his head, drove the unrealistic thoughts out of his mind, then felt the pure spiritual power that had just been rewarded and had already applied to his body, and smiled with satisfaction. He seldom got such a direct and useful reward from random rewards. You must know that in the world of pirates, you have received a lot of rewards for signing in, and there are countless random rewards. You have only drawn useful things twice. This is just coming to the world of Shinigami, and it is useful. It can be said that he has won the grand prize. But don't underestimate the pure spiritual power of the past 10 years. You must know that Kuchiki Clan is 15 years old at this time. Although his body has grown rapidly before, as his own spiritual power becomes stronger and stronger, his spiritual power his body is getting stronger and stronger, and his growth has tended to slow down. Although he is 1.8 meters tall and looks like a teenager at the age of 15, you must know that the descendants of the Soul Society nobles are often it takes 100 years or even hundreds of years to reach adulthood. There are very few noble lords like Kuchiki Clan who have reached this age in more than 10 years. If it weren't for Kuchiki Clan's growing strength, people would suspect that the young master of the Kuchiki branch house is a waste. For 15 years, Kuchiki Clan practiced hard day and night, but only accumulated pure spiritual power for 7 or 8 years, which shows how difficult it is to obtain such pure spiritual power. Although Kuchiki Clan's spiritual power level has reached the 5th level at this time, the spiritual power is still relatively mixed. You must know that the cultivation of the Soul Society is not enough, and the quality and strength of the spiritual power are also crucial. Combat factor. It is also the lower level of the 5th level, 2 strong men, one with pure spiritual power and one with mixed spiritual power, then the one who wins the battle between the two must be the one with pure spiritual power. Of course, at the age of Kuchiki Clan at this time, it is indeed the priority to cultivate the level of spiritual power. After all, the earlier you reach the higher level, the better it is for the spirit itself. Although after upgrading to a higher level, refining the task of spiritual power will be much more difficult, but for the strong in the Soul Society, who can live for thousands of years casually, there is actually no shortage of time to refine their spiritual power. The most iconic characters are Yamamoto Genryusai of the later generations and Kuchiki Inling, the former captain of the 6th team. Of course, there is an essential gap between the two. The old man Yamamoto is older than Kuchiki Inling. When he became the captain of the 6th team, Yamamoto already looked like an old man. It is conceivable how long the old man Yamamoto has lived. Why do we have to talk about these two people? Because both of them are representatives of cultivating spiritual power while tempering their spiritual power. Therefore, at their peak, they either looked like old men or middle-aged uncles. It has a lot to do with them not being in a hurry to advance their spiritual power. And the more advanced the stage of spiritual power, the more flaws in spiritual power, and it is often possible that mixed spiritual power users of the 7th level and lower ranks cannot beat the 6th level perfect or even the strong ones who have tempered spiritual power. This is one of the reasons why the old man Yamamoto is not in a hurry to pursue the level of spiritual power. He is a pure powerhouse who not only pursues the strength of spiritual power, but also attaches great importance to skills. Just like now, the owner of the Kuchiki family branch house, that is, Kuchiki Xian's cheap father Kuchiki Castle, hopes that Kuchiki Xian can learn from Yamamoto Shigekuni. But because the Yamamoto family has always been close to the three major families, the other branch houses of the Kuchiki family did not quite agree with Kuchiki's apprenticeship with Yamamoto. Now that the nobles of the Soul Society are mentioned, here is a brief introduction to the background of Kuchiki Xian at this time. As for Kuchiki himself, he actually doesn't know what time it is now, he just knows that the real start of the Soul Society is from the establishment of Jinglingting, that is to say, the real history of the Soul Society. The author was none other than Yamamoto Genryosai. During this period, although the Soul Society was still directly subordinated to the Spirit King, the Soul Society was jointly ruled by 4 great nobles and 6 high-ranking nobles. At this time, Central 46 had not yet been established, so almost all power is in the hands of the 4 nobles. At this time, the noble ranks of the Soul Society are very strict, except for the 4 major nobles, 6 high-ranking nobles, the common nobles and lower-level nobles below. The so-called common nobility refers to the nobles who have the hereditary system of nobility, but have no real power and authority. The lower-level nobles are generally the subordinate families of the big nobles and high-level nobles. Such aristocratic circles have formed the power structure of the Soul Society at this time. At this time, the 4 great nobles are almost not the same as the 5 great nobles in the later original works. Except for the Tsunomayo family in the corridor of the chief spiritual book, almost all others have been changed. Apart from the Tsuneyashiro family, who actually have no real power, the 4 nobles here are the 3 major families, namely the Onitsuka family, the Araki family and the Yamada family. They occupy a large majority in the Soul Society's power core, Presbyterian Council. Seats can be said to cover the sky with only one hand in Soul Society. The remaining 6 high-ranking noble families are the Kuchiki family, Shihuin family, Shiba family, Yamamoto family, Xia Dalu family, and Muyuan family. Among them, the Yamamoto family is the family of the old man Yamamoto. Yamamoto Shigekuni in his prime. The other Zayatalo family is an arms dealer of the Soul Society, who started by forging weapons. The Shihuin family and the Shiba family need no introduction at all. The remaining Muyuan family, which will be mentioned later, are directly related to someone in the original book. Further down, there are countless common nobles and lower-level nobles, so I won't list them one by one here. Anyway, they can't get in touch with the center of full strength, so basically it doesn't matter. At this time, the Soul Society seems to be harmonious, but the 4 nobles and the 6 nobles, abbreviated as the 6 nobles, are intriguing, and there are quite a lot of places where power is poured out. Although the 4 nobles are just the 3 nobles, but the joint efforts of the 3 families also crushed the 6 nobles to death. As for the reason, as mentioned before, the Yamamoto family of the 6 nobles is a faction that is close to the 3 major families, while the remaining 5 nobles, the Kuchiki family and the Shihuin family are hawks and the strongest. Shiba and Shihuin have a good relationship, which can be regarded as people from one faction. The remaining Muyuan family and Zayatalo family started as businessmen and valued interests more than power, so only 3 of the 6 nobles actually confronted the 3 nobles head-on. Of course, this kind of secret war has been going on for hundreds of years. Although the 3 major nobles have the support of the Yamamoto family, they do not have an advantage in terms of overall strength, because although the Yamamoto family is close to the three major families, Yamamoto Shigekuni himself is friendly Kuchiki and other advanced nobles. This led to a disagreement between the Yamamoto family, and Yamamoto had no choice but to help each other. Of course, the condition is that the Yamamoto family should not get involved. After all, Yamamoto is the strongest of the previous family, and the elders of the Yamamoto family are also helpless. The remaining three major families and the three high-ranking families began to play games, because the three high-ranking families are all real fighters, and there are many strong ones, and some are even registered disciples of the old man Yamamoto. The big nobles, but on the surface the three nobles still maintain restraint and do not use force easily, because although they are powerful, they are not superior in force. Among the three nobles, the Kuchiki family is the most powerful, because at this time, apart from the clan, the Kuchiki family has 5 branch houses, and the patriarch of each branch has at least 6th level superior or even perfect strength. This will be a powerhouse at the quasi-captain level in future generations, not to mention that there are several elders in each line of the Kuchiki family, and the patriarch of the clan is also the head of the Kuchiki family, and he is also a powerhouse of the 7th rank. It is a character at the captain level. It is conceivable how strong the Kuchiki family is. For the remaining Shihuin family and Shiba family, the Shiba family has a branch house, but there are only 2 branches, and the Shihuin family has no branch house. All their branches live with the main branch, and their strength is relatively weak. Not as good as the Kuchiki family, but their patriarch is also a strong man of the 7th rank, and the head of the other 2 branch houses of the Shiba family are also strong men of the 6th rank and above. The combination of the 3 means that the 3 major nobles have to pay attention to such an armed force, not to mention that the Shihuin family is also in charge of various artifacts of the Jianxi Bingzhuang fan, so the 3 major nobles do not dare to take it easy. Swordsmen, and the 3 nobles are because they do not have enough control over the joints in their hands. Once the war starts, the 3 nobles can mobilize the guards, later lighting team, to attack the 3 nobles. After all, the 3 nobles are the soul at this time. The power holders of the society, the 6 nobles are just helpers, so there is also a reason why the 3 nobles have hesitated to do anything. Speaking of Kuchiki Xian's family, Kuchiki Xian's family is the weakest branch house among the 5 branch houses of Kuchiki's family. Before Kuchiki Xian was born, there were only his father and an elder in the family, that is, Kuchiki Xian's uncle to support the family. After Kuchiki Xian was born, transmigrated, the powerful talent that gradually appeared made Kuchiki Xian's father, Kuchiki Castle, and the elder Kuchiki Tubingwei very happy. Otherwise, he would not have proposed to let Kuchiki Xian learn from Yamamoto. After all, although the 2 of them are not talented or strong, it doesn't mean they have no vision. They think they can't teach Kuchiki Xian, so they hope that Kuchiki Xian can find the best teacher. It is worth mentioning here that because the branch house where Kuchiki Xian is located has always been weak, so the years of popular activities are shorter. At this time, the Tucheng branch is the branch house where Kuchiki Xian is located. The patriarch Kuchiki City needs to manage the clan. The head of the family, Kuchiki Hongren, is called Grandpa, and Kuchiki Xian is even more exaggerated to call Kuchiki Hongren the great-grandfather. Although Kuchiki Hongren has just become the head of the family for only 100 years, the branch of Kuchiki Xian and his family is really low. Of course, this world is not based on seniority, but on strength. At this time, there is no Jinglingting, and the Soul Society is a naked rule of 0, the strong survive. When Kuchiki Xuanli understood the situation of Soul Society at this time, he had a handsome and young face with bitterness on his face. Yamamoto Shigekuni was still a middle-aged man, and it would take thousands of years before the plot started. The Lingting court has been established for more than 2,000 years, but there is no shadow of the Jingling court. Hey, life, what the hell? Kuchiki Xian looked helpless, but who made him travel to such a point in time? But if it comes, let it be, it's all coming. No, if something happened, Kuchiki Xian himself would not be reconciled. Forget it, let's do it first, and then observe the situation. Kuchiki Clan actually discovered the undercurrent of Soul Society at this time, but because I'm not familiar with the place, so now I keep a low profile and sign in a few more times. Is normal. Ding dong, the new mission check-in mission is released. Ding dong, sign-in goal, live in Soul Society for 100 years. Reward, fixed reward once, random draw reward once. Kuchiki Clan listened to the prompts from the system, and felt nothing in his heart. Before in Pirate World, there would be a check-in every once in a while, and the rest were big event check-ins and random check-ins. This will come to Soul Society. Here human lifespans are extremely long, so the interval between check-ins has also become longer. 100 years of life, at this pace, it will pass soon. Kuchiki Clan rubbed his chin and said to himself. At this time, a servant of the branch house of Kuchiki's family came to the courtyard where Kuchiki Clan was located, and shouted, "Young patriarch, the patriarch is back, and you go to talk." "Okay, got it." Kuchiki Clan responded. The branch house where Kuchiki Clan is located is Tucheng Branch, and the other 4 branches are Sakura City Branch, Moonflower Branch, Konya Branch and Baisato Branch. Among them, the Sakura City Branch is the strongest, and the Tucheng Branch is the Kuchiki Clan family is the weakest. But Kuchiki Clan knows that with his arrival, this situation will change, but what he wants is not only to push his own branch to the position of the strongest branch house, but what he wants is the all-round strength of the Kuchiki family. Knowing the Kuchiki family in the original book, there is only one family left where Byakuya Kuchiki is located, and the other branch houses can't be seen at all. Although they may still remain, since there is no role in the original book, it means that it is no different from the destruction. It's like the downfall of Shiba's family. In the original works of later generations, not to mention the 5 major branch houses of the Kuchiki family, not even one can be seen at all. In Kuchiki's imagination, they either fell into the long river of history or were consumed in internal strife. Combined with the current situation of Soul Society, Kuchiki Clan believes that it is very possible that these 5 branch houses will fall to the top of the Kuchiki family. Since the young master is here, the situation is different. Kuchiki Clan thought silently as he left his courtyard. Kuchiki Clan is very clear that any noble battle is trivial. The real battle of extermination took place 1,000 years after the establishment of Jinglingting. That battle, let alone 1 out of 10, almost reached 1 out of 10. Horror Shura Field, Kuchiki Clan didn't live enough, he didn't want to win the war, but then make the strong Soul Society wither, and wait for these bastards to attack again after 1,000 years, they can't even do an effective resistance. Kuchiki Clan walks towards the front yard as he ponders his future with Soul Society. Time passes, 80 years later. Time flies so fast, 80 years have passed in a blink of an eye. At this time, Kuchiki Clan was standing at the door of his small yard, wearing a strong suit and a coat embroidered with the Kuchiki family crest. It is really hard to describe, see for yourself if you are interested. Nothing has changed, only Kuchiki Clan's strength has changed. For 80 years, Kuchiki Clan had exposed Zanpakuto, who was Shirkai, early on. Once the news came out, it completely detonated the Soul Society at that time. It is not intended to accept Kuchiki Clan as a disciple. As a result, the 3 major nobles and the Yamamoto family directly blew up the pot, but Yamamoto is no one in the heavy country, and no one can object to the things he decided, but unexpectedly, he was only 30 years old at the time. Kuchiki Clan, who is still considered a baby among the nobles of the Soul Society, rejected Yamamoto Shigekuni's kindness. In his words, others will always belong to others, and I will create my own. What this sentence means is that now Yamamoto Shigekuni has created his own genre, Genryu, has also opened a museum to accept disciples, and began to teach his Genryu, and Kuchiki Clan certainly knows what is going on, but he had his own ideas, so he finally rejected Yamamoto Shigekuni's kindness. Kuchiki Clan had his own thinking. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni was very strong at this time, he was not strong enough to see who would destroy others in later generations. In order not to cause trouble for him, Kuchiki Clan simply rejected Yamamoto Shiguni's kindness. This will not only make Yamamoto's situation less delicate, but also let the three nobles relax their vigilance. After all, Kuchiki Clan is not ready at this time. However, Yamamoto Shiguni didn't know about such kindness, and he was a little unhappy about it. In the end, Kuchiki Clan chose to become Yamamoto Shiguni's registered disciple, and only learned the basics from him, not the genre. In the end, Yamamoto Shiguni probably he realized something, and then approved Kuchiki Clan's approach. In the end, Yamamoto Shigekuni, the three major families, and the Kuchiki family were all satisfied. That's it, Kuchiki Clan has practiced with Yamamoto Shiguni for 50 years. After 50 years, Kuchiki Clan no longer studied with Yamamoto Shiguni. Kuchiki Clan has laid a very solid foundation, and combined with what he learned in his previous life, he has created many things that suit him. In this way, under the urging of many parties, Kuchiki Clan just leave the teacher. In these 50 years, Kuchiki Clan has obtained various random sign-in rewards. Such sign-in often only gives Kuchiki Clan random lottery rewards, the most useful of which is Shuanpa rank promotion, the other all of them are rubbish, the kind that are thrown directly into the latrine. The so-called Shuanpa rank improvement actually not only includes Shuanpa, but as long as it is a step ability, all ranks are improved. Don't underestimate this kind of improvement. You must know that Soul Society's ability is only the 4 categories are chopping, punching, walking, and ghosts. Cutting is Zanpakudo, punching is white hits, walking is Shuanpa, ghost is Kido, and these things have ranks, which are not as vague as in the original book. Take Zanpakudo in Zanpakudo as an example. Zanpakudo not only refers to the division of Shirkai and Bankai in Zanpakudo, but also has a clear swordsmanship rank. The same is true for the other 3 items, each with its own rank. For example, Shuanpa has 5 levels: superficial, rough, deep, familiar, and secret. Specifically, there are 5 levels: shallow taste, rough mastery, deep depth, 100 familiarity, and secret. The other white hits and Kido are almost similar. The so-called shallow taste is the rank of beginners. Such beginners often have learned it, but they are quite unskilled in using it. After beginners go through a series of training, they can master and use it relatively well, which is the rough proficiency rank. As the name suggests, Jingshan is to become more proficient on the basis of Zhongfu, while Baishu is to apply this kind of ability to such as arm and finger, and can even be integrated into every movement of one's own, without deliberate effort at all. To use it, this is the rank. As for the final esoteric stage, very few people can reach this level. In the original book, only Shihuan Yoruchi and Sui Feng, who are known as snapshots, are able to touch this level. Of course, Yoruchi training Byakuya Kuchiki is also a little short of reaching this stage, and it can be regarded as a quasi-secret. And after Kuchiki Clan got the passive ability of Shuanpa rank promotion, then he can display the ability of mid-level when he has a taste of the rank, and if he is really familiar, then he is a proper secret rank divine grade boss. It can be seen how terrifying this passive ability is. In the past 80 years, what Kuchiki Clan and Yamamoto Shigekuni have learned most is the foundation of Shuanpa and white hits. At this time, Kuchiki Clan Shuanpa's real rank has reached the level of extensive. Compete with Shigekuni Yamamoto at this time. As for white hits, Kuchiki Clan has to say that the middle-aged Yamamoto Shigekuni does have his own uniqueness. He has added 2 new ranks to white hits from the original rank similar to Shuanpa, which means it has reached 7. On the top of secret biography, there are 2 more ranks of no self and true self, and Yamamoto Shigekuni is not only white hits, but also the same high rank in Kendo. Of course, Yamamoto at this time Chonghua has not yet reached the highest rank he created, and he is only in the rank of no self, which is unattainable in the eyes of others even though it is not perfect in his opinion. During the 80 years, Kuchiki Clan did not spend all of his time in cultivation. He not only practiced Shuanpa to 100 familiarity, but also practiced white hits and Kendo to a very high level. Into the secret stage. As for Kido, this thing does not have a rank, because Kido is indeed a bit of talent, the manipulative ability of spiritual power, Ryatsu is called Ryatsu after Jinglingting was established, is not outstanding enough, it is difficult to learn Kido, and the spiritual power is not enough, even the best people can't learn Kido well, so Kido doesn't have a rank, but Kido is graded. Whether Kido is well practiced depends on how many numbers of Kido you can release. This is not a problem for Kuchiki Clan. With the addition of the passive ability, super sensitive talent, Kuchiki Clan's practice has a lot of bonuses except for Shuanpa, and Kuchiki Clan's previous life and previous past lives. Experience, so what he has achieved in the past 80 years is something that others may not be able to achieve in hundreds of years. So he quickly leave the teacher, because there is no need for Yamamoto Shigekuni to teach the basic things, and combined with the current situation, both he and Yamamoto Shigekuni believe that leaving the teacher is the best choice. Of course, after graduation, Kuchiki Clan did not do nothing. After all, as an outsider, he always needs to have a certain understanding of the world. After Kuchiki Clan's understanding, the original Soul Society in the original book only depicts a small part of the Soul Society, and it is mainly about the places around Jinglingting. After Kuchiki Clan's understanding, the later Jinglingting the location is actually far away from the present place, and it is a new area specially opened up by the establishment of Jingling Court later. At this time, the place where the nobles lived was far away from the place where the common people and refugees lived, and the Jingling Court of later generations was established based on the place where the common people and refugees lived at this time. And the Soul Society actually has many Shinigami, at this time, they are actually called psychics or spirit crossers. They are places that psychics have not explored. There are many of these places, and they are all quite dangerous. As for the later generations of Jingling, whether the court has dealt with these matters, Kuchiki Clan at this time does not know. However, what Kuchiki Clan knows is that the Soul Society at this time has 4 major dangers and 3 great dangers. The 4 major dangers are Worm Cave, Maggot's Lair, Dead Forest, Crypt Space and Soul Abyss. As for the 3 great dangers, they are Space Barrier, Wind Erosion Cave and Sea of Annihilation. In these places, apart from the 3 great Jedi that no one dares to explore easily, there are quite a lot of information on the 4 great dangerous lands. At the age of 100, you are still a child among the nobles of the Soul Society. Don't think this is talking about it, but the direct descendants of the nobles who are on the cards basically only reach adulthood at the age of 1 or 200. At the age of 100, he is just a child, although his strength is indeed quite strong at this time. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age, 96, Soul. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, tier 6 middle plus, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yen Mo, Shirkai, Bankai unknown, liberation language, the flames of karma are burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify. Yen Mo. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai unknown, liberation language, 4 directions, 100, infinite. Camperit. Time difference. Bonus abilities, sensitive talent, Shuanpa rank up. Possess abilities, Kendo, secret, white hits, secret, Shuanpa, 100 secret, Kido, number 70. At this time, due to the limitation of the soul body, Kuchiki Clan's spiritual power and strength level have only been raised from the 5th level to the 6th level, but don't underestimate that this seems to be a level of progress, which is a difference of more than 10 times. You must know that there are very few children from other noble families who can achieve such strength before the age of 100, and they are basically still at the stage of laying the foundation for spiritual power. It's been tempered. Today's Kuchiki Clan, apart from exercising his spiritual power, sits in his yard, planting flowers and weeding, feeling like he has entered retirement early. In fact, Kuchiki Clan did nothing more than waiting for the sign-in rewards of the sign-in system, because he had already touched some rules of the system in his last life, and he was waiting for the first sign-in and the real first sign and second sign. After that, this third check-in is crucial. The third check-in in the previous life directly gave Kuchiki Clan quite high-end abilities, directly improving the foundation of Kuchiki Clan's several grades, so Kuchiki Clan is waiting for the third official sign-in reward in this life, and there are 1 point, often after the third check-in, it means that his good days are over and the adventure officially begins. Time passed bit by bit, and Kuchiki Clan's 100th birthday came in the blink of an eye. When the 100th birthday really came, Kuchiki Clan was still a little apprehensive. As time passed by, the system's prompt finally came. Ding dong. Host has been in Soul Society for 100 years. Ding dong. The sign-in task is complete. Ding dong. Rewards released. Fixed reward, Immortal Soul Body. Random lottery, Soul Derivation. Rewards have been issued, please host to check. Kuchiki Clan widened his eyes and listened to the system prompts. When the two rewards of Indestructible Soul Body and Soul Derivation appeared in his ears, Kuchiki Clan was instantly surrounded by happiness, because he experienced various after signing in dozens of times like this. This is the first time that the random rewards can match the fixed rewards, and the matching degree is very high. Immortal Soul Body, the passive ability of the super strong soul body in the heavens and the world, ability 1, so that the host soul, soul body, soul power and other soul-related attributes will be qualitatively improved. Ability 2, strengthening the basic attributes of the soul body, transforming the soul body into a special soul body with indestructible characteristics. Please explore the specific ability by the host. Soul Derivation, increase the strength of soul power derivation skills and abilities. Kuchiki Clan looked at the introduction of the two abilities, it was tailor-made for him at this time. You must know that although he has been in the Soul Society for 100 years, but to be honest, this Soul Society has the same essence as the Soul Society he saw in the original book. Difference. In fact, Kuchiki Clan can also understand this point. After all, the original book tells the story of the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo, and he is in the real Soul Society at this time. There is an essential difference between the two. Language, not to mention the time he is in now, not to mention Kurosaki Ichigo, even his grandparents may not have been born. The emergence of these two rewards has qualitatively improved Kuchiki Clan's real strength. Although Kuchiki Clan has the strength of the 6th order median in 100 years, for the Soul Society, which is in power at this time, the 6th order the mid-level is not a high-level spiritual power user. You must know that the Soul Society has always lacked 7th level spiritual power users, captain-level Shinigami, since ancient times, and the 7th level spiritual power users are bound to use Zanpakuto. Strong esoteric meaning, Bankai can also be learned by the 6th level median, but it is not a complete Bankai. The emergence of the immortal soul body and soul derivatives made Kuchiki Clan, whose original strength was between the upper level of the 6th level and the consummation, immediately reach the level where he can wrestle with the strong of the 7th level. The so-called strength rating and spiritual power determination here, the ranks of the first class are the same, but the essence is different. The rank of spiritual power cannot represent the full strength of a spiritual power user. For reference, it does not represent the real combat effectiveness of a spiritual power user. Just like Kuchiki Clan at this time, his 4 abilities of Zhanshuan Zogue have almost reached extremely high ranks, but his spiritual power is only in the middle of the 6th rank, but his spiritual power has been tempered by him. However, it is much stronger than the vain spiritual power. Calculated in this way, his combat power is definitely not only the 6th level median, but also the spiritual power users of the Soul Society, all of which have their own Zanpakuto. If Zanpakuto is included in the calculation, the ability of the spiritual power, then the spiritual power of the same level of spiritual power, the combat power may be much worse, and it may even be very different. Kuchiki Clan received 2 very practical rewards. He was sitting in the atom full of joy, with a staff knife that had been modified by someone he asked for, and its shape had been changed into a stick knife without a sword. The whole knife was wrapped in among the logs. It looks like a wooden stick, but it is not. This is the most original appearance of a famous sword. Kuchiki Gen likes this style, so he recruited the best craftsmen of Seoul society, the people of Ermea family. Help yourself to transform your own knife. It is worth mentioning that Zanpakuto at this time was not called Zanpakuto, and the sealed state was not born. At this time, Zanpakuto was called spiritual knife by the Seoul society. The spiritual weapon born. The name Zanpakuto did appear after Jinglingting was established, but Kuchiki still used to call the so-called spiritual knife Zanpakuto. The Ermea family is a long-standing family of craftsmen in the Seoul society. Many weapons are made by their family, and the Xia Dalo family can only be regarded as the descendants of the Ermea family. To get back to the topic, Kuchiki Clan is sitting in his yard at this time. 100 years have passed, and the third system sign-in has been completed, so this means that his adventure will officially begin. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan stood up with a slight smile, stretched his waist and said to himself, I really miss the world of fists to flesh, but this world is not bad, at least I can live long enough. For Kuchiki Clan, there is no essential difference between the two worlds. The only difference is the different power system. Kuchiki Clan doesn't care about these. In fact, what he pursued in the past 3 lives is to strengthen himself. As for other things, he has no thought about it. But now that he has come to his favorite Shinigami world, there are some things that he hopes to change, and even the direction of this world, he also hopes that he can intervene. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to come here? This is inconsistent with his personality. At the earliest time, the world was too stable, and there were not many things he could do. Now that he has come here, then this is his Kuchiki Clan play on the stage. Young Patriarch, the Patriarch has something to call you over. At this moment, a servant's voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Good. He responded, he knew the magnificent world, and it was completely open to him at this moment. Kuchiki Clan came out of his yard, and the servants who came to report had already left. All the servants have been used to the independent personality of their own young patriarch for 100 years, and they all know Kuchiki Clan's behavior style, which may be due to influenced by the previous life. Kuchiki Clan is not used to being served by others, nor is he used to being monitored by his side. Therefore, since he was sensible, he asked himself to live in a yard. Everything in the yard was taken care of by himself, and his yard didn't need a servant at all. Since Kuchiki Gen is the hope of the Kuchiki family of the Tucheng branch, it is simply due to Kuchiki Clan's temperament. The elders of the family, that is, Kuchiki Dobii, the younger brother of the patriarch Kuchiki Castle, have no objections. After all, both of them are only 6th rank in terms of talent. The powerful spiritual power users are far behind Kuchiki Clan. As for the Zong family, although there are many people with 6th level strength in the Zong family, the only person known to the 7th level is Kuchiki Hongren. Kuchiki Red Lotus is the current patriarch of the Kuchiki family, that is, the patriarch of the Kuchiki family clan, and the patriarch of all Kuchiki people, so he is the patriarch. Kuchiki Hongren's strength at this time is the lower level of the 7th rank. Of course, although it is only a lower rank, Kuchiki Hongren has already learned Bankai, and the spiritual power is the refined spiritual power that has been tempered, not the kind of vain spiritual power. Absolutely not weak. Moreover, as a large family, the Kuchiki family has its own inheritance, namely Kendo's Hyakujutsu and White Hit's Jikusaryu. You must know that there are not many families with fighting genres in the Seoul society, and this is also the Kuchiki family. One of the reasons why it can become second only to the 4 great nobles. As the head of the family, Kuchiki Guren majored in Kendo, and naturally he had cultivated Hyakujutsu to a very high level. It is conceivable that his strength will not be much worse. At this time, the Seoul society did not have the Maoyang Academy of Spiritual Art. The strength of a strong person depends entirely on the family background of his birth. Kuchiki Clan soon came alone to his father, the patriarch of the Kuchiki branch house Tuching branch, in front of the courtyard of Kuchiki Castle. "Father, I'm here." Kuchiki Xian greeted outside the house. There are many etiquettes of nobles, and Kuchiki Xian also learned it after a long time. "Ah, Xian is here. Come in." A thick but relatively older voice came from inside the room, and Kuchiki Xian recognized that it was the voice of his father, Kuchiki City. Kuchiki Xian took off his combat shoes and walked into the room wearing snow-white socks. Kuchiki Xian was not used to wearing loose robes and kimono clogs. He still thinks this kind of clothing is comfortable to wear, but he still wears the cloak that represents the Kuchiki family as a high-ranking nobleman. Or coat, this is no way. Kuchiki Xian took off his shoes, walked through the corridor, and then came to the door of Kuchiki City's bedroom, and then opened the door. He found that there were already 2 people in the room of Kuchiki City, and one of them was his uncle, who was a little old. That is, Kuchiki Dobii, the elder of the branch house, and the other is much younger, but he knows each other. They met once, and they are from the main family. At this moment, the 3 of them were sitting around the stove making tea and drinking tea. One of them was the oldest man in his 50s, with Madara white temples and dressed as a patriarch. When he saw Kuchiki Xian coming, he immediately said, "Ah, Xian is here, come and sit down." The one who spoke was Kuchiki Gen's father, Kuchiki Castle. At first glance, it seemed that Kuchiki Castle was very old, and the Kuchiki Dobe beside him was not young, but Kuchiki Xian knew that this was because the blood of the Tuching branch was thin, compared to other for the branch house and even the main family. The Tuching branch has always been a branch with weak strength and short lifespan. If this branch did not come from Kuchiki Xian, it is very likely that this branch will be broken in the hands of the Kuchiki City generation. In fact, Kuchiki Xian also thinks so, because his family knows his own affairs. He came from time travel, no matter whether there was him in the Soul Society before. Anyway, the Kuchiki family in later generations is a big aristocrat who doesn't even have a large number of branch houses, not today a high-ranking aristocrat with luxuriant branches. One can imagine the fate of several branches of the Kuchiki family in later generations. Kuchiki Xian glanced at the people from the Zong family, nodded slightly and sat on the last vacant seat on the stove. "Ah, Xian, long time no see." The one who spoke was a young man with a handsome face from the Zongjialai. His name was Kuchiki Qingtian, the eldest son of the head of the Zongjia, Kuchiki Hongren. Kuchiki Hongren had 2 sons, namely Kuchiki Qingtian and Kuchiki Kingjiro. The eldest son, Qingtian, is the successor of the next patriarch. "Hello, Mr. Qingtian, it's been a long time." Kuchiki Xian has always treated outsiders like this because of his character and talent. As long as he is not from their branch, he will call him sir, except of course Kuchiki Hongren. Kuchiki Qingtian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Kuchiki Xian's name, and then said with a slight smile, "Ah, Xian's strength is much stronger. Qingtian is really ashamed, he is much older than Ah Xian, and his strength is not as strong as Ah Xian. Ah Xian is worthy of being a once-in-a-thousand-year genius in our Kuchiki family. Young patriarch Qingtian is overrated. Ah Xian is ignorant and has no sense of proportion." Kuchiki Xian may not care, but Kuchiki City does not dare to call Kuchiki Qingtian's name directly, but calls him the young patriarch. Even if it is not the young patriarch, Kuchiki City will not it has to be called by seniority. "Well, the patriarch of the Kuchiki City branch, my father doesn't care how I am called by Ah Xian, so don't worry about it. Actually, this time, my father asked me to come and see Ah Xian." Kuchiki Qingtian said with a smile. "Ah. The patriarch asked Qingtian to come and see me?" Kuchiki Xian asked in surprise. Although Kuchiki Hongren had specially summoned Kuchiki Xian before, and the 2 had talked twice, but it has never happened to let others come to see him. Yeah. Speaking of this, Kuchiki Qingtian smiled wryly, and continued, "It's what father meant, but he didn't say why. Just let me see how your strength is, Xian, but my lord father thinks highly of me, how can I see how strong Ah Xian is?" Kuchiki Clan is telling the truth. At this time, Kuchiki Clan is more than 300 years old, and his strength is only in the middle of the 6th rank. You must know that he is the young master of the clan. Such a talent achievement is already very great, but of course when I saw Kuchiki Clan, I found a gap between anyone. I praised Qing Tian absurdly. Kuchiki Clan waved his hand slightly and said, "It's not ridiculous praise, Xian, you are the disciple of Yamamoto Shigekuni, and you are different from me." Said Yamamoto Shikuni. Kuchiki Aota flashed admiration and respect on his face, and immediately refuted Kuchiki Xian's words seriously. Hearing what Kuchiki Qingtian said, Kuchiki Xian was also slightly speechless, because at this time almost all young people, under the age of 500, in the Soul Society regard Yamamoto Shiguni as idols, and the ultimate dream of many people is to become Yamamoto Shiguni disciple, even if it is a named disciple. Among them, Kuchiki Aota, the future head of the Kuchiki family, is included. Of course, Kuchiki Gen also understands that if it is not a matter of identity, Kuchiki Gen wants to learn from Yamamoto Shiguni, but Yamamoto Shiguni at this time is just Yamamoto Shiguni, not yet the terrifying old man of later generations, Yamamoto Genryosai. Of course, at this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni already had an honorary title, and was called by everyone in the Soul Society, because he left a scar on his forehead in the shape of, when he was young when he competed with others, so known as, you must know that in the eyes of the people of Japan and the country, the title of can only be obtained by people of extremely high status. At this time, there were only 2 Soul Society owners with Sai titles, namely Yamamoto Shigekuni's Taizizai and Namiya Hikoyan's Soldier Sai. Ermiya Yenyen is the head of the Ermiya family and the father of Ermiya Wangyue. At this time, Ermiya Wangyue is about the same age as Kuchiki Qingtian, or even younger, and spends all day at home tinkering seeing something. As a experienced person, Kuchiki Zuanianzadeo Ermiya Wangyue is messing with something, but he is not interested in disturbing the other party. Kuchiki Xian is waiting for this master craftsman to produce the prototype, sealed state, of Zanpakuto. As mentioned before, there is no concept of Zanpakuto at this time, and there is no so-called sealed state. Sealed the state is after the establishment of Jinglingting, and that the Zanpakuto was created one after another by Ermiya Wangyue himself, and then through the spiritual power, that is, the Shinigami of later generations, combined with his own Ryatsu, spiritual power, to form the spiritual knife. Saves the process of condensing the spiritual knife by itself, which saves a lot of time for the Shinigami and improves the combat effectiveness of the novice Shinigami. You know, it's not that there is no Zanpakuto now. Isn't it funny how people with spiritual powers can cross their souls without Zanpakuto? Closer to home, Kuchiki Honglian asked Kuchiki Qingtian to take a look at Kuchiki Xian's situation. Kuchiki Xuan didn't think so. Considering that his 3rd check-in had already been completed, it was conceivable that the situation in Soul Society must have started to become chaotic at this time. Of course, Kuchiki Gen doesn't know exactly what Kuchiki Guren is thinking, but Kuchiki Xian is sure that Kuchiki Guren is definitely planning something, and the strength of the Kuchiki family is definitely not as simple as it seems. Qingtian, you reply to the Patriarch, saying that everything is fine with a Xian. Thank you, the Patriarch, for your concern. Kuchiki Xuan said after considering it for a while. He said this just to test out what kind of plan Kuchiki Guren has. If the other party really has any ideas, he will definitely summon him after receiving this reply. Of course, the intention mentioned here is not Kuchiki Guren's intention. Kuchiki Xian has any bad thoughts, but refers to what Kuchiki Guren thinks about the situation of Soul Society at this time. After all, combining many things of later generations, Kuchiki Xian can infer that the Kuchiki family must have become a nobleman before the establishment of Jinglingting, otherwise they would not have hereditary occupation of the captain of the 6th team, and the 6th team is still a noble guard team, which definitely involves a power struggle. And combined with the age performance of Yamamoto Shigekuni and the popularity of his self-created Genryosai, it is conceivable that in about a few hundred years, Yamamoto Shigekuni will officially become Yamamoto Genryosai. That is the day when Jinglingting was established, and the day when Central 46 was established. Calculated in this way, the change of power among the nobles has only been in the past few hundred years. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan is very urgent. After all, there is not much time left for him, and he is only a middle-ranking 6th order at this time. The level of spiritual power, and the combat power is barely at the level of the completion of 6 knots. Although it can wrestle with the 7th level powerhouse of common, if this 7th level powerhouse can bankai, then even if the spiritual power is vain and rootless, it will be defeated. Created a crushing situation for Kuchiki Clan. Don't forget, the most basic ability of bankai is to increase the ryatsu of the people who use bankai by 5 to 10 times, that is to say, the most trashy bankai can also increase the ryatsu by 5 times. Said, almost like a natural moat gap. Of course, let's not talk about the group of comparisons in later generations. What about Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo cannot be judged by common sense. At this time, Kuchiki Clan's ability in all aspects is not bad, the difference is only time, his hard power is not yet at the level of the Soul Society strong, just a bankai, and the strong and the non-strong will be separated. Gap. This is also where Kuchiki Clan is most helpless. It's useless for him to be anxious. If his spiritual power level at this time can reach the 6th level or even the 6th level, then he can still use the advantages of the system to see if he can get his bankai out in advance, but now he not to mention that her spiritual power is not up to standard, she can't even touch the door frame. It's really hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. Having said that, after 80 years of communication, Kuchiki Clan has long had a tacit understanding with his own Yamamoto. To be honest, as long as Kuchiki Clan's spiritual power level has reached, he dare not say that he can learn bankai every minute, but bankai can no longer it became the factor that prevented Kuchiki Clan from progressing. But it is impossible to move in the direction you want in everything, such as the current Kuchiki Clan, other things are easy to solve, except for spiritual power, even with Kuchiki Clan's talent in cultivation, it is impossible to solve it in a short period of time. Kurosaki Ichigo's unreasonable comparison is incomparable. Although, Kuchiki Clan himself is also a little hacker, but to put it bluntly, Kuchiki Clan's cheat can be regarded as an assistant at best in game terms, while Kurosaki Ichigo's kind is all relying on spike cheats. Which is simply incomparable. If you want to become stronger, the system will reward various things, but in terms of the urine nature of the system, almost all of them are rewards based on passive improvement. What is really like rewarding 10 years of pure spiritual power, it can be drawn from random rewards by chance. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan did not hold any hope for this, he could see that the purpose of the system is to make him stronger, although the system will assist for a while, but in the end he still has to work hard by himself. All Kuchiki Clan can do now is to cultivate with peace of mind and raise his spiritual power level. Otherwise, if a war of nobles really breaks out in the Soul Society, the role he can play can be said to be negligible. Not to mention here, but in the later generations, when not relying on the captain-level warriors to fight, the vice-captain or something, except for those few who can bankai, it is good if the others don't hold back, so this is the reality. The topic is far away. Kuchiki Clan is listening to the conversation between Kuchiki Aoda and his father Kuchiki Castle and the elder Kuchiki Dobii, while thinking about what Kuchiki Hongren is thinking at this time. Although Kuchiki Clan doesn't often walk around in Soul Society, it doesn't prevent him from judging the current situation. Kuchiki Clan listened to the conversation of the other 3 people, interjected a word from time to time, and after a while, Kuchiki Qingtian got up and left. Before Kuchiki Qingtian left, Kuchiki Clan suddenly said, "Qingtian, go back and tell the patriarch, I will visit you in a few days." "Okay, father will be very happy if he knows that you are coming." Kuchiki Qingtian said happily when he heard that Kuchiki Clan was going to visit, and then left. After Kuchiki Qingtian left, Kuchiki Castle looked at Kuchiki Clan and said, "Ah Clan, are you really going to visit the patriarch?" "Yes, father, can't you see that the patriarch sent Qingtian to greet me, but he didn't say anything substantive, didn't he just want me to go there in person?" Kuchiki Clan said flatly. Oh. How to say? Hee, father, do I need to explain this kind of thing? It is nothing more than that the patriarch has something to say to me, but it is inconvenient for others to pass the message and it is impossible for him to visit us in person, so this is telling me that he wants to see us. Me. Kuchiki Clan said helplessly. Oh, that's right. Kuchiki clapped his hands and said. Seeing the performance of Kuchiki City, Kuchiki walked towards his yard speechlessly. He really didn't want to stay with his old man, and he would become stupid if he stayed for a long time. Kuchiki Clan didn't have a mother, and his mother passed away after giving birth to him, so Kuchiki Clan had no impression of his mother, and his mother's family members didn't want to mention it, and Kuchiki Clan didn't ask, so his mother's sense of existence very low. In Kuchiki Clan's mind, it may be that his mother's identity is a little sensitive, so if you don't know it, you don't know it. I don't care about this, it's not that he's ruthless, it's that he's used to living alone, and he's not used to having an old father, and Kuchiki City basically didn't take much care of him since he was a child because of the branch house. Kuchiki Clan is also so happy. After Kuchiki Clan returned to his courtyard, he came to the small pool in the courtyard. There was a stone table here, where he thought about problems. Putting the knife in his waist on the stone table, Kuchiki Clan sat down, and then began to analyze the current situation in his mind, but after analyzing and analyzing, because he had too little information at hand, he did not analyze the reason. Then Kuchiki Clan sighed slightly, and said to himself, it seems that we still have to wait until we visit Kuchiki Clan before making a judgment. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan changed the angle, and then leaned against a big tree beside the stone table. This tree was planted by himself. It has grown well in 50 years, and it can enjoy the shade. So everything in society grows more slowly, except food of course. 3 days later. Kuchiki Clan took off for 3 days before he was ready to leave to visit Kuchiki Clan. During the period, Kuchiki City urged him several times, but was pushed away by Kuchiki Clan. In his words, with the Soul Society situation at this time, it is not suitable for him to interact with the Zong family so frequently. Having said this, Kuchiki City also understands a thing or two, he is not really a fool, and a fool cannot become the owner of a branch house. After 3 days, Kuchiki Clan was ready to leave for the clan land. The clan lived in the clan land. The reason why Kuchiki Clan delayed leaving for 3 days was nothing more than to reduce the attention of the outside world. It cannot be said that Kuchiki Tian came to you branch house, you went to the Zong's house the next day. This is obviously telling others that the Zong's family has something to do with you, Kuchiki Clan, and Kuchiki Clan is known as the once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the Kuchiki family. Whoever knows that the two families have frequent exchanges after the news, there will be some thoughts. Not to mention, the 3 nobles who are very sensitive at this time, although Kuchiki Clan doesn't know what the situation between the 6 nobles and the 3 nobles has reached at this time, but this does not prevent Kuchiki Clan from deliberately avoiding suspicion, at least not to tease the sensitive places of the 3 nobles. Kuchiki Clan left the branch house alone, and walked slowly on the empty streets of the aristocratic settlement. He was not in a hurry. He wanted to let outsiders know that he was simply visiting, not going there with a purpose. At this time, he revealed that the leisurely posture is for outsiders to see. Kuchiki Clan's soul body and soul have been transformed by the passive ability of the system. At this time, his spiritual consciousness is very sensitive. Not far from him, several groups of people are watching his movements. Kuchiki Clan has long known that this will be the case, so Kuchiki Clan didn't go to the Kuchiki clan's house right away, but walked around the street and came to the residence of the Yamamoto family. Kuchiki Gen came to visit Yamamoto Shigekuni. This news was quickly sent back to the family he belonged to by several waves of people who were being followed. Kuchiki Clan wanted this effect, but he hadn't seen Mr. Yamamoto Shigekuni for a long time, so he didn't come here on a whim. Anyway, they're all out now, so it's not bad to meet and talk to the other side by the way. The arrival of Kuchiki Gen soon caused a riot in the Yamamoto family, but as a registered disciple of Yamamoto Shigekuni, no one in the Yamamoto family dared to stop Kuchiki Clan. After all, Yamamoto Shigekuni is the biggest tree in this family. After Kuchiki Clan entered the residence of Yamamoto's family, he walked through the houses layer after layer, and finally came to a courtyard with a single door, and then stood outside the courtyard and shouted loudly, "Old man, I'm here." When this sound came out, everyone in the Yamamoto family who paid attention to him was shocked, because no one in the Soul Society dared to talk to Yamamoto Shigekuni like that. The voice completely dumbfounded them. "Humph, brat, it's been so long since I came here. Come in." A thick and powerful man's voice appeared. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone who could hear it. Of course Kuchiki Clan is also included. Kuchiki Clan got the affirmation of Yamamoto Shigekuni before he opened the door of the yard and walked in. This is a small yard with nothing in it. It is different from Kuchiki Clan's little garden. This is a martial arts practice, a common yard. Yes, this is the training ground. This is where Shigekuni Yamamoto practices every day, so there will be nothing but open space. Kuchiki Clan had been here many times before, so he walked directly to the door of a house behind the yard, then took off his shoes, and just when he was about to put down the knife, Yamamoto Shigekuni's voice came again. "How did I teach you? Unless you're sleeping in your own bedroom, you can't leave your knife without it, have you forgotten?" The voice was indifferent and severe, making Kuchiki Clan tremble unconsciously, and then took the knife back in his hand, opened the door of the room and saw a middle-aged man sitting in the room kneeling. The middle-aged man wears a samurai bun, has a mustache on his mouth, and has a long, shaped scar on his forehead. At this time, he is naked to the waist and meditating with his eyes closed. This is Yamamoto Shigekuni, the middle-aged Yamamoto Shigekuni. At this time, he had just created Genryu, and had not yet opened his Yuanzishu, so he had not yet changed his name to Yamamoto Genryosai. As Gongsun-e pushed open the door, Yamamoto Shigekuni opened one eye, looked at Kuchiki Clan, then pointed to a futon and said, "Sit." Kuchiki Clan nodded and sat on the futon opposite Shigekuni Yamamoto. He knew that meditation was a daily compulsory course for Shiguni Yamamoto, so Kuchiki Clan was not in a hurry to disturb Shiguni Yamamoto, but was waiting for him to finish his meditation. Not long after, Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and then changed from a kneeling posture to a cross-legged sitting. After sitting down, Yamamoto Shigekuni said, "You little devil, it's been a while not here." Well, the old man said the same thing, "You know how sensitive my identity is now, just try not to move as much as possible." Kuchiki Clan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Well, then why did you come out again today?" Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki Clan carefully, and then said, "It's nothing, just Kuchiki Durin came to me for something, I'm going to visit the Kuchiki Clan today." Kuchiki Clan said bluntly. As for why Kuchiki Clan has unreserved newcomer Yamamoto Shigekuni, is there any explanation? Naturally, it is because Yamamoto Shigekuni is a person who is close to the 6 nobles. "Oh. What does that kid want from you?" Yamamoto Shigekuni immediately became interested when he heard Kuchiki Clan's words. You must know that his identity is very sensitive at this time, and he would not normally contact such information, lest some people are overly sensitive. "I don't know, anyway, that's what he meant. As for what's going on, I won't know until I've been there, but there are too many people staring at me, so I might as well come and see you, old man." Kuchiki Clan said with a smile. "Cunning brat," said Yamamoto Shigekuni. "Thank you for the compliment, old man, I can't do otherwise. There are too many people staring at me, which makes me uncomfortable." Kuchiki Clan shrugged indifferently. "Well, that is to say, the conflict between the 3 nobles and the 6 nobles has intensified to a certain extent." Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes and analyzed. "Basically, there isn't much action on the surface, but the atmosphere is very wrong." Kuchiki Clan nodded. "Then be careful, boy, be careful not to be killed by an assassin on the way." Yamamoto Shigekuni raised his eyes slightly and said to Kuchiki Clan, Don't worry, old man, it's not like you don't know my inspiration. No one in the Soul Society can easily approach me without revealing it. Kuchiki Clan waved his hand and said. Well, that's true. I'm overthinking. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. He knew the special place of Kuchiki General. Not only was he highly talented, but he also had a keen sense of inspiration. Few characters could escape his perception. It was him, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who had to restrain his aura with all his strength so as not to be discovered by Kuchiki Clan in the first place, but if he got too close, he would be exposed. This was the reason why Kuchiki Clan dared to walk around. A strong member of the Soul Society can only be assassinated if the enemy is not found. Once the enemy is found, the assassination is no longer valid. It is also impossible to kill Kuchiki Clan. First of all, when the opponent is about to approach Kuchiki Clan, he will be spotted by Kuchiki Clan. If Kuchiki Clan wants to run, ordinary people really can't catch up in a short time. Once Kuchiki Clan runs to him, Yamamoto is here, so no one can touch him. Well, I will be careful. If I find something wrong, I will run to you. Kuchiki Clan said shamelessly. Yamamoto Shigekuni glared at Kuchiki Clan, and then said, well, if this happens, release the spiritual power, and come to the old man. Although Yamamoto's words are very simple and plain, there is a kind of hockey in it, a kind of hockey that is all about me. Okay. Kuchiki Clan didn't talk nonsense, and nodded to show that he understood. Then Kuchiki Clan took the opportunity to ask a few more questions about cultivation, and after chatting for a few more words, he retreated from Yamamoto Shigekuni's room. Zhonghua is monitoring Kuchiki Clan. This is not surveillance, this is courting death. Kuchiki Clan took this opportunity to quickly leave Yamamoto's house. While leaving, Kuchiki Clan heaved a sigh of relief. He sat with Yamamoto Shigekuni. In fact, the pressure was very high, but because he followed for a long time, he has long been used to it, this kind of pressure. Otherwise ordinary people would not even have the ability to stay with Yamamoto Shigekuni for a long time. As far as Kuchiki Clan estimates, Yamamoto Shigekuni at this time is at least at the 8th level median spiritual power level, and Yamamoto Shigekuni's ability is definitely much stronger than his spiritual power level. Hey, this old man is getting stronger and stronger, but I don't know how far his sword of great fire is now. Kuchiki Clan said to himself as he left quickly. Yes, the current Yamamoto Heavy Country Bankai has naturally known it a long time ago, but at this time his Bankai is not the remnant sword used in the last battle with Uebok in later generations, but a very violent, big sword. The Sword of Fire. With the deepening of Yamamoto's heavy country practice, Kuchiki Clan also learned a little bit that Bankai is not static. You must know that Zanpakuto's Bankai and Shirkai have different stages, just like Shirkai also has incomplete Shirkai and complete Shirkai. Same goes for Bankai. Of course, Bankai is more than that, it is much more complicated than Shirkai. After all, there are differences in levels, and the differences are naturally greater. Bankai is the spirit sword, Zanpakuto, liberated by the spiritual power, Shinigami, and the esoteric level of the spirit sword, Zanpakuto, comprehended to a high level. Bankai is the highest pursuit in life for every spiritual power user who owns a spiritual knife, but such a person can be said to be 1 in 1,000 among spiritual power users, because everyone who can Bankai is a genius among geniuses, because Bankai is too difficult. If you want to learn Bankai, you must reach the spiritual power level above the 6th level, and then you can learn the powerful secrets through in-depth communication with Zanpakuto. Once Bankai is used, the most basic thing is to enhance the user by 5 to 10 times. Ryatsu, one can imagine how powerful Bankai is. With the exchange between Kuchiki Clan and Yamamoto Shigekuni, it was discovered that Bankai is actually divided into many levels. This truth is actually very easy to understand. Everything in the world cannot be achieved overnight, so Bankai is not something you understand. It has been completed, but you have realized that it is only the beginning. Bankai still has many things that users need to dig. Just like Abarai Renji, the vice-captain of the 6th Division in the later period of the original work, his bankai has undergone changes. The bankai used before because Zanpakuto's name is wrong is not a complete bankai, so he is among the people who know bankai. The weakest group got their real names later, and the bankai they used could only be regarded as a complete bankai, not even reaching the second stage. Kuchiki Clan learned from Yamamoto Shigekuni that bankai can be roughly divided into 3 stages, and the so-called incomplete bankai cannot be counted as a complete stage. Just like Yamamoto Shigekuni at this time, according to his own words, he should be in the second stage of bankai at this time, which means that his bankai, Sword of Great Fire, at this time is only Zanpakuto. Ryujin. The second stage of Jakka bankai has not yet reached the final stage of bankai, so it can be inferred that Kuchiki Clan believes that the remnant sword, used by the old man Yamamoto in later generations should be the final stage of Ryujin Jakka bankai. Judging from the name, Kuchiki Clan also probably understands, so thinking about it this way, at the beginning of bankai in Yamamoto Shigekuni, it should be called Blade of the First Fire, or a similar name, which is more in line with the entire definition of fire. From big fire to the final embers, it can be said to be quite a complete system. But this system cannot be fully applied to other Zanpakuto, so Kuchiki Clan just thinks so, but it is an indisputable fact that the bankai of Zanpakuto has 3 stages. As for how bankai cultivates, Yamamoto Shigekuni only said a word to Kuchiki Clan, and then he realized it by himself, and Yamamoto Shigekuni himself couldn't explain why. Kuchiki still understands this point very well. After all, to that level of cultivation, one must start to comprehend. If one does not comprehend, one must not reach the next stage. As a person who has pursued martial arts, he agrees with this point very much. Kuchiki Clan put aside his curiosity about bankai for the time being. After all, his spiritual power needs are not enough. At this time, he is paying attention to the surrounding situation with all his attention, but the attention belongs to the attention, but there is someone who can hang himself and follow him to the Zongjia. He didn't intend to cover it up, after all, it would be a bit of a cover-up, otherwise he would still be able to kill the stalker. Kuchiki Clan left the area where Yamamoto's house was at the fastest speed, and then ran towards the area where the head of the Kuchiki family was. Not long after, he has arrived at the residence of the Zong family. Coming here means that all tracking and monitoring have failed. At this point in time, there are no high-tech things after the start of the plot, which means that once artificially if the monitoring fails, then it really fails. Kuchiki Clan's Shuanpa is not a joke. Although the level of spiritual power is not high enough, but with the spiritual power tempered by the 6th level median to cast Shuanpa, especially the Shuanpa of the secret level, most people in the Soul Society can't catch up. On Kuchiki Gens. When the follower found that Kuchiki Clan had come out of Yamamoto's house and left, it was too late. At this time, Kuchiki Clan was already sitting in the room of the head of the Kuchiki clan. Ah Clan, I didn't expect you to come here in such a way. In the owner's room, there are only Kuchiki Gen and Kuchiki Guren at this time. Kuchiki Guren, Kuchiki Clan has seen this person 2 or 3 times. Although there is an interval of several decades, for the captain level, level 7, strong for those who read it, 100 years is a short period of time, but Kuchiki Clan keenly discovered that the head of the Kuchiki family, whose appearance is 6 to 7 points similar to Byakuya Kuchiki, has grown from a young man in his 30s in just 100 years. He turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, which surprised Kuchiki Clan very much. Patriarch, what is this? Kuchiki Clan asked in order to find out what was going on. Oh, you found out, you are indeed the most gifted genius in our Kuchiki family in the past 1,000 years. Kuchiki Guren smiled slightly, and wrinkles had already appeared on the originally handsome face, because of the smile. Well, it's no big deal. It's okay to tell you, it's nothing more than 10 years ago, I was attacked by surprise. What? Kuchiki Clan was startled, and immediately frowned and asked, ambush? Why did this happen? Huh, is it strange? Don't be nervous, listen to me slowly. Kuchiki Guren was not as flustered as Kuchiki Clan, and slowly began to tell Kuchiki Clan. The psychics in the Soul Society all have the task of crossing the soul, and those who are in charge of these soul-crossing people are the nobles who manage the Soul Society at this time, and the assigned responsibility of the Kuchiki family is to be in charge of scheduling. As the head of the family, Kuchiki Gyuren is obliged to manage and supervise the dispatching organization. And 10 years ago, when Kuchiki Gyuren was on official business, he was attacked by 3 dead soldiers of the 6th order consummation level. Without any precautions, Kuchiki Gyuren was seriously injured in an instant. However, Kuchiki Honglien is worthy of being the head of the contemporary family, and despite the damage to the foundation of spiritual power, he forced Bankai to kill the 3 dead men. But after the war, the consequences of damaging the foundation of spiritual power came. Kuchiki Hongren, who was originally a young man, became much older overnight. This means that Kuchiki Hongren's spiritual body was seriously damaged. That is to say, his future lifespan will not be affected by the level of spiritual power, and he will age rapidly. This is very bad news for a patriarch who is in his prime. After listening to Kuchiki Gyuren's narration, Kuchiki Genya finally realized why Kuchiki Gyuren was so anxious to see him. Ah Xian, have you ever thought about adopting him to the Zong family? Just as Kuchiki Xian was deep in thought, Kuchiki Gyuren said something that shocked Kuchiki Xian. What? Kuchiki Gen was stunned. On the contrary, Kuchiki Gyuren saw Kuchiki Xian's surprised look, and laughed ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, that's not bad. It's the first time I know that you will make such a gaffe after you have spoken out for so many years. Not bad. Patriarch, are you joking? Kuchiki Xian frowned and asked. He didn't care about Kuchiki Gyuren's teasing, he cared more about what Kuchiki Xian meant. After laughing haha for a while, Kuchiki Gyuren put away his smile and said seriously, "No, I'm not joking, I'm serious. You've seen Aota and Aojiro, although their talents are not bad, but they are not as good as you are completely incomparable, and Qingtian's character. Don't mention it, but I think you are the one who can lead the Kuchiki family farther." Master. Listen to me first. Kuchiki Hongren interrupted Kuchiki Xian. This is not my momentary thought, this is something I have thought about carefully. As for me, this is the way I am in this life, and I can no longer wait for my strength. I have reached a higher peak, and the 3 nobles have been pressing us more and more recently. I think they will soon attack us, and I may not be able to survive, so I hope that the family will be entrusted to someone worthy of entrustment. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing what Kuchiki Gyuren didn't understand, Kuchiki Xian actually understood, but he was silent. He never thought of being the head of the Kuchiki family, even the head of their branch house. He didn't want to be, but there's no way he's the only one in their family. Patriarch. To be honest, I am not interested in the Lily family at all. What I am interested in is to go to the highest place to take a look in my lifetime. So, I appreciate your kindness, but this is not my pursuit. After Kuchiki Xian thought for a while, he rejected Kuchiki Gyuren's kindness. Really? Hearing Kuchiki Gen's refusal, Kuchiki Gyuren didn't show a surprised look. I actually guessed this result a long time ago, but I still want to see if it is possible to hand over the Kuchiki family. Here you go, it seems like it won't work. After all, Kuchiki Hongren sighed heavily. At this time, Kuchiki Xuan clearly felt a very deep twilight from Kuchiki Hongren's body. This is very different from the Kuchiki Hongren he saw for the first time. Patriarch, although I cannot be called the patriarch of the Kuchiki family, I can guarantee that as long as I am alive, I will not let the Kuchiki family decline. This is my promise to you. Kuchiki Xian solemnly said. That's okay. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Kuchiki Gyuren finally showed a smile. You are destined to become a strong man. I hope you can reach a realm that I have never been to. Most definitely. After talking with Kuchiki Gyuren, Kuchiki Xian immediately left the residence of the Zong family. He was not in a hurry, but at the end of the conversation, Kuchiki Gyuren mentioned that the slowest is 100 years, and the fastest is 50 years. During this period of time, the 3 major families will definitely launch a war. He hopes that before this time, Kuchiki Xian can cultivate into a Bankai, otherwise it will be difficult for Kuchiki Clan to intervene in the battle of nobles. Kuchiki Clan is also aware of his current situation, so he doesn't want to delay for a minute. He has to sprint his spiritual power level with all his strength, otherwise he will not be able to guarantee that he can rise from the 6th level to the 7th level in 50 years next. Although it is said that Bankai can be cultivated at the 6th level of perfection, after all, the spiritual power has not been raised to the 7th level, and then to obtain Bankai, the Bankai cultivated in this way will be stronger. This is not nonsense, it is based on facts. Generally, it is much more difficult for people who have obtained Bankai from the 6th level to increase the strength of Bankai than those who have obtained Bankai from the 7th level. This is the problem of the influence of spiritual power on Bankai. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan's choice is to advance to the 7th level first, and then get Bankai. As I said before, as long as Kuchiki Clan's strength is reached, it will be a matter of minutes to practice Bankai. Don't think this is a fantasy, except for the protagonist Kurosaki Ichigo, who is a coward, and Urahara Kisuke who uses props. He naturally cultivated into Bankai in a short period of time. There are also many people in the Soul Society, although Byakuya Kuchiki said that Bankai is people in the Soul Society have experienced untold hardships and spent hundreds or even hundreds of years of precipitation before they can comprehend the trick, but Byakuya Kuchiki means that, normally speaking, the process of people in the Soul Society accumulating spiritual power, not enough spiritual power, the process of obtaining Bankai. After all, when Byakuya Kuchiki said this, how long had Kurosaki Ichigo been a Shinigami, and the way he became a Shinigami was lent to him by someone else's spiritual power, but what Byakuya Kuchiki didn't know was that Kurosaki Ichigo at that time was already inspired. It is no longer borrowing Rukia Kuchiki's spiritual power after borrowing his own Shinigami spiritual power. The topic is far away. At this time, Kuchiki Clan feels that the burden on his shoulders is heavy. After all, he has also secretly learned that the Kuchiki family is now only 3 strong men of the 7th rank. The 3 nobles have how much is still uncertain, but the 6th-tier powerhouse is definitely much more than the Kuchiki family and other 3 high-ranking nobles combined. If he himself cannot become an advanced combat force, then he has no ability to control the direction of the war at all. Kuchiki Clan's Zanpakuto is very strong, especially for souls that use spiritual power, and don't forget, Kuchiki Clan has 2 Zanpakuto. After Kuchiki Clan returned to the branch house, he returned directly to his small yard and started a new round of penance. Unknowingly, 50 years have passed, and Kuchiki Genya is 150 years old. In these 50 years, except for him, his father Kuchiki has become older, and he has seen that Kuchiki Tobii is also older. Kuchiki Gen doesn't understand, the 2 of them have never been injured, but their branch has a short lifespan. Also growing old is Kuchiki Guren, the head of the Kuchiki family. At this time, everyone in the outside world knows that Kuchiki Guren is getting old irresistibly, but as Kuchiki Guren gets older, his strength becomes stronger. He has gone up a level, and now he has the strength above the 7th order median, which can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Of course, people outside also know that there can only be one reason for Kuchiki Honglien to grow old, that is, he has overdrawn his life and fought. As for the reason, everyone is not a fool. What is the natural way? Those who are interested have already noticed that the storm is about to come between the nobles of the Soul Society, and it is very likely that a war will start. Yes, war is coming. As Kuchiki Guren is getting older and older, not to mention the 3 major nobles, even the Shihuan family and Shiba family headed by the Kuchiki family have begun to sit still. You must know that if Kuchiki Guren dead, then before Kuchiki Aota catches up with his father's strength, their high-ranking nobles will never be able to compete with the big nobles, so the high-ranking nobles have already started preparing for war. However, they seem to have overlooked one person, Kuchiki Clan from Kuchiki Branch House. For 50 years, Kuchiki Clan has lived in seclusion and has hardly stepped out of the gate of his courtyard. This also made the 3 nobles feel at ease. After all, the failure of tracking 50 years ago gave the 3 nobles a good meal. They were flustered, but nothing happened in the end, and with Kuchiki Clan's seclusion, they let down a little bit of their guard. At this time, Kuchiki Clan was still sitting in his yard as before, but everything was different. At this time, the spiritual power of Kuchiki Clan fluctuated, as if something was constantly agitating Kuchiki Clan's spiritual power, causing Kuchiki Clan's spiritual power, Ryatsu, to fluctuate. Bakudo is placed around, otherwise the fluctuation of Ryatsu will be transmitted. Soon, the fluctuation of Kuchiki Clan's spiritual power disappeared, and then Kuchiki Clan let out a long breath, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he said happily to himself, "Is this the 7th level?" Sure enough, it is the same as the 6th level. It's completely different when you get it. No wonder you can get it after Bankai reached the 7th level. It's the most perfect way to get Bankai in the past. Speaking of this, Kuchiki Clan raised his wooden sheath knife to his eyes with a smile, and then said, Yanemo, you have been waiting for a long time, in order to wait until the 7th level to contact you, but it has been 50 years. This time, you can be completely released. As I said a long time ago, Kuchiki Clan is different from others. His Zanpakuto is generated by the system, and there is no situation where Zanpakuto disobeys the master. Therefore, as long as Kuchiki Clan thinks about it, as long as the spiritual power arrives, Bankai will come naturally. The fire of karma is burning, clear away the chaotic world. Purify. Yanemo. Following Kuchiki Clan's words of liberation, the staff knife that was originally in Kuchiki Clan's hand immediately turned into a black and mighty long sword Yanemo under the burning of the black flame. Bankai, the Yanemo karmic fire space. And the next moment, under the silent release of Kuchiki Clan's spiritual power, Yanemo was completely liberated. With the liberation of Bankai, the black sword Enma that was supposed to be covered by the black flames, at this time the black flames all converged in an instant, and then disappeared, but a powerful wave spread, instantly covering a large area around Kuchiki Clan, all dyed black, white and red. Kuchiki Clan's eyes widened and he began to feel his own Bankai, and after a while, Kuchiki Clan's face showed joy. He knew the ability of his Bankai. First of all, his Bankai, the Yanemo Karma Space, is a domain-type Bankai, and this domain is quite rigorous, with almost no dead ends. The function of this domain is that as long as it is anything in the domain, no matter whether it is a person or a thing, as long as Kuchiki Xuanshin moves, it will be strengthened, and the invisible hell fire will be burned to ashes in an instant. Of course, since it is the ability of Zanpakuto, it is natural to consider the strength of Ryatsu. But this enhanced version of hell karma has a high upper limit, and it will increase in power as Kuchiki's mysterious power improves. However, the more powerful the ability, the greater the restrictions. The scope of Kuchiki Clan is very small. Once liberated, the marked range will only be centered on Kuchiki Clan, which is about 3 feet away from Feng Yuan, which is a radius of 15 meters. A circular range, and if Kuchiki Clan pushes it with all his strength, it can expand to about 5 feet. Also, the spiritual power consumption of the Great Yanma karmic fire space is quite terrifying. If it is fully used, Kuchiki Clan's at this time spiritual power can only last for 15 seconds, and if the most basic range is maintained, it can last for about a minute. This can't help but make Kuchiki Clan satisfied with Bankai's power. At the same time, he can't help complaining about Bankai's restrictions and consumption. When you buy something with spiritual power, whether it is a spiritual power user or a whole, virtual, it will replenish a part of the spiritual power consumed by Kuchiki Clan. Kuchiki Clan took back Bankai, just that little time consumption has already consumed a lot of spiritual power for Kuchiki Clan. Phew, it seems that such a Bankai, with less than the 8th level of spiritual power, can't sustain it for a long time. The consumption is too horrible. Kuchiki Clan shook his head and said. But immediately, Kuchiki Clan laughed again. Being able to recover the spiritual power consumed by killing the enemy is also a good endurance. Yes, in the past 50 years, the situation in the Soul Society has become more and more chaotic, and the hidden struggles are almost on the surface. Not only these, but the occasional assassinations before have also become more and more serious now. More and more, not only Kuchiki Hongren, but even Kuchiki Genta's father, Kuchiki City, has been assassinated. Fortunately, Kuchiki City's strength is not bad, and the assassins were repelled, otherwise the war has not officially started. Kuchiki the family will lose a branch house owner first. However, although Kuchiki City is fine, the three nobles, Kuchiki, Shihuan, Shiba, and other members of the three families have more or less experienced assassination, and there will naturally be losses, but the three nobles are not families waiting to die, also started his own counterattack, not to mention other things, assassination or something. Can there be a criminal army professional trained by Shihuan's family? In this way, the three great nobles and the three nobles have launched a phase of mutual assassination that lasted for 30 years, but Kuchiki Clan believes that this phase of assassination will soon pass, and a frontal war will begin. It has to be said that Kuchiki Clan's premonition was very accurate. On the 5th day after Kuchiki Clan realized Bankai and began to consolidate his strength, the clan sent a message that at the noble meeting, the Onitsuka family directly tore apart the face with the Kuchiki family. Has declared war. For a while, the Soul Society was full of turmoil, but to Kuchiki's surprise, the war still needs to be declared. Isn't it just started? This is Kuchiki Clan's bad idea. Kuchiki Clan has forgotten that there is a Spirit King above the Soul Society's head. It is impossible to watch the Soul Society in a mess and start a war like that. But once the nobles declare war, unless one party loses, they will completely admit that he lost, or was exterminated, otherwise the war will not end, and the Spirit King will not intervene. To be honest, the Spirit King himself would not interfere. Kuchiki Clan didn't know whether the Spirit King would care about the Soul Society's war or not, and he didn't want to know, he only knew that he was going to fight soon. Taking time out, Kuchiki Clan took a look at his own information in the system, and the changes are quite big. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age, 151, Soul. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, lower than 7th level, subdivided into complete, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yen-mo, Shirkai, Bankai, Great Yen-mo Karmic Fire Space, Liberation Language, the karmic fire is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify. Yen-mo. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai unknown, Liberation Language, 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it. Time difference. Reward ability, Super Sense Talent, Shuanpa level promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation. Possess abilities, Kendo, Secret, White Hits, Secret, Shuanpa, 100 Secret, Kido, 88th. I don't know if I don't read it, but after I read it, I found out that Kuchiki Clan has not fought a real battle with anyone for 150 years. Clan said that a battle that does not risk one's life is not a battle at all. Kuchiki Castle has sent someone to inform Kuchiki Clan, telling him that 3 days later, the 3 major nobles will officially start war with the Kuchiki family, Shihuan family, and Shiba family, but the remaining great noble family, the Tsuneyashiro family, will participate in the war or not. Is unclear. Moreover, not only the Tsuneyashiro family on the side of the big nobles, but also the situation of the Yamamoto family and the Kasumaji family on the high-level nobles side is also very confusing. As for the Mahara family, let's not mention it. The Muyuan family began to decline after Kuchiki Clan was born. In the 150 years of Kuchiki Clan's growth, the Muyuan family can be said to have gone from bad to worse. At this time, the Muyuan family has already declined and downgraded without the help of the big nobles. It's on the verge, and the Muyuan family doesn't even have a decent patriarch at this time, so it's ridiculous if you say it. However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, so we should take some precautions. Kuchiki Clan and Kuchiki Honren talked about it before. Kuchiki Hongren's spy in the Muyuan family discovered that the acting patriarch of the Muyuan family had a relationship with Onizuka. There has been contact with the family, which makes Kuchiki Xian have to take care. After all, no matter what the Muyuan family is, it is still the size of a high-ranking nobleman. Although there is not a decent patriarch of the 7th-level powerhouse, there are still a considerable number of 6th-level powerhouses. At the beginning, Kuchiki Xian also said that if the Muyuan family turned against him, then Kuchiki Xian would be responsible for cleaning up the Muyuan family. There's two. It's just that the nobles are difficult to deal with because of the large population. It is absolutely impossible to fight alone at this point in time. However, now, Kuchiki Xian has a lot of confidence. He is now a person who has learned Bankai. Although Bankai consumes a lot, the Bankai with battery life can deal with opponents weaker than him. The more the better. 3 days later, it will be the day of war, but Kuchiki Xian is not going to wait any longer, he is going to take a few guys who have annoyed him for decades first. There have never been 5 groups of people, which made Kuchiki Xian very angry. Now that his face has been torn, there is nothing to bear. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Xian smiled slightly, and restored Zanpakuto Yen Mo to the shape of a wooden sheath knife, and then inserted it in his belt. Kuchiki Xuan stood up, and then turned his spiritual sense to the maximum. 1, 2, 3, 4, is there only 4 people? I really look down on the young master, send 4 6th-level lower ranks. What kind of rubbish is there to spy on me? Alright, I'll take the 4 of you. As soon as the voice fell, Kuchiki Xian disappeared in the same place in an instant, running towards the 4 monitors he found. The strength of the 4 monitors is not good, they are all the kind of garbage with 6th-level spiritual power. After all, spiritual power emptiness and spiritual knives are not necessarily shirkai. For Kuchiki Xian, such rubbish is a one-knife item. At this time, 4 monitors were about 1 kilometer away from Kuchiki Shenyuan, carefully monitoring the movement of Kuchiki branch house. They were sent by the 3 nobles and the Yamamoto family. A 6th-level powerhouse from the branch house of the great noble Onizuka's family. Of course, this kind of person is the same as a free hand to Kuchiki Gen, but for normal people in the Soul Society, reaching the 6th level is a real big dude. At this time, the 4 of them were discussing something together, only to hear one of them say, "Hey, I heard that war has been declared, how long do we need to monitor?" Well, it seems that the day of the decisive battle is 3 days later, maybe we won't need to monitor by then. In 3 days? That's fast. You don't have to wait for 3 days, how about I send everyone on the road now? Before one of the 4 could finish speaking, Kuchiki Xian's voice suddenly appeared, startling all 4 of them. Who? Among them, the 6th-ranked middle-level powerhouse of the Onizuka family shouted in shock and anger. Who? You monitor me every day, don't you know who I am? At this time, Kuchiki Xian slowly stood behind the 4 of them. The 4 of them were facing the yard of their home, and he was standing behind the 4 of them now. You. Kuchiki Xian. The Onizuka family's short, wretched-looking 6th-order powerhouse recognized Kuchiki Xian and said stutteringly. Well, you've been watching me for decades, it's been hard work, I'll send you on the road today, let you have a good rest. Kuchiki Xian slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. When the 4 of them saw it, it was obvious that this could not be done well. As a nobleman, he had experienced all kinds of battles. Although even the 4 of them were in shock, they still didn't lose the 6th-order powerhouse. The faces of this title also pulled out the spiritual knives from their waists one after another. And the Onizuka family member also pulled out the knife from his waist and said, Kuchiki Xian, don't know what is good or bad, you have to know that the war will start 3 days later, if you dare to attack us now, you are playing with fire. Okay, don't be bluffing here, the 3 nobles are busy preparing for the battle now, how can they care about you, even if you are dead now, they won't know, even if they know, so what? Kuchiki Xian said disdainfully, following the voice, Kuchiki Xian instantly released his 7th-level aura. In an instant, the huge Ryatsu pressed down, and the four of them were instantly ashamed, and their legs trembled so much that they almost knelt down. The moment Kuchiki Gen's huge Ryatsu was pressed down, the four of them knew that they were doomed. They didn't expect that this Kuchiki Gen, who was regarded as a serious problem by their respective patriarchs, had really reached the peak in just 150 years. The realm that everyone in the Soul Society dreams of, the 7th level. The 7th level, the extremely spiritual person, the ultimate spiritual power user. There is a difference between the 7th level and the 6th level, but once this hurdle is passed, it is like a fish jumping over the dragon's gate, resulting in a qualitative change. Kuchiki Xian took advantage of the time when the four people were stunned by him, and the next moment Kuchiki Xian didn't talk nonsense, and directly pulled out the knife from his waist. The flames of karma are burning, clean up the chaotic world. Enma, directly liberated Enma in his hand, but this it's not over yet. After Kuchiki Gen released Enma, his Ryatsu quickly began to climb, and then only Kuchiki Gen said flatly, Bankai. This Bankai directly shattered the last luck of the four of them. It is because although the four of them are useless, they can work together to deal with a 7th level powerhouse who only knows Shirkai. Courage, but at this moment when they heard the word Bankai, the faces of the four instantly turned ashen. In order for you to die with peace of mind, I simply let you die under my Bankai. You should be honored, you are the first batch of creatures to die under my Bankai. Bankai, Great Yama, Karmic Fire Space. In an instant, black, white, and red three-color fields appeared, covering the four monitors at once, and the next moment, the four of them turned into flying ash all over the sky without warning. As the four turned into fly ash, the spirit knives in their hands fell to the ground, and then turned into spirit particles bit by bit, slowly being absorbed by Kuchiki Xian's domain. Then, Kuchiki Xian quickly released his Bankai. Bankai took too much energy. Just then, part of Kuchiki Xian's spiritual energy was consumed like flowing water. Fortunately, the four of them died in the Bankai domain. At any rate, it added some consumption, which made Kuchiki Xian more or less feel a little bit at ease. It took him 3 seconds from using Bankai to the end, and then he consumed 30% of his total spiritual power in 3 seconds. Of course, he used Bankai with the largest range. Such consumption is understandable, but the 4 guys after his death, he recovered about 60% of the consumed spiritual power, which is 2/3. Calculated, Kuchiki Xian consumed a total of about 10% of the spiritual power. Of course, this is because the 4 people killed by him are all spiritual power users above the 6th level. If the level is lower, the recovered spiritual power may be even less. After all, the creature that was eliminated by the invisible karma has the amount of spiritual power. It is impossible for creatures with less spiritual power to recover more spiritual power consumption, which is completely unrealistic. Generally speaking, it's okay. I can't prevent a lot of close-ups at my speed. Kuchiki Xian made an evaluation of his Bankai performance just now. To be honest, Yen Mo's Bankai is really strong. All kinds of powerful Bankai in the original book are not inferior, but the disadvantage is also quite obvious, that is, it consumes a lot of money. Of course, with the improvement of Kuchiki's mysterious spiritual power, this defect will also be improved, but after all, the flaws do not conceal the merits. Great power is great power. Kuchiki Gen glanced at the direction of his home again, then turned and left. He was going to contact Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Gyuren to see what they thought about the upcoming noble war. First of all, Kuchiki Xian must have gone to find Yamamoto Shigekuni, and after coming out of Yamamoto Shigekuni, he went to Kuchiki's house again. Kuchiki Xian basically passed without concealment. Before he killed the 4 monitors, he had already pulled out the eyes of the 3 nobles. In a short time, the 3 nobles would never have thought that the 4 people sent by them he was killed without even sending any news back. And Kuchiki Xian also knows that even if the 3 nobles know about the 4 people's death, the 3 of them have no extra energy to deal with Kuchiki Xian's affairs at this time. I still need to be wary of the 3 great nobles. At that time, if Kuchiki Clan was dealt with, the Kuchiki family had nothing to say, but now the situation is different. Now that the face has been torn apart, and 3 days later, the bloody battle of you stabbing me and stabbing you will start. Dead people are nothing, so the nature is different, and the results represented are also different. Kuchiki Clan soon came out from Kuchiki's house. He got a very unpleasant news from Kuchiki's house. The Muyuan family completely fell to the Onitsuka family. Speaking of the Muyuan family, they can be regarded as an ancient family in the Soul Society, but since Kuchiki Clan came to this Soul Society, their Muyuan family has been going downhill, and even now even the head of a 7th-rank powerhouse if they can't be chosen, one can imagine how far the Muyuan family has fallen. Kuchiki Clan can understand the choice of the Muyuan family. After all, it is necessary to choose a team for the family. If the Muyuan family still has a 7th-rank powerhouse, then they will definitely choose to stand with the Kuchiki family and other high-level nobles. After all, they are also high-level nobles, but now their Muyuan family can't protect themselves. Without the support of their family, the situation of the 3 nobles can be said to be quite difficult. The Muyuan family is not optimistic that the 3 nobles can win this war and ascend to the pinnacle of power. The Muyuan family completely turned to each other after the 3 great nobles declared war. But understanding is understanding. Kuchiki Clan does not agree with their approach, compromise without even fighting, and then defect. What is the difference between this and a coward? So Kuchiki Clan is very angry. What he has to do is, before the war comes, completely erase the Muyuan family from Soul Society. Originally, Kuchiki Guren was still tangled about whether to let Kuchiki Clan take action, but when he saw Kuchiki Clan, he was completely shocked, and then the shock turned into ecstasy. In the middle of the year, he became a powerhouse of the 7th rank in comprehended Bankai. One must know that the blood of high nobles like them, 150 years old, is still an age that needs to be studied, which is what later generations call the age of teenagers. It might not even reach that level. Therefore, Kuchiki Hongren is completely relieved. Kuchiki Hongren, who is already too old, will instantly look younger with the injection of Kuchiki Clan's booster. This time the war will be his last battle. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he will not be able to see what happened after the war. Originally, he was still worried that if he left, who could really provoke the Kuchiki family? The appearance of Kuchiki Clan made him completely relieved. Not only that, but as Kuchiki Honglian completely let go of his knots, as if something had been broken, the stagnant 7th level median strength has also risen, reaching the level of the 7th level upper rank. Soul Society, the residence of the Muyuan family. At this time, Kuchiki Clan was standing outside the gate of the Muyuan family. Kuchiki Clan looked at the dilapidated gate of the Muyuan family, and after sensing the population of the Muyuan family, he couldn't help feeling a sense of sadness in his heart. It turns out that the Muyuan family has fallen to this level. Unconsciously, Kuchiki Clan said such a sentence. Following Kuchiki Clan's voice, the dilapidated door of Muyuan's house creaked open, and a little boy walked out of Muyuan's house. The little boy looked about 10 years old, and he looked very cute. He had short black hair. Blue's eyes make people want to hold them in their arms after seeing them. As soon as the little boy came out, he saw Kuchiki Clan standing at the door. His eyes lit up immediately, and then he ran over cheerfully and said, "Brother Clan, you are indeed here. Originally, my father told me that you were here and asked me to welcome you. I still don't believe it." Genta. Kuchiki Clan looked at the little boy in front of him and frowned. This cute little boy is called Muyuan Yuantai. He is the son of the current acting head of the Muyuan family. He is just 100 years old, but his strength has reached the level of the 5th level upper class. He is definitely a genius that the Muyuan family has not encountered in hundreds of years. Originally, Kuchiki Clan and him have known each other for a long time, and they are also of the same age. Of course, Kuchiki Clan is more than 40 years older, but this does not prevent the two from getting along and communicating happily. But now, Kuchiki Clan can't tell Muyuan Yuanta that he is here to clean up their family, but since Yuan Tai was sent to invite Kuchiki Xian, then Kuchiki Xian might as well go in and see what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd of Muyuan's family. Kuchiki Xian followed Muyuan Yuan Tai into the Muyuan family. Kuchiki Xian had already scanned it just now. At this time, the Muyuan family was sparsely populated. Not only were there not many people, but the quality was not good. There were only about 10 people who were stronger than Muyuan Yuan Tai. Discovering this situation, Kuchiki Xian frowned. He knew that there was a problem with the Muyuan family, but he didn't expect the problem to be so serious. There are less than 2 pieces in total for a strong person, above the 5th rank, who can see the situation. 10. Such a number is simply an insult to a high-ranking nobleman. You must know that the number of qualified middle-level noblemen at the next level may exceed that of the Muyuan family at this time. Of course, most of the strongmen mentioned here are the 5th order is not a strong person with the 6th order as the standard. Kuchiki Xian feels the downfall of the Muyuan family at this time, and probably knows why the Muyuan family chose to defect to the camp of the 3 nobles. There is no way that their family is too weak. Even if they join the camp of the Kuchiki family, it was also given for nothing, and the 3 great nobles would wipe out the family in a few clicks. However, after taking refuge in the 3 great nobles at this time, there is still a chance of life, and they can keep their own fire. However, at present, it seems that it is already an extravagant hope. After all, Kuchiki Xian is here. Kuchiki Xian is still a little puzzled, why the people of the Muyuan family would know of his arrival, but he came to the Muyuan family directly from the Kuchiki family. With doubts in his heart, Kuchiki quickly followed Muyuan Yuan Tai to the main hall of the patriarch. At this time, the acting patriarch of the Muyuan family, that is, the father of Muyuan Yuan Tai, was a mild-looking man with a spiritual knife in his waist. The middle-aged man stood outside the main hall, waiting for Kuchiki Xian's arrival. The middle-aged man's name is Muyuan General Tai, the father of Muyuan Yuan Tai. His strength is probably at the upper level of the 6th rank, and he has just met the conditions for the completion of cultivation, but for a high-ranking nobleman, the strongest in the clan is only the 6th rank. At the top of the rank, the strength is too low. Seeing Kuchiki Xian's arrival, Makino Mashoda smiled on his face and said, "Kuchiki Xian, the first genius of Kuchiki's house, we haven't seen each other for a long time." At this time, Kuchiki Xian and Muyuan Motoda also stopped, and Kuchiki Xian heard Muyuan Shoda's words, and said lightly, "Yeah, it's been a long time since I saw you, but I didn't expect that it would be like this when we meet again. You must be very clear about the situation, my reason for coming, Uncle Muyuan." Kuchiki Xian also called Muyuan Shoda this way. The reason is because of the cemetery genta. After all, Kuchiki Xian is not a task-oriented person. His personal emotions have always been very rich. Even now, the 2 families are already hostile. But personal feelings are personal feelings, and hostile relationships are hostile relationships. Kuchiki Xian clearly distinguishes them. Well, sure enough, you are a person with a clear distinction between likes and hates. Hearing Kuchiki Xian's address, Muyuan Shoda didn't care about Kuchiki Xian's slightly cold tone, but cared more about Kuchiki Xian's attitude towards their family, and then slightly he said with relief, "Well, of course I know what you are here for. After all, we chose this path ourselves, but I didn't expect it would really be you. But it's okay." Muyuan Shoda smiled and nodded while talking, then continued for a moment of silence, "Genta, I have already told him, but I think you can promise me one thing." "Oh." Kuchiki Xian took a slightly surprised look at Muyuan Yuanta, who was expressionless at this time, and lowered his head. He didn't expect that Muyuan Shoda had already informed Yuanta of his purpose of coming, and he was a little unclear for a while. "Chu Muyuan will tell you what to do." Seeing Kuchiki Xian's reaction, Mahara Shoda smiled again, and said, "Young Genta, I have always had a good relationship with you. The choice of our adults is the choice of adults. I once again hope that you, Xian, can take Yuanta away. If you agree, then from now on, Yuantai will no longer be a member of the Muyuan family." Hearing the words of Muyuan Shoda, Kuchiki Clan, who is a man of the third generation, was also slightly shocked. He didn't expect that this was what Ouyang Xuan wanted to ask him to do. This was something he never thought of. Uncle Ouyang, who is this? Kuchiki Clan frowned and asked Motoda Mahara. Well, I knew you would be so surprised. I didn't expect that I, General Makino, could surprise Kuchiki Clan in my lifetime. It's really gratifying. Seeing Kuchiki Clan's reaction, General Makino said with a smile, and then his face became serious. Said, don't doubt, this is what I want to ask you, our choice is our choice, Yuan-tai is innocent. Kuchiki Clan frowned, looking at Motoda Mahara who hadn't said a word since he came in. He also understood at this time that Motoda Mahara must have known everything about it, that's why he reacted like this. Why? Kuchiki Clan asked. Why? It's very simple, because of you. General Ouyang said in a relaxed tone. Me? Kuchiki wondered. Yes, it's you, I've known for a long time. Once the news of our defection to the Onitsuka family gets out, that guy Kuchiki Guren will definitely clean us up, so we're betting who the cleanup is. I bet it's you. I bet, this person is you, and now it seems that I won the bet. At this time, Masahiro Ouyang had Fotzi's sincere smile on his face. Why, was the same question as always. Because, if it was you who came here, you must not be the kind of killing machine without self-esteem. If it were you, you would definitely agree to my request. Masahiro Mahara said. Just because of this? Just because of my personal relationship with Genta, and because I'm not the killing machine you said? Hearing Masamune Mahara's slightly rude words, Kuchiki twitched his eyes and asked angrily. Following the surge of anger, the Ryatsu on Kuchiki Clan Yi's body burst out instantly, making Masada Makino's complexion instantly ugly. Masahiro Makino leaned on the huge Ryatsu of the lower rank of Kuchiki Xuanchi, with sweat dripping from his forehead, and then said with difficulty, it's not what you think. No. What's that? Kuchiki Clan frowned, bypassing Ryatsu away from Motoda Makihara, and directly pressing on Shota Makinohara. And Ouyang Yuan-tai discovered his idol brother, and bypassed the pressure on himself. While he was happy, he looked at his father worriedly. He didn't know whether his father could convince his idol and his own father. Good friend and big brother. Kuchiki Clan, you don't have to test me. I have no other choice from the beginning to the end. Ouyang said with too much difficulty, if we firmly follow the Kuchiki family, we will not even have room to struggle. You know, if we don't agree to lead to the Onitsuka family, the Onizuka family will come earlier than you didn't expect it, so we have no choice. Speaking of this, General Ouyang took a look at Ouyang Yuan-tai, his eyes were full of comfort and love, and then he said firmly, in order for Yuan-tai to survive, and for Yuan-tai to keep a little bit of fire in the Ouyang family, even if Yuan-tai doesn't give up, it is enough for us that the Ouyang family's surname survives. When General Ouyang said this, his tone was firm and powerful. Kuchiki Clan was also touched by General Ouyang, and his eyes were shocked. He never thought that the Ouyang family would make such a heroic move in order to protect Ouyang Yuan-ta. Sacrifice. You guys. Kuchiki Clan retracted his huge Ryatsu while talking, and then looked at Shota Makino with complicated eyes. You know, Uncle Ouyang, I can't let you go. I know, I never expected that you would let us go, but I'm still very relieved to know that it's you. Masahiro Makuhara looked at Kuchiki Clan and said sincerely. Hearing what Mahara Shota said, Kuchiki Clan sighed and closed his eyes, slowly raised his head. He was thinking about whether it was right for him to do so. After a while, Kuchiki Clan opened his eyes again, looked at Mashoda Makino who had been staring at him and said, okay, I agree. Great. General Ouyang seemed to jump up when he heard Kuchiki Clan's answer. I knew that if it was you, Clan, you would definitely save Yuan-ta, so starting from the insurance funds, Yuan-tai he is no longer Ouyang. That's enough. Kuchiki Clan interrupted Masho Makihara roughly when he was about to say that he would drive Genta out of the house, but Masho Mohara didn't know what Kuchiki Clan wanted for a while. "Ah Clan, you?" General Mu Yuan said uncertainly. "Enough, no need, how could the person I, Kuchiki Clan want to protect, let him abandon his surname? Today, let me let it go, no matter who it is, as long as I, Kuchiki Clan, is alive." Then he, Kuchiki Clan, pointed to Muyuan Motoda, who was a little confused, and said, "He, Muyuan Motoda, will always live with this name." I said it. The words were sonorous and powerful, as if the clouds in the sky were shocked by Kuchiki Clan's courage, and slowly dissipated in the sky. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, Maharaja Mashoda and Motoda Mahara were completely dumbfounded, and Masaki Makino's lips trembled even more, and tears burst out of his eyes instantly. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, Clan." Masamune Muyuan couldn't say anything else at this time, while Yuenta Muyuan pursed his lips and tried hard to stop his tears from falling. "That's enough." Kuchiki Clan took a deep breath. He didn't like the sensational part very much. He stopped Muyuan Masada from continuing, but said, "Genta, I'm sure, no matter who it is, I Kuchiki Clan I said it, but you should also have an understanding of the matter of your Muyuan family. People will pay the price for doing wrong things." After speaking, Kuchiki Clan turned around and walked towards the outside of Muyuan's house. He hoped to solve the other members of Muyuan's family there, and he didn't want to destroy every plant and tree here. Motoda Mahara watched Kuchiki Clan go out, and immediately followed Kuchiki Clan's pace, because he knew that only by following Kuchiki Clan all the time could he survive, and he could live as Motoda Mahara. Muyuan Shoda looked at Kuchiki Clan who was walking out, muttered, "Thank you," several times again, his eyes became firm, and then shouted, "The Muyuan family obeys the order, gather outside the clan, and prepare to fight." After finishing speaking, General Muyuan took off the coat he was wearing, tightened the belt around his waist, and strode towards the door. The members of the Muyuan family who were able to fight also began to gather outside the clan. They knew the result a long time ago. Now that Yuentai's problem is solved, they feel a lot more relaxed. The rest is just like what Kuchiki Clan said. Yes, people have to pay the price for doing wrong things. He can keep Muyuan Yuantai who has no decision-making power, but the Muyuan family must be cleaned up. This is the law of this world. Soon Kuchiki Clan took Muyuan Yuenta to stand in the open space outside Muyuan's house, followed by Muyuan Shoda, and came out from the gate of Muyuan's house in a file. According to Kuchiki Clan's rough count, there are about 30 or 40 people in the Muyuan family, but many of them are not even at the 5th level. Such opponents, Kuchiki Clan has no interest at all. "General Muyuan, you people below the 5th level don't have to participate in the battle, no matter what the outcome is, they will have no effect." Kuchiki Clan has already called General Muyuan by name at this time, because at this time it represents him who came to deal with the Muyuan family, not the Kuchiki Clan who had a personal relationship with the Muyuan family. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's name, Makino Mashoda didn't react too much. The result was doomed the moment they came out. "Okay, what you said is right, not to mention the people below the 5th level, even the people of the 5th level will not be able to hinder you, even if it is me, I may or may not be able to cause any substantial harm to you, but I will be exterminated. You have to struggle, don't you?" General Mu Yuan slowly pulled out the knife from his waist, and said calmly. As Mu Yuan took out his saber, the Muyuan people behind him were divided into two groups. One group slowly drew out his saber, and the other retreated towards the rear. The ones who drew out their knives were naturally the Muyuan people above the 5th rank who were ready to fight, while those who retreated were naturally those below the 5th rank. Seeing the actions of the Muyuan people, Kuchiki Clan nodded slightly. He admired the Muyuan family. As for the approach, he did not agree with it, but his personal position was different. He could not say that General Muyuan did too much wrong. "It's a pity that there is a way for my family to continue, but unfortunately, no matter which way, it is full of thorns." Kuchiki Clan looked at Shoda Mahara, then looked at Motoda Mahara with complex eyes, narrowed his eyes slightly and said again, "Shoda Mahara, I will give you a choice, or an opportunity." "Oh. I would like to hear more about it." Masahiro Mahara said after hearing Kuchiki Xian's words, slightly startled. After Kuchiki Xian glanced at Muyuan Genta again, he said lightly, I have a choice for you. If you choose to fight with me, if you win, the result goes without saying. If you lose, your Muyuan family's fourth order, the clansmen with the above spiritual power, will all kill themselves. How about I let the others go? Hearing Kuchiki Xian's words, Mahara Shoda immediately widened his eyes, and asked excitedly, is this true? Not only him, but even Motoda Mahara next to Kuchiki Xian stared wide-eyed. While he was a little happy in his heart, he was also a little puzzled by what Kuchiki Xian did. Don't be confused, I'm doing this for my own reasons. Kuchiki Xian seemed to know Motoda Mahara's heart, and said something in a low voice. Hearing what Kuchiki Xian said, Muyuan Motoda was shocked. He felt that the reason why Kuchiki Xian did this was for himself, but as smart as him, he also faintly felt that besides this, Kuchiki Xian had other reasons. He didn't want to drive the Muyuan family to extinction. To be honest, Kuchiki Xian did have selfish intentions. After experiencing the thriving Soul Society, Kuchiki Xian discovered that the Soul Society or Jingling Court in the original works of later generations was pitifully small, not to mention anything else. The so-called Soul Society, there are dozens of nobles, and even more commoners. In addition, it is common sense that the stronger a person is in the Soul Society, the longer their lifespan will be. As long as there is no external interference, the lifespan of the strong will be horribly long, so the population of the nobles can be said to be quite prosperous, and the population of Jingling Court in later generations is sparse. It's like a cloud and mud. Kuchiki Xian speculates that the imminent war of nobles is one reason, and the Millennium War after Jinglingting was established is another reason. Internal and external troubles are the main reason for the sparse population of Soul Society. So at this time, Kuchiki Xian wants the Soul Society to keep more fire, and Muyuan Yuanta is in charge, and it doesn't hurt to leave some members of the Muyuan family who are not too strong, so there is a scene where Kuchiki Xian asks Muyuan Yuantai to choose. How about Shota Makihara? What is your choice? Kuchiki Xian looked at Shota Makara and said. Are you really going to let them go? I don't have to lie to you. Kuchiki Xian said indifferently. Okay. I choose to fight alone with you. Muyuan General Tai didn't hesitate and responded quickly. And the Muyuan family members behind him were about to say something, but they were stopped by General Muyuan's eyes, and then he said, needless to say, I understand what you want to say, but you think too much. No matter how much we go up people, the result is the same. Why not let me weigh the talent that the Soul Society has seen in 1,000 years? Patriarch. A group of members of the Muyuan family shouted. They also knew that the final result would not be different, but they couldn't watch their patriarch die. That's enough, don't take other people's kindness for granted. General Mu Yuan shouted sharply. After being reprimanded like this, everyone realized that their life and death are actually in the hands of Kuchiki Xian. Kuchiki Xian was kind enough to be stupid to give such an opportunity. But in their view, it is meaningless at all. To Kuchiki Xian, it has different meanings. However, whether these people understand it or not, it has nothing to do with Kuchiki Xian. What he wants is the impact they will have after they live, and not the living themselves. Seeing the clansmen retreating, General Mu Yuan showed a wry smile on his face, and said, I'll make you laugh, Xian. Kuchiki Xian waved his hand and said, It's okay, I don't care, but you, if you are ready, then let's start. Okay. Mahara Masada nodded and said, then raised his foot and walked towards Kuchiki Xian's position. Every step Maharada Makuhara's aura increased by 1 point. Seeing Mahara Masada's movements, Kuchiki Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, indicating that Muyuan Yuanta should stay away, then closed his eyes, squatted slightly, with his left hand holding the scabbard, and his right hand backhanded on the scabbard, feeling the feeling of getting stronger and stronger. The closer he got, the more imposing Masada Mahara became stronger. The next moment, with a bang, Kuchiki Xian disappeared in place. Kuchiki Xian disappeared so happily. Among the people present, only Masahiro Makihara saw a trace of Kuchiki Xian's movement. Discover. Just relying on the slightest trace found, Muyuan General Tai's face changed drastically, and he raised his knife in a hurry to slash, and with a clang, Kuchiki Xian's knife had already landed on Shana, whom Muyuan slashed Tai horizontally. But with huge force, General Muyuan was directly sent flying. After Muyuan was chopped off, Kuchiki Xian was unforgiving. Xuanpa came out again and immediately followed Muyuan's figure. It was too late to say it, but it was too late. Kuchiki Xian's sword was about to fall, but in the next second, Kuchiki Xian switched to kicking, and kicked Muyuan, who was leaning sideways, on the waist, and kicked him flying out. After flying Shota Mahara, Kuchiki Xian stood on the spot, holding Zanpakuto in his hand, looked at Shota Mahara who fell in the distance and said, "Your foundation is too weak, Shota Mahara, you should take out your whole card, otherwise you won't even be able to see my Shirkai." Yes, Kuchiki Xian didn't talk nonsense. In terms of the overall strength of Mahara Shota, if he didn't show his cards, then Kuchiki Xian could kill him without even Shirkai. After being kicked into the air in the distance, General Muyuan fell to the ground in embarrassment, and then rolled around a few times before stabilizing his body and struggling to stand up. After Masahiro Makina stood up, he took a few breaths, because although Kuchiki Genna's kick was serious, but the waist is an important airport of the body, and it is normal for the breath to be short of breath after being injured. After taking a breath, Muyuan held the knife in front of Tai's hands, and said, "Indeed, as you said, if we don't show our whole cards, the gap between us is really too big. I've known the gap between us for a long time, but for that unrealistic idea, I'm willing to take a gamble." Masada Mahara said. Kuchiki Xian nodded, "In that case, let your horse come here." After that, Kuchiki Xian waved the straight wooden handle knife in his hand, changing it from holding the knife in the forehand to holding the knife in the backhand again. Just such a move made Muyuan Shuta's pupils shrink when he saw the whole process. Although he could also do this step smoothly, compared with Kuchiki Xian's transformation without any sense of disobedience, he was far behind. As expected of Master Shigekuni Yamamoto's disciple, the gap in foundation is too great. Muyuan Jiangtai thought secretly. However, no matter what, he had to fight today, and he would bet his life just for the sake of his clansmen. Thinking of this, Mahara Masada's eyes became firm with godhood. The wind has no appearance, swallows dance in the sky. As Mahara Masada chanted, a light green Ryatsu began to exude from him, and as Ryatsu became stronger, slowly the package landed on top of the Zanpakuto in his hand. When the pale green Ryatsu completely enveloped Zanpakuto, Masamune Makino completely let go of the knife in his hand, and then shouted, "Fly, Feng Yen." With the completion of Muyuan Shuta's liberation speech, Zanpakuto, which he let go of, instantly split under the light green light package, and then completely turned into 3 light green animals that are completely composed of Ryatsu in the shape of a falcon. Kuchiki Xian watched Muyuan's liberation, narrowed his eyes slightly, showed a smile, and said, "Not bad, is it called Feng Yen?" "Very good Zanpakuto, what a pity." "Yes, it's a pity and not a pity." Hearing Kuchiki Xian's words, Muyuan, who was surrounded by 3 big green birds, understood Kuchiki Xian's meaning in an instant, and then retorted. "Oh. Interesting, you have worked hard for the family." Kuchiki Xian praised. "That's natural," Muyuan said with a serious face. The conversation between the two was mostly not understood by others, and only the 2 parties involved plus Motoda Mahara understood. The pity Kuchiki Xian said earlier was nothing more than a pity that Shota Mahara has such a rare Kido-style Zanpakuto. I know that the wind element has always been the relatively scarce Zanpakuto type in Soul Society. Even in the original book, there is no real wind element Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto stuff. Only the Feng Yen in front of him is the first wind-type Zanpakuto that Kuchiki Xian has seen in the true sense, and it is still more of a Kido type. Also, another meaning of Kuchiki Xian's pity is that it would be great if we could see Bankai of Feng Yen, which is the whole meaning of Kuchiki Xian. But Shota Makihara said that it is a pity, that it is indeed a pity, because he is not sure that he can beat Kuchiki Clan, so he must die, and it is not a pity. Naturally, he replied that Kuchiki Clan could not see the possibility of Bankai. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan said that to Muyuan again. What he meant was that, for the sake of the family, Muyuan forcibly opened Bankai with a 6th level body, which also means that there will be almost no Muyuan in the future. With the end of the conversation between the two, Kuchiki Clan didn't waste any more time, and directly got up to attack, backhanding to Shuanpa, who was coordinating with Pervert, which also put huge pressure on Makino Shota after Shirkai, but because of the liberation of Zanpakuto, with the help of the wind element Zanpakuto, General Muyuan was able to barely maintain his undefeated. For example, at this time, Kuchiki Clan, relying on his pace much faster than General Muyuan, bullied himself and slashed towards General Muyuan's left rib with a knife, but the green falcon formed by Wind Swallow was extremely fast. General Tai can react with a single thought, which is more than 10 times stronger than General Muyuan holding a knife to defend himself. Moreover, Masada Mahara's Feng Yen, let's call the falcons composed of 3 green energy bodies, Feng Yen. The sharpness of the belt is extremely powerful. If Kuchiki Clan is not careful, he will be easily cut by the wind blade brought by Feng Yen. When Kuchiki Clan was attacking, he had to guard against Feng Yen, which involved a large part of Kuchiki Clan's energy, and for a while, he couldn't help General Muyuan. After finding that common sword attack could not reach his expected target, Kuchiki Clan increased his Ryatsu output, but although Kuchiki Clan's Ryatsu level was much higher than that of Muyuan, after the opponent's Shirkai, the gap was almost it doesn't exist anymore, especially when the opponent has 3 Feng Yen. After seeing Kuchiki Clan being forced to retreat, General Muyuan did not attack immediately. Although he is the acting patriarch, he is definitely not weak in combat experience. He knew what was going on in an instant. Feng Yen took the initiative to attack Kuchiki Clan. Kuchiki Clan saw that Muyuan General Tai actually took the initiative to attack him. His expression was slightly cold, the long knife in his hand flashed coldly, and he cut off the 2 extremely fast Feng Yen, but Feng Yen, who was cut apart in an instant, was reading the words combined into 2 words. 1. Attack Kuchiki Clan. Kuchiki Clan didn't expect Feng Yen to have such an ability. He was caught by Feng Yen without noticing it for a while, and Feng Yen attacked Kuchiki Clan's ribs from left to right. Yes, Kuchiki Clan couldn't avoid it for a while. The moment Feng Yen attacked Kuchiki Clan disappeared in place with a whoosh, leaving only the robe with the Kuchiki family crest that he was wearing before. In the next second, Kuchiki Clan appeared in the distance, and Feng Yen returned to General Muyuan after losing his target. Kuchiki Clan frowned and looked at his coat that had fallen in the distance, and General Muyuan, who was surrounded by the wind and swallows at this time, he really had nothing to do, so he said, General Muyuan, your spiritual knife release ability is very strong, let me have no way to take you down for a while, and you can also counterattack me while defending against my attack, very good. General Muyuan, who was surrounded by Feng Yen, smiled and said, thank you for the compliment, you are right, my Feng Yen is naturally not weak, the only one who is weak is me. Hearing Shota Mahara's words, Kuchiki Clan nodded in agreement. If Shota Mahara's Ryatsu level is the same as his at this time, then it is really not easy for Kuchiki Genta to win Shota Mahara. However, the gap is the gap, Kuchiki Clan nodded slightly and said, indeed, your Feng Yen has both offense and defense, and it is really not easy for me to win you with only the common knife. Let me show you one of my liberations. As he said, Kuchiki Clan held the knife upside down with one hand, and then said, the fire of karma is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify it. Enma. Hearing Kuchiki Clan start to sing the liberation language, Muyuan Masamune's body gradually tensed up. You must know that there are many people in the Soul Society who know that Muyuan Masamune is Feng Yen, but no one has seen Kuchiki Clan's Zanpakuto liberation. Oh no, 4 people have already seen it, but these 4 people were directly obliterated by Kuchiki Clan. For a while, as Kuchiki Clan was liberated in front of everyone for the first time, people were full of expectations for the liberation of his once-in-a-thousand-year genius in the Soul Society. As Kuchiki Clan chanted, the long knife with a wooden handle held upside down in front of him instantly turned into a long knife with a black blade and purple blade, burning with raging black flames, Yamamoto. With the liberation of Kuchiki Clan, everyone finally saw his Zanpakuto liberation. The black flame, the pitch-black blade, and the longer and thicker blade all spoke of the power of Yamamoto. As soon as Kuchiki Clan was liberated, as soon as Kuchiki Clan swung his sword, the flame of black flew towards Shota Makuhara. General Muyuan looked at the black flames, which seemed to have no temperature and no threat, flying towards him, and his face immediately changed drastically. Although the black flames did not have exaggerated temperature and energy to explode, General Muyuan, who is a 6th-level high-ranking powerhouse, still felt the terrifying energy contained in the black flame, and not only that, his soul even felt a kind of original trembling. General Muyuan has already realized the horror of the black flame, it is something that must never be touched, so the next moment General Muyuan sent Ji Fengyan out, and instantly hit the black flame group. With a puff, Fengyan passed through the black flame group in an instant, but the strange thing is that the black flame not only was not defeated by Fengyan, but attached to Fengyan's body. The next moment Fengyan, who was originally not small, took 2 breaths. The time quickly shrank, and at the same time, General Muyuan, who was commanding Fengyan in the distance, seemed to feel something, and then his face suddenly turned pale, and then Fengyan, who was attached to the black flame, was eroded by the black flame and disappeared in an instant at the same time. Masamune Muyuan also spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his whole body became wilted. This round of confrontation can be said to be between lightning and flint. Even the confrontation between Fengyan and Haiyan was completed in 2 or 3 breaths. The identities among people changed too quickly. Masamune Mihara, who was surrounded by wind and swallows before, was still at the top, but was immediately suppressed by Kuchiki Clan, who liberated Zanpakuto. Although it is not clear what exactly happened, but it is also clear that it is definitely related to the Fengyan who broke through the black flame and was completely eroded by the black flame. At this time, Maharaja Mihara spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Kuchiki Clan and the black flame with a pale face. Maharaja Makuhara's eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Your liberation is such a terrifying thing. Muyuan said, pointing at the black flame that had eroded Fengyan just now and fell to the ground. As soon as everyone heard this, they followed Muyuan Jiangtai's movements and looked at Haiyan. In just a split second, the faces of the people watching the battle became very terrified. The reason is that the black flame that fell on the ground is still burning fiercely at this time, not only that the volume of the black flame is also larger, and at the same time, a big hole has been burned by the black flame on the ground just during the time of speaking. You must know that all the substances in the Soul Society are composed of spirit particles. These things are quite resistant to the special energy produced by spiritual power, such as wind erosion and fire, but with just one sentence, the black flame a big hole was left in the ground, which showed how terrifying the black flame produced by Kuchiki Clan was, and they finally knew the reason why Muyuan General Taifenjian disappeared. On the other hand, Kuchiki Clan looked at Shota Makuhara expressionlessly, and then waved Yamamoto, who was burning with black flames in his hand, pulling the black flames on the ground far away, and reattached to Yamamoto. Everyone looked at this scene, and all pupils shrank, not afraid of terrifying abilities, but afraid of people who manipulate abilities. This is the impression Kuchiki Clan gave to everyone at this time. Kuchiki Clan didn't answer Maharaja Masada's words. He didn't like to answer questions during the battle. Only villains who died talking too much would chatter during the battle. This is not Kuchiki Clan's style. Kuchiki Clan looked at Muyuan Shota, and then walked towards him step by step, while Yamamoto in his hand was transpiring with black flames, as if it was about to turn into a huge monster formed by black flames. Looking at Kuchiki Clan who was walking towards him step by step, Muyuan Masamune's face was very ugly. He had just felt the horror of the black flame, not only eroding the wind swallow made up of Ryatsu, but also using this method to injure the origin of his soul. You must know that Zanpakuto is the embodiment of the soul. Oh no, it should be said that at this time, the people in the Soul Society, their spiritual knives are embodied from their own souls. And there are no future generations. It is so convenient for the Shinigami to obtain the sealed state first, and then use the sealed state to directly condense Zanpakuto, so the damage done to Zanpakuto at this time is the damage to the enemy's soul. Sometimes Kuchiki Xuandu can't help but wonder, is it because the spiritual knife is too harmful to the soul of the owner, so Ermiawu Wangyue created all that the Zanpakuto, the sealed state of the predecessor of Zanpakuto, and then let the Shinigami directly from the sealed state condensed Zanpakuto, instead of directly consuming soul power from the soul to manifest a spiritual knife. The topic is far away. At this time, General Muyuan already knows that he will not be able to defeat Kuchiki Clan no matter what in a few days, but the pride of being the acting patriarch of the Muyuan family makes it impossible for him to admit defeat so easily. Although this battle the same is true of Kuchiki Clan, who has obviously let the water go. He can accept being pale, but he will never allow himself to surrender after the enemy has let the water go. Seeing Kuchiki Clan approaching step by step, Mu Yuan took a deep breath and shouted, "Kuchiki Clan, Mu Yuan, admire you too much. You deserve to be the most talented person in the Soul Society in the past year, but I will not give up easily." As General Muyuan yelled loudly, the previously weakened aura on his body began to rise again. With Ryatsu's promotion, the Feng Yen that had already disappeared quickly began to condense and then take shape, but this is not over yet. With Muyuan General Tai Ryatsu's promotion, Feng Yen was formed, and soon exceeded the original number, reaching 9. After the number of Feng Yen was raised to 9, Muyuan Shotai's Ryatsu also rose to the peak, and even surpassed it. He had forcibly reached the level of 6th order perfection from the upper rank of the 6th rank. My Muyuan family, although it has fallen, has its own backbone. Even if my Muyuan general loses, I will lose wonderfully. Following Mahara's passionate words, his eyes were already filled with the pale green Ryatsu. Kuchiki Clan also stopped at this time, looked at Mahara with Ryatsu soaring to the sky in a little shock, and took a slight breath looking at Masamian Muyuan coldly. He already knew what the other party was going to do. Accept the trick, Kuchiki Clan, even if I die, I will die violently, Bankai. Magic Wind by Yen. As Masahiro Makuhara yelled, his momentum swelled several times in an instant, and Ryatsu also rose several times. The huge Ryatsu rolled up a huge updraft, and rolled up into the sky together with the dust. Kuchiki Clan feels the Ryatsu of Mahara Shota, and with the use of Mahara Shota Bankai, Mahara Shota's overall Ryatsu has almost increased by nearly 5 times. The disadvantages. However, Bankai is Bankai, not to mention the multiplier of the increase in spiritual power, but only to say that Bankai brought a huge combat power afterwards, which is enough to crush Shirkai. Don't think it's unbelievable. Bankai itself is the mental form formed after sublimating Zanpakuto's ability. Shirkai is just the basic application of Zanpakuto's ability. Compared with this, which one do you think is stronger? Of course, the Ryatsu upgrade brought after the end is also an incidental upgrade. Otherwise, why are they called Shirkai and Bankai? That is to say, only after learning Bankai, the true power of Shinigami will be released, and then it is the real fighting form without restraint. At this time, the dust that was driven up by the huge Ryatsu released by Queen Makino Bankai began to dissipate slowly, and what was unfolding in front of me was a spectacular scene. At this time, General Muyuan's original gorgeous aristocratic costumes have become green robes because of Bankai's relationship, and the light green Feng Yen, which was originally only in the single digits, has become countless deep in the sky. Green Feng Yen, the dense number surprised everyone. This is mine, Bankai. Magic Wind by Yen. Masahiro Mahara said calmly as he looked at Kuchiki Clan with green eyes shining, and he was full of confidence at this time. Kuchiki Clan looked at Feng Yen floating around and above Muyuan General, and frowned slightly. He was forced to dodge secret steps, because of the attack of 2 Feng Yen before. This time Feng Yen didn't say anything. How about individual strength? Just this amount has already given Kuchiki Clan a headache. Looking at the densely packed Feng Yan, Kuchiki thought, is it time to use his Bankai? If Bankai is not used, then such a huge number of Feng Yan may not be able to block all of Shirkai's karmic fires. Although karmic fires have the characteristic that the more they burn, the more powerful they are, but there is a process of burning, right? Kuchiki Clan cautiously looked at his real first opponent who would be able to Bankai in front of him. He gave Mu Yuan enough respect, and Mu Yuan definitely deserved such respect. Accept the trick, Kuchiki Clan. General Mu Yuan didn't have so much thought about Kuchiki Clan. He only wanted to do his best now. It would be best to defeat Kuchiki Clan, and he did his best to be undefeated. As General Mu Yuan yelled loudly, the swallows all over him began to move, and one after another, the swallows like falcons began to move, and the next moment, the first swallow broke away from the main force and headed towards it. Seeing Kuchiki rush forward, and following the movement of the first swallow, the other swallows also started to move. Seeing Feng Yan rushing towards him, Kuchiki Clan's pupils shrank, and he retreated quickly. While retreating, he urged Yan Mo in his hand. He saw black flames surging above Yan Mo, and then Kuchiki Clan swung his knife out. Black's karmic fire immediately greeted the overwhelming Feng Yan like a horse. With a whimper, He Yan came into contact with the dozen or so that rushed to the front, bare. The moment He Yan touched Feng Yan, he quickly attached to Feng Yan, and began to quickly burn Feng Yan's spiritual power, consuming Feng Yan while growing himself. However, although the effect of the black flame is remarkable, there are too many Feng Yan who can't stand it. The huge number of Feng Yan instantly bypassed the black flame cut out by Kuchiki Clan. Seeing this situation, Kuchiki Clan frowned but also without panic, Xuanpa retreated again, and Yan Mo in his hand ignited raging black flames again. Yan Mo's first form, karmic fire cut. Kuchiki held the knife in both hands and slashed down. The black flame on the black sword Yan Mo grew rapidly, forming a flame like a giant sword, and shot towards the dozens of swallows that had bypassed the black flame before. Just like before, dozens of Feng Yan were wrapped in black flames, quickly became weak and then burned to death, but Kuchiki Clan found that in the Bankai state, simply burning Feng Yan could not do any damage to General Mu Yuan. Injury, and the speed of Feng Yan's replenishment is too fast, although Yan Mo's karma has tried his best to destroy Feng Yan, but it can't keep up with Feng Yan's recovery speed. But, similarly, Kuchiki Clan has discovered a problem, that is Mashoda Mahara's Bankai, magic wind 100 swallows, seems to be really only 100 wind swallows, even if they are eliminated, after replenishment, the same it is this amount, no more and no less. And most importantly, if Feng Yan is not consumed, it will not be replenished. The number is indeed Feng Yan's limit, but having said that, it is not so easy to limit Feng Yan, and the only thing that Kuchiki Clan can effectively deal with Feng Yan is the black karma produced by Yan Mo, other means it seemed that Feng Yan could not be restrained effectively. Kuchiki Clan also considered using Kido, but there is a big difference between the current Kido and the Kido of later generations. At this time, Kido is not as systematic as the later Kido, and its power is not as great as that developed by later generations. Although Kuchiki Clan can use 80 or 90 the ability to call Kido, but there are too few Kido that can be used. For a while, Kuchiki Clan fell into a stalemate with Mahara Shoda. To break the deadlock, Kuchiki Clan must use Bankai, or he must find a way to limit Feng Yan's mobility without destroying Feng Yan. However, there was not much time left for Kuchiki Clan. Just as soon as he had a thought in his mind, a large number of wind swallows had already swirled around the area covered by the black flames and came towards Kuchiki Clan again. Kuchiki Clan had to reduce his energy on thinking, so he focused on dealing with the invasion of dozens of swallows. Swish, swish, after Kuchiki Clan used Xuanpa to dodge the dozens of swallows in front of him, the denser group of swallows blocked all the positions of Kuchiki Clan's feet and Kuchiki Clan had no choice but to raise his knife to kill the 5 swallows in front of him. Cut open, while Kuchiki Clan cut Feng Yan, more than a dozen Feng Yan brushed against Kuchiki Clan's body. This is the result of Kuchiki Clan's careful calculation. But as mentioned before, Feng Yan is not just a collection of spiritual power, they also bring a little bit of wind when they attack, turning these winds into wind blades one by one. Therefore, Kuchiki Xian paid the price with 2 wounds on his face, 5 wounds on his arms, and 7 fine wounds on his torso when he was brushed by more than a dozen wind swallows. Kuchiki Xian did escape Feng Yan's direct attack, but when Feng Yan brushed Kuchiki Xian's body, Kuchiki Xian was also scratched by the sharp wind blade. Thanks to Kuchiki Xian's strong Ryatsu and constitution, is just a tiny wound. After repelling the Namikaze's attack, Kuchiki Xian frowned and glanced at the cut place on the mountain, and stopped paying attention, because in the next moment, the bloody wound healed instantly. This is the ability that Kuchiki Xian discovered after obtaining the immortal soul body. The immortal soul body is indeed very powerful. It not only strengthens the strength of his soul essence, but also strengthens all aspects of the soul body, such as powerful spiritual power, resilience, as well as physical recovery, and strong healing ability. Some small wounds can heal almost instantly, unless there is a special Ryatsu attached to the wound. It is difficult to cause substantial damage to Kuchiki Xian. For example, at this time, Kuchiki Xian had a lot of wounds cut by the wind blade, but there was no real effect at all. This is the benefit brought by the immortal soul body. At the same time, the situation on Kuchiki Xian's body was discovered by Mu Yuan, which also made Mu Yuan frown. After all, not to mention the wounds on his body, the 2 wounds on Kuchiki Xian's face were very obvious, but only a trace of bright red blood flowed out afterwards. The wound healed quickly, and anyone who was not blind could see it, so Maharaja Masada's difficulty with Kuchiki Xian increased by several levels. However, it is difficult to deal with. Muyuan Shota is still quite confident in his magic wind Bai Yen, although he is not a strong man of the 7th level, but his Bankai is a bit low in raising the ratio of Ryatsu. The others are all it can be regarded as powerful, so the solemn expression on Mu Yuan's face disappeared after only maintaining it for a while. After all, in his opinion, if Kuchiki Xian didn't take out his Bankai, he would not be able to defeat him at all. His magic wind and 100 swallows. And Kuchiki Xian is thinking about the same problem at this time, but the direction of thinking is the opposite. General Muyuan thinks that it is impossible for Kuchiki Xian to win without Bankai, but Kuchiki Xian wants to defeat General Muyuan without Bankai. 2. This is his test of himself, and it is also a test of his first real shot. If the first shot is against an opponent who is weaker than yourself, you must take out Bankai to defeat the opponent, then this is a kind of irony and insult to those who have cheats. Although the powerhouse of Soul Society is different from other anime characters, the gap between Bankai and Shirkai is a bit big, but this does not mean that Shirkai really can't beat Bankai. After all, although Soul Society has the gap between Bankai and Shirkai, Kuchiki Xian Jin is very clear. In the original book, Aizen once said that although Shinigami has different fighting styles, Shirkai, Bankai, etc., it is still a comparison with Ryatsu. No matter what the opponent uses, it will not help. This truth has always been in Kuchiki Xian's mind, and it can be said to be deeply remembered, because Aizen almost used his own Shirkai or even didn't use Shirkai, and sat down to crush everyone in Soul Society except old man Yamamoto. At this time, what Kuchiki Xian has to do is to use only his own Shirkai to defeat General Muyuan who has already used Bankai. Kuchiki Xian silently calculates the gap between himself and General Muyuan while avoiding Feng Yan's attack. Mahara Shota's basic Ryatsu is between the upper level of the 6th level and the consummation level, while his own Ryatsu level is the lower level of the 7th level. Basically, he is 3 times that of Mahara Shota, but after Mahara Shota Bankai, Ryatsu is promoted there are probably nearly 5 times as many. Then assume that the 6th order median Ryatsu value is 1000, then the Ryatsu value of Bankai Maharaja Shota is about 5000 plus, and Kuchiki Gen without Bankai has a Ryatsu value of 3000 plus, then Makino Shota's Ryatsu value is Kuchiki Xian's is a little more than 1.5 times, plus the improvement of Zanpakuto's ability after Bankai. The overall strength is about twice that of Kuchiki Xian. For Kuchiki Xian, the difference of twice is actually not a difference, because Kuchiki Xian's 4 abilities of cutting fists and walking ghosts are all higher than those of Muyuan General. The information summarized by Kuchiki Xian. Calculated in this way, except for the large number of Feng Yan after Bankai, Muyuan Shotai has nothing that can suppress Kuchiki Xuan himself. As long as Kuchiki Xuan handles Feng Yan, even if it is only for a moment, it is enough for Kuchiki Xuan to defeat Muyuan. It will be too much. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Xian already has a countermeasure in mind, but the specifics depend on whether Kuchiki Xian can really limit the intrusion of Feng Yan. Kuchiki Xian glanced vaguely at the dozen or so Feng Yan who had just hurt him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and after cutting through a few Feng Yan with his backhand, he quickly plunged the black knife in his hand into the ground. 3 forms of Yan-Mo, Pillar of Flame Thorns. In an instant, with Kuchiki Gen as the center, a special Ryatsu wave spread out like a water wave, and quickly spread over an extremely long distance. Seeing the spiritual power fluctuation spreading like water waves, Mu Yuan was too shocked, and quickly retreated to move away. After all, if there is a spiritual power fluctuation, then it must be the move issued by Kuchiki Xian. It is always a good choice to avoid it at the first time. I have to say that Mahara Masamune made the right choice. Wherever the wave passed, anyone who was contaminated by the black flame, as well as Feng Yan who attacked and injured Kuchiki Xian before, was covered by the wave in an instant. Afterwards, the slender black pillar of flames that suddenly appeared on the ground pierced from bottom to top, and after Feng Yan was pierced, the pillar of fire also produced dense black thorns of flames, which firmly fixed each Feng Yan on the ground. In place. In an instant, dozens of Feng Yan were firmly restrained, and Kuchiki Xian deliberately reduced the burning of the black flame, so that the restrained Feng Yan would not be eroded to death in a short time. The first step of Xian's counterattack, to control the number of Feng Yan who Mu Yuan will be too manipulative. Mu Yuan, who had originally retreated, was shocked when he saw that Kuchiki Xian's target was his own Feng Yan. After all, Kuchiki Xian's reputation and background were all there. Since Kuchiki Xian had already made a move, it proved that he already had countermeasures. On this point, Muyuan Masada must be very clear. Therefore, after seeing his dozens of Feng Yan being pinned down, Madame Muyuan's face became very ugly. He quickly glanced at Feng Yan, who was still able to control freely at this time, and said in his heart, "Oops." Excluding the Feng Yan that was destroyed by Kuchiki Xian before and is being repaired, there are only less than 30 Feng Yan that Muyuan General Tai can use at this time, and now Muyuan General Tai knows that something is wrong. Kuchiki Xian doesn't care whether you, Mu Yuan, are too shocked or not. After controlling many Feng Yan, he glanced at the only remaining Feng Yan, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and then instantly pulled out Yan-Mo who was stuck on the ground. With a swipe and a hook, he drew a circle in front of him, and instantly Kuchiki Xian's whole body was wrapped in black flames. Yan-Mo's second style, Flame Dragon Slash. The next moment, Kuchiki Xian, who was originally wrapped in black flames and became a fireman, sprang out in an instant. As Kuchiki Xian advanced at a high speed, the fire of the black flame on his body became stronger and stronger, and a moment later formed a huge dragon head made of black flames. The huge dragon head formed by the black flame wrapped the whole body of Kuchiki Xian, and rushed towards Masamune Makuhara in the distance suddenly, and Masamune Mahara also reacted at this time. Looking at the huge dragon head formed by the black flame, General Makino's expression became fierce change. Immediately, Mu Yuan moved his hands together, commanding the rest of Feng Yan who could be controlled freely, to attack Haiyan leader at a much faster speed than before. Bang 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 bang. One by one Feng Yan slammed into Haiyan Dragon's head with all its strength, and the two Ryatsu collided, forming a series of sounds, and after Feng Yan's full attack, the Haiyan Dragon's head produced waves of fluctuations, but there was no reason at all. Signs of breakdown. Seeing that the Haiyan Dragon head was still approaching quickly, Mu Yuan became too ruthless, and directly controlled Feng Yan to attack at one point. In a moment, a hole was pierced through the Haiyan Dragon head, revealing Kuchiki Xian on the facade. At this time, Kuchiki Xian concentrated on continuing to rush towards General Muyuan, not caring that a piece of Haiyan's dragon head had been destroyed. Seeing that Kuchiki Xian did not respond, General Muyuan became ruthless again and directed Feng Yan to attack that place again. A hole that was destroyed. With a whoosh, Feng Yan passed through the black flame that was slowly repairing the gap, and hit Kuchiki Xian's shoulder with a puff, instantly opening a hole in Kuchiki Xian's left shoulder. This is also thanks to the weakening of Hei Yan, otherwise, with Feng Yan's original body size, Kuchiki Xian would probably be directly interrupted with an arm, or even worse. And after Kuchiki Xian was pierced through the shoulder socket, his face remained expressionless, as if the injury was not on him at all. This made General Muyuan, who originally thought that Kuchiki Xian would stop at this point, turn pale with fright, and General Muyuan once again in a hurry when commanding Feng Yan to attack Kuchiki Xian's body. The next moment, the black flames of the black flame dragon's head swelled to a certain extent in an instant, and then there was a loud noise, and the black flame dragon's head exploded. The explosion of the black flame dragon head was unexpected by General Muyuan. With the explosion of the black flame dragon head, all Feng Yan who had been surrounding the black flame dragon head looking for an opportunity to attack were blown into the air by the powerful shock wave, and they were temporarily lost. Muyuan General's control made Muyuan's complexion even more ugly, because when he lost Feng Yan's control, he also lost Kuchiki Xian's figure. The third step of the mysterious, Baiju. Muran, a voice sounded behind Muyuan Jiangtai. Yes, Muyuan Jiangtai's pupils shrank to the size of pinholes in an instant, because the voice behind him was the lost Kuchiki Xian. Before Muyuan General Tai could react, Muyuan General Tai only felt a pain in his chest, and only heard a puff. Muyuan General Tai looked down, and a section of black's blade emerged from his chest. What, how? Muyuan looked at the tip of the knife protruding from his chest in disbelief. He recognized that it was the tip of Yan Mo's knife after Kuchiki Xian was liberated. He just couldn't figure out why. Poof, there was another soft sound, and Kuchiki Xian, who was behind Masahiro Mohara, pulled Yan Mo out of his chest, bringing out pieces of bloodline. However, Kuchiki Xian had restrained the black flames, so General Muyuan was not stained with black flames, but with the knife just now, Kuchiki Xian had taken advantage of the opportunity to destroy General Muyuan's soul hammer. In other words, General Muyuan was finished. Following Yan Mo's pull-out, General Muyuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and Feng Yan, who was still surrounded in the air, was pierced through the chest with General Muyuan, and all of them uttered a wail before collapsing and disappearing. When the bankai of anyone, Shinigami, disappears without the will of the owner, it means that its owner is at the end of his battle, or even close to death. At this time, General Muyuan is in such a situation. It is not due to General Muyuan's deep spiritual power. Kuchiki Xian estimated that he can live for 15 minutes. This is also the last dignity left to him by Kuchiki Xian. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, General Muyuan staggered after taking 3 steps and fell to the ground. Seeing this situation, all members of the Muyuan family let out a cry of grief. Patriarch. Everyone in the Muyuan family originally released bankai to suppress Kuchiki Xian when the General Muyuan released bankai to suppress Kuchiki Xian. Taina stabbed through the chest and turned into nothing. Kuchiki Xian glanced at the Muyuan family members who wanted to rush over, but did not dare to rush over, and said to the Muyuan general who was kneeling on the ground, "I have left you a little time, so that you and the clansmen can have a good relationship. Let me explain, after all, you are a respectable person." Feeling his own injuries, Muyuan understood that Kuchiki Xian didn't intend to let the black flames swallow him directly, and nodded with difficulty and said, "Thank you very much." Kuchiki Xian nodded, but he didn't speak any more. He just glanced at the blood hole on his shoulder and frowned slightly. In order to attract all the attention of Masamune Mohara, he directly pretended to give up all defenses to fight the opponent recklessly. His shoulder was seriously injured. Even with the powerful resilience of his immortal soul body, the bleeding had just stopped, and the huge penetrating wound began to heal slowly. Kuchiki Xian estimated the time it would take for the injury to heal. It would take about 1 day. This was also calculated during this period of time, but Kuchiki Clan also knew that with the increase in strength of his immortal soul body, the effect would also increase. Before at the 6th level, it would take 3 or 4 days for such a wound to heal, but now it only takes 1 day, which is already quite perverted. Glancing again at General Muyuan who was struggling to get up, Kuchiki Clan sighed slightly, and was about to take Yuanta away. After all, the affairs here have been done, and the rest depends on General Muyuan's explanation. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly appeared, which was full of malice. Humph. The Muyuan family is really useless, even a fledgling kid can't handle it, so I have to help the old man. As the voice fell, the figure of a skinny old man appeared on the street in the distance. The moment he saw the figure, Kuchiki Clan's face changed suddenly. He never expected that the enemy had already attacked him before he made a move. Kuchiki Clan looked at the skinny figure walking slowly, leaning on a knife, and his face immediately became very serious, because he recognized the person coming. Come to get to know the Onizuka family, one of the few and only surviving 7th-rank clan elders, named Onizuka Owl. Onizuka Owl became famous very early. He is a character 2 generations earlier than the current head of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Guren, and it can be said that he is an immortal who has lived for thousands of years, but as his strength no longer improves, Onizuka Owl's lifespan has already not much. This time he was risking his life to kill Kuchiki Clan, and he thought it was worth it to exchange his life for the life of a super genius in the Kuchiki family. Kuchiki Clan looked at Onizuka Owl who was walking towards him step by step, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. He knew that he had underestimated the determination of the Onizuka family. He thought that his actions to deal with the Muyuan family were already very fast. But he didn't expect that the Onizuka family's interception would come so quickly. Kuchiki Clan was laughing. He was glad that Generaling Muyuan was too slow. If he delayed for a while, then he would really not be able to laugh, so he smiled for his luck. Onizuka Owl's strength is very strong. In its heyday, it was about the 7th level median strength. Although people in the Soul Society will not decline in strength due to getting older, their physical strength will be affected, not to mention the current strength. Onizuka Owl, the old man Yamamoto with the universe board stronger than the ceiling in the original book, also loses physical strength due to old age, which is an inevitable life process of living things. So in the original book, Aizen is desperately trying to escape to another level of life, because he saw the reality that happened to the old man Yamamoto, and he didn't want to be the old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki Clan knows the detailed information of Onizuka Owl. Onizuka Owl's Zanpakuto, spiritual knife, is called Rindong Maru. Ice Zanpakuto, but he has cultivated it into a powerful Zanpakuto that is completely assisted in melee combat. But the more you know about Onizuka Owl's details, the more serious Kuchiki Gen's expression becomes. Although Onizuka Owl is an old man dying, it is undeniable that the holder of the Ice Zanpakuto is the type of enemy he least wants to meet. After all, everyone knows that the most powerful thing about the ice system is not its special ability to condense into ice, but its ubiquitous control ability. Kuchiki Clan began to adjust his mentality, and adjusted his mood to the state of absolute calm before defeating General Muyuan, otherwise he would not be able to fight this battle. He had spent a lot of effort to win General Muyuan without Bankai, so this time sometimes he has to hurry up and recover. As Onizuka Owl gets closer, the Ryatsu on his body is getting stronger and stronger, but the Ryatsu in the middle of the 7th rank has no influence on Kuchiki Gen, who is in the lower rank of the 7th rank. It's just stress. However, everyone in the Muyuan family was miserable. They were trembling under the pressure of the 7th level Ryatsu, and they could no longer control themselves. As Onizuka Owl approached, Kuchiki Clan also began to carefully observe the appearance of a large number of Onizuka Owl. According to Kuchiki Clan's visual inspection, Onizuka Owl is very thin, only about 1.65 meters tall, but at this time Onizuka Owl's body, his imposing manner should not be underestimated. His wrinkled old face, coupled with a head of pure white hair, looks like he is about to die. However, Zanpakuto with a black sheath and blue handle is being held in the palm shaped like a chicken paw. This is the spiritual sword Rintomaru that Onitsuka Owl is famous for. When Onizuka Owl got closer and he had already used Ryatsu to crush the members of the Muyuen family to the ground, he stopped his uneasy footsteps. After standing still, Onitsuka Owl said, "I really didn't expect that at this moment. Without realizing it, our Onitsuka family actually allowed you, a brat, to rise up." As soon as he opened his mouth, he had an annoying tone, and Kuchiki Shien replied under pressure that was not considered pressure, "I didn't expect that such a big Onitsuka family would send you, a dying old ghost, to deal with me. It's really disappointing." As soon as these words came out, Onizuka Owl's originally indifferent face showed a look of anger, and he said angrily, "You are so eloquent, I hope your strength is as good as your mouth, and I won't be hacked to death by the old man with a few knives." Hearing Onizuka Owl's words, Kuchiki Shien said disdainfully, "Old man, save yourself the trouble of talking, don't wait for the young master to chop you, you will die of anger yourself." Who is Kuchiki Shien? He is a 10-star young man who has been influenced by the modernization of the earth. He can't catch up with the Soul Society people on the street. You. Hearing Kuchiki Shien's words, Onizuka Owl's face became even more angry, and then Onizuka Owl smiled angrily and said, "Okay, very good, then let the old man discipline Kuchiki Chishui and discipline you younger generations." Kuchiki Shien heard that this old man could not scold him directly because he was talking about his seniority, so he didn't even bother to talk to him with a sneer. The Kuchiki Chishui mentioned by Onizuka Owl is the father of Kuchiki Guren, who is also the head of the previous generation. He is the same age as Onizuka Owl, but a different generation. Kuchiki Shien no longer talked to Onizuka Owl, but drew Enma out of the sheath again, and then pointed the tip of the knife directly at Onizuka Owl. "Come out and see." Onizuka Owl saw Kuchiki Gen's posture, and immediately understood Kuchiki Gen's underestimation. After a cold snort, he shook the coat he was wearing off his shoulders, and then slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand. With the withdrawal of Zanpakuto from the hands of the old ghost, Kuchiki Shien no longer hides his clumsiness, and the black Ryatsu on his body spurts out instantly, and Ryatsu, who is pressing Onizuka Owl on the heads of everyone, pushes back instantly, helping the remaining members of the Muyuen family relieve the pressure. Then Kuchiki Shien said, "Take your patriarch back, he is running out of time, what you have to explain, hurry up, after the explanation, don't forget about your suicide, I don't want and have no time to do anything to you, do yourself a favor." When the members of the Muyuen family heard Kuchiki Shien's words, they were angry at first, and then turned into sorrow. Yes, Kuchiki Shien has done his best to be as humane as possible. It's no wonder that the Muyuen family went the wrong way at the beginning. Other people. Afterwards, all the members of the Muyuen family helped the exhausted General Mu Yuan back to the dilapidated courtyard of the Muyuen family. The members of the Muyuen family would die in their own clan land. Kuchiki Shien watched the Muyuen family leave, then glanced at Muyuen Yuenta who had already run far away, and then said, "Old ghost, the people who are in the way are gone, use your skills to let the young master look, don't be as boring as Masahiro Mahara." Hearing Kuchiki Shien's provocative words, Onizuka Owl said with an ugly face, "Little devil, I will let you know what is called a gap. If a genius dies early, he is not a genius. Only those who laugh for a long time can laugh. The better." The implication is that although Kuchiki Shien is not weak, he is still not good enough to face a veteran powerhouse like him, which also indicates his confidence in cutting Kuchiki Shien under the sword. Kuchiki Shien snorted disdainfully, too lazy to be angry with this old thing with both feet in the coffin, and didn't talk nonsense, just opened his mouth and chanted, "The flames of karma are burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify. Enma." Kuchiki Gen is not going to continue talking nonsense anymore. Onizuka Owl and Mahara Sho are too different, Mahara Shoda and Kuchiki's family just have different choices in the end, and Onizuka's family can only be endless enemies. The black Ryatsu on Kuchiki Shien's body soared into the sky, resisting the light blue Ryatsu released by Onizuka Owl, and after the long knife in Kuchiki Shien's hand was once again divided into black Enma, Onizuka Owl Ryatsu brought to Kuchiki Shien the pressure plummeted. If it was said that when Zanpakuto was not released before, Onitsuka Owl's Ryatsu could still exert a little pressure on Kuchiki-gen, but as Kuchiki-gen directly liberated Zanpakuto, the pressure disappeared instantly without a trace. On the contrary, Onitsuka Owl's Ryatsu began to be reversely suppressed by Kuchiki Xianjun Black's Ryatsu, so that Kuchiki-gen's Black Ryatsu, which was originally at a disadvantage, began to overwhelm Onitsuka Owl's light blue Ryatsu. This scene surprised Onizuka Owl, and he frowned and murmured, "How did this kid do it?" He didn't understand it, because during the 1,000 years he lived, his cognition was the same as that of others in Soul Society. Although Shirkai would improve people's combat effectiveness, it was formed after Zanpakuto liberated the original characteristics. The increase in combat power, not the increase on Ryatsu, so he couldn't understand why Kuchiki-gen could suppress his own spiritual power in turn just by releasing Zanpakuto. And Kuchiki Shien looked at the shocked Onitsuka Owl, and smiled coldly. Naturally, he would not tell the other party that he is a traverser with system assistance, and is it really that simple to treat the abilities rewarded by the system? Of course it is impossible. The reason why Kuchiki Shien can suppress Ryatsu in this way is inseparable from a passive ability he acquired. Logically speaking, Shirkai did not enhance Ryatsu's changes, but because Kuchiki Shien has soul-derived, this seems to be a common, but in fact, a very strong passive ability. The soul-derived characteristic is to provide an increase of between 10% and 30% for all abilities derived from the soul. Of course, this ability will not be improved for abilities that are not derived from the soul. This is why Kuchiki Shien can suppress Onitsuka Owl in the opposite direction after liberating Zanpakuto, because Ryatsu is not a pure soul trait in the final analysis, because humans can also directly absorb spiritual power to obtain Ryatsu, so this passive cannot directly increase Ryatsu, but after Shirkai of Zanpakuto, Ryatsu after Shirkai incorporates the characteristics of Zanpakuto. Because Zanpakuto was born from the Shinigami soul, so the soul derivation will take effect in real time, increasing Ryatsu by 10 to 30%. Similarly, if Kuchiki Shien is after Bankai, he will also get the same proportion of promotion, instead of continuing to maintain the promotion of Shirkai. The characteristic of soul derivation is to improve the overall rather than individual proportion, so after Kuchiki Shien gets the ability of soul derivation, his real strength is higher than the level of spiritual power he showed, and this is one of the reasons why Kuchiki Shien dared to speak harshly to Onitsuka Owl. After Onitsuka Owl found out that the Ryatsu he released was actually suppressed, although his face changed, but because it had changed many times, he couldn't see anything. Onizuka Owl admitted that he underestimated Kuchiki-gen, and no longer pretended to be a wolf with a big tail, and said with a serious face, "Let everything be frozen." Rintomaru. As Onitsuka Owl chanted, the Zanpakuto in his hand slowly elongated under the flashing white light, until the length exceeded the length of any long knife, the white light weakened, and finally turned into a strangely shaped spear. The spear shaft is completely black, with some snowflake-like patterns on it, and the most peculiar thing is the spear head and the spear seat. The spear head is like a slender shark fin, with a flat back on one side and a half on the other. Narrow and half-wide thick spear blade. As soon as the spear appeared, Onitsuka Owl's original light blue Ryatsu was instantly dyed into pure blue, and at the same time Ryatsu also brought a little bit of chill. Rintomaru. Onizuka Owl held the spear in both hands, and played a gun flower, then held the middle with his left hand and held the tail with his right hand, raised the spear obliquely above his head, with his left foot in front and his right foot back, posing a classic spear attack stance. See Madarame Ikiku's stance for details. At this time, with Onitsuka Owl's liberation, the Ryatsu confrontation between the two has undergone new changes again. Kuchiki-gen's pure black Ryatsu is amazingly sacred but depressing. It is not as pure black as ordinary people see. That kind of depression and evil feeling, on the contrary, the Ryatsu of Onitsuka Owl blue gives people a bloody and evil atmosphere. The two-color Ryatsu all carry the attributes of their respective owners Zanpakuto. For a while, the cold and heat confront each other. During the Ryatsu confrontation black sparks similar to lightning were produced. Old Ghost, the spirit knife is not bad. Kuchiki Clan looked at the spear in Onizuka Owl's hand and said with a slight smile. With the spear in hand, Onizuka Owl's grim face had returned to peace. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, he said, "The sword is naturally a good sword. If it can kill you, it would be even better." "Really? Then give it a try." Kuchiki Clan chuckled, and the next moment he suddenly rushed towards Onizuka Owl, and Enma in his hand slashed at Onizuka Owl with a huge amount of black karma. Karmic fire cut. Kuchiki Clan didn't talk nonsense at all, he immediately made a killer move. Without any thought of probing, the huge black flame blade slashed at Onizuka Owl holding the spear. At the same time Kuchiki Clan's figure did not stop, following black flame rushed towards Onizuka Owl together. And Onizuka Owl has actually seen the battle between Kuchiki Gen and Makihara Shota before, so he already knows Kuchiki Gen's Zanpakuto, so he was not surprised when he saw Kuchiki Gen's moves, but with the black flame giant as the knife approached, the spear in his hand also moved. Frost Dance. In an instant, Onizuka Owl swung the spear in his hand impenetrably, and with the spear waving, a thick ice wall formed around Onizuka Owl's body, facing the flames cut by Kuchiki Clan. Giant Knife. The fire knives piled on the ice wall can be described as a lot of blah blah blah. Anyway, they are evenly matched. When Kuchiki Gen's black flame sword hit the ice wall formed by Onizuka Owl's spear, the strange ice wall began to disappear without making any sound. Yes, it is disappearing rather than melting. The ice wall is slowly being eroded away by the fire knife, and then the spiritual seeds after the ice wall disappears are turned into their own nourishment and continue to grow. Onizuka Owl is worthy of being a veteran powerhouse, and he discovered the strangeness of Kuchiki Clan's black flames in the next moment. He knew that Kuchiki Clan's spiritual sword release could emit black flames, but he didn't know the specific attributes, so now that he suffered a dark loss, he understood the nature of black flame. Knowing that black flame can erode his own ice and will not consume it, Onizuka Owl immediately jumped back, pulling away the distance from black flame, and at the same time avoiding the attack of Kuchiki Gen. Seeing that the old ghost was so slippery, Kuchiki Clan shrank his eyes slightly. He also realized that this old ghost of the Onizuka family was not comparable to General Muyuan at all. No matter in terms of strength or experience, Onizuka Xiao is much stronger than General Muyuan. After Onizuka Owl retreated, his hands were not idle, but he stuck the spear in his hand to the ground, and said in his mouth, "Winter Path of Ice." Following Onizuka Owl's words, a gust of cold air blew out from the spear, instantly freezing a large area of the ground, making the surroundings look like a frozen lake. When Kuchiki Gen saw Onizuka's actions, he immediately knew what the opponent was thinking. It was nothing more than a lack of strength in a head-to-head competition, so he started to take the route of field control consumption. The consumption is definitely a lot, and Onizuka Owl deeply understands this, so he immediately changed his battle strategy when he suffered a loss as soon as he fought. Trouble. Guessing what Onizuka Owl did, Kuchiki Clan frowned, and his face was not very good-looking. After all, he also mentioned before that what Gongsun dislikes the most is facing enemies of Zanpakuto who are of the upper ice type, and he happened to be in the first game. In the battle of life and death, the opponents encountered were ice-type enemies. But the trouble is the trouble, Kuchiki Clan reacted immediately, and the spiritual power was attached to Gongsun Yi's feet, and his feet caught the ice in an instant, and then Yen Mokeng, who was braving black flames in his hand, let out a sound. Inserted into the ice, the black flame infected the ice along the blade and ignited a large area of ice in an instant. Because the ice surface is a frozen layer formed by Ryatsu, and the characteristic of Kuchiki Clan fire is that it will be particularly powerful when burning spiritual energy substances, so a large ice surface is covered with black's karma fire. The so-called "you have Zhang Liangji and I have a wall ladder," Kuchiki Clan looked at the ice surface made by Onizuka Owl and was infected by black flames, and smiled coldly. The ice Zanpakuto of the field control category is different from the ice Zanpakuto of the later Hitsugaya Toshiro and Rukia Kuchiki. If you have to classify it, then Onizuka Owl is the control type, because he himself is a melee type, Zanpakuto ability. There is nothing wrong with being biased towards controlling the field, and Hitsugaya Toshiro and Rukia Kuchiki belong to the Ice-type Zanpakuto of the assault system, and the difference between the two is quite large. Because Onizuka Owl is very confident in his melee ability, Zanpakuto's ability is biased towards field control and control, but at this time his Zanpakuto ability seems to be controlled by Kuchiki Gen's Black Flame, and Onizuka Owl couldn't find a suitable one for a while. Given the opportunity to get close, and with the characteristics of a Black Flame, he might not be able to please Kuchiki Clan by force. Seeing that the ice field he created was being eroded by Kuchiki Gen's Black Flames, Onizuka Owl's face was ugly. Before, he thought that Kuchiki Gen's Black Flames were mostly flames with Kido characteristics added. Since it is a flame, it is nothing more than temperature. And his Rentamaru can just restrain some flame-type Zanpakuto, but he never expected that Kuchiki Gen's Black Flame actually destroys everything from the essence of the spirit, and it is not a flame that wins by temperature at all. This is the first time Onizuka Owl has seen Strange Flame, so for a while he really didn't have any good countermeasures to deal with Kuchiki Gen's Black Flame. However, Onizuka Owl has seen one thing, that is, the erosion speed of the Black Flame is inseparable from the strength of Kuchiki Gen, that is to say, the erosion speed of the Black Flame depends on the strength difference between the enemy and us, and his Ryatsu essence it is stronger than Kuchiki Clan, so the ice he made is eroded by the Black Flame very slowly. In other words, the strange erosion ability of the Black Flame is not unsolvable, but the conditions are relatively harsh. Seeing Onizuka Owl's face fluctuating, Kuchiki Clan smiled disdainfully. He naturally knew what Onizuka Owl was thinking now. It was nothing more than how to deal with his Black Flame. Black Flame's ability is indeed very strong, but Black Flame also has fatal flaws. Onizuka Owl saw only one of them. The destructive power of the Black Flame depends on the spiritual power. The spiritual power is a collection of high-concentration spiritual particles. The higher the concentration of the spiritual power, the more the Black Flame likes it. But if this spiritual power has an owner, then the speed of Black Flame erosion will be slower. It will be relatively slowed down, depending on the strength of the eroded spiritual power and the strength of the spiritual power that constitutes the Black Flame. To put it bluntly, it depends on the comparison of the strength of Kuchiki Clan and the enemy. Furthermore, another shortcoming of Black Flame's Karma Fire is that it does not burst out instantly, and it is not flexible enough. It is true that Black Flame burns everything, but its terrifying abilities are all due to its strange burning and eroding characteristics, and it even has there is a little bit of immortality, but in the final analysis, Kuchiki Clan's Black Flame Karma and Yamamoto's Great Fire are two extreme things. If Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka is a one-shot killing route, then Kuchiki Clan's Yen Mo took the route of cutting flesh with a blunt knife. The disadvantages of Black Flame Kuchiki Clan knew it himself. After fighting two moves at this time, the experienced Onizuka Owl also discovered the advantages and disadvantages of Black Flame. However, judging from the current form, it is not so difficult to grasp the shortcomings of Kuchiki Gen Zanpakuto and then defeat him. Anyway, the current situation is that Onizuka Owl has not thought of being able to avoid Kuchiki Clan Hien ways to defeat Kuchiki General. This can't help but annoy Onizuka Owl, who has been strong in the Soul Society for more than 1,000 years, but the annoyance is nothing but anger. Onizuka Owl still maintains the calmness he should have in the battle. After all, the opponent is Kuchiki General at this time. Kuchiki Clan also knew that Onizuka Owl's doctrine was to find a way to effectively restrain the Black Flame, so as to bypass the Black Flame and hit him directly, but Kuchiki Clan smiled in his heart. If the Black Flame is so easy to restrain, then it's not the Zanpakuto specially prepared by the system for Kuchiki Clan. The battle situation at this time is very interesting. Originally, Onizuka Owl wanted to kill Kuchiki Clan directly, but when he found that Kuchiki Clan's Black Flame was a little scary, he immediately opened the distance. Instead, Kuchiki Clan was chasing Onizuka Owl. Such a situation made Onizuka Owl feel bad breath in his chest, but he had no place to vent, so he could only passively build ice walls one after another to block Kuchiki Clan's approach. On the other hand, Kuchiki Clan is very aware of Onitsuka Owl's current situation and the thoughts in his mind, but how could Kuchiki Clan let him get what he wanted? After shattering a solid ice wall again, Chuanpa under Kuchiki Clan's feet flashed, and he was already approaching Onizuka Owl. Onizuka Owl was slightly surprised by the speed. He did not expect that Chuanpa of Kuchiki Clan had such a high attainment, but at this time he had lost the opportunity to dodge. He could only wave the spear in his hand and stab at Kuchiki Clan, who suddenly appeared. Kuchiki Clan also slashed out with a knife, and when, with a crisp sound, Black's blade hit the pure white spear tip, Kuchiki Clan felt a huge force coming from the spear in an instant, and before he had time to release the force, he was forced back with great force. Of course, Onizuka Owl, who is the owner of the spear, is not much better. Kuchiki Clan is also quite powerful. He originally thought that his spear could regain the upper hand, but he underestimated Kuchiki Clan's power. While Kuchiki Clan was repelled by the countershock force, the powerful countershock force also repelled Onizuka Owl by a distance of more than 10 steps. Of course, because of the fight just now, Kuchiki Clan was in the air, and Onizuka Owl was standing in the air. On the ground, so the distance that Onizuka Owl was knocked back was not as far as that of Kuchiki Clan. Little ghost, what a lot of strength. After standing still, Onizuka Owl said with surprise on his wrinkled face. Kuchiki Clan had already landed on the ground and stabilized his figure, narrowed his eyes and said, "The strength of the old ghost's hands is not weak either." After all, Kuchiki Clan rushed forward again, not giving Onizuka Owl a chance to breathe. Onizuka Owl wanted to consume Kuchiki Clan Ryatsu, and Kuchiki Clan wanted to quickly consume Onizuka Owl's physical strength. I have also fought, one side is old but has great spiritual power, so both sides chose the simplest and most effective way of fighting. However, whoever consumes first depends on who can grasp the rhythm better in the battle, but for now, Kuchiki Clan still has the upper hand. Onizuka Owl looked at Kuchiki Clan, who was charging again, and knew what Kuchiki Clan was fighting. After a cold snort, his body surged with spiritual power, and the spear in his hand was quickly covered with a thick layer of ice. The next moment the ice layer outside the spear was getting thicker and thicker, and with just one breath, a huge pale blue ice spear appeared in Onizuka Owl's hand. With an ice spear in his hand, Onizuka Owl looked at Kuchiki Clan, who was rushing towards him, and snorted coldly, "Little devil, take the old man's move, cold and cold." After the words fell, Onizuka Owl threw the ice spear in his hand towards Kuchiki Clan with all his strength, and the ice spear flew towards Kuchiki Clan with a huge rotational force like a shell fired from the chamber. In an instant, the rapidly spinning ice spear came in front of Kuchiki Clan, and Kuchiki Clan was also taken aback by the momentum, but the astonishing power of the spear, because this move was separated from the power carried by the spear in his hand, faintly pulling the air. There are signs of being torn apart. One can imagine how terrifying the power carried by the locked ice spear is. But Kuchiki Clan couldn't control that much now, because he rushed too fast, and he didn't expect that the old ghost would have such a move to leave the spear, and he raised his knife to slash at the ice spear hastily. Boom! There was a loud noise. The moment Yamamoto touched the ice spear, the huge spinning force almost knocked Yamamoto out of Kuchiki Clan's hand. Fortunately, Kuchiki Clan immediately increased the strength in his hand, and was able to hold it steady. He took the knife in his hand, but the huge tearing force directly shattered Kuchiki Clan's tiger's mouth. However, the power of this spear was finally blocked by Kuchiki Clan. With the help of huge strength, Kuchiki Clan slid backwards for a considerable distance before stabilizing his figure, and then watched the huge ice spear shatter with some seriousness. Afterwards, the spear spun idly and returned to Onizuka Owl's hand again. Old ghost, this move is quite powerful. Kuchiki Clan glanced at the wound on the tiger's mouth on his right hand, then looked at Onizuka Owl, and said coldly. And Onizuka Owl, who almost succeeded in a blow, did not follow up and attack Kuchiki Clan immediately, but withdrew his spear. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's sarcastic words, Onizuka Owl also said, "I am old, this body is not good enough. How could it be possible for you to stand there so easily after this move when the old man was young?" Indeed, Onizuka Owl originally had a follow-up combo after this move, but because he was suppressed by Kuchiki Clan before, he didn't have enough strength to use this move, Cold Piercing Kill, so after this move, at this age, Onizuka Owl didn't have the extra strength to connect with the ultimate move below. Kuchiki Clan understood the meaning of Onizuka Owl's words, squinted his eyes and said, "Indeed, I also admit that if you were younger, it would be really difficult for me to take you down, old ghost, since you don't have extra strength, and I don't have many spirits now, so let's use the ultimate move to determine the outcome, don't waste time." Onizuka Owl instantly understood what Kuchiki Clan meant, and then Onizuka Owl squinted his eyes and began to think, and Kuchiki Clan saw that Onizuka Owl didn't answer his question immediately. He was not in a hurry, he was happy when Onizuka Owl didn't reply restore some spiritual energy. Onizuka Owl looked at Kuchiki Clan who was still very calm at this time, and felt a little uncertain. Although the fight was only a few rounds, he had already discovered that his physical strength was exhausted very quickly. The body that he thought could last long enough, obviously he couldn't keep up with the intensity of the battle, so after Kuchiki Clan proposed to decide the outcome quickly, Onizuka Owl really considered Kuchiki Clan's proposal seriously. After a while, Onizuka Owl made a decision, "Little ghost, I have to say that your ability is beyond the old man's imagination, and it is indeed because the old man is running out of time, so the old man is like you said, let's decide the outcome." After saying a word, Onizuka Owl was not polite, and directly started to raise the Ryatsu on his body to the highest level. After Kuchiki Clan heard Onizuka Owl's words, he also started to raise his own Ryatsu with a faint smile. As for the reason, there is no other reason, it is because of Kuchiki Clan. I know, Onizuka Owl will definitely agree. Because Kuchiki Clan felt a wave of death on Onizuka Owl's body, Onizuka Owl couldn't hold on anymore. Kuchiki Clan and Onizuka Owl both began to improve their own Ryatsu without any restrictions at the same time. There was only one reason for this, the two of them were going to decide the outcome. When the Ryatsu of both of them reached the peak, both of them shouted at the same time. Bankai. Great enemy karmic fire space. Cold battlefield. The two of them Bankai at the same time, and saw that Onizuka Owl's spear instantly produced a strong cold current, which spread like a cold fog and spread around the surrounding area. Wherever the cold current passed, it was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Even the black flames released by Kuchiki Clan are no exception. The cold current rapidly expanded its scope, with Onizuka Owl as the center of the circle, and within a huge range, it became the area covered by the cold current. At the same time, the spear in Onizuka Owl's hand also turned into a light blue, shining long hair that seemed to be composed of energy. Spears are average. On the other hand, Kuchiki Clan's Bankai is quite low-key. There is no black, white and red three-color field with the slightest fireworks. All objects in the field lose their color, and only black and white are left in the dimension, while red rarely appears. With the liberation of Bankai, the Ryatsu of the two also began to grow exponentially. As a veteran 7th rank powerhouse, Onizuka Owl, although his Bankai is still biased towards the auxiliary type, it brought him a great growth rate of Ryatsu. Kuchiki Clan did a rough calculation, and Onizuka Owl's Ryatsu had probably increased by 8 or 9 times, which is already a terrifying improvement rate. You must know that those who can increase the Ryatsu ratio by 10 times after Bankai are undoubtedly not the strong and geniuses in the captain class, so don't think that 8 or 9 times are very low, this can already be regarded as the upper middle level of the captain class. As for Kuchiki Clan himself, it must be improved by another 11 times, because Kuchiki Clan has the passive ability of soul generation, so the 10 times more is the effect of soul generation. Of course, it doesn't mean that the upper limit of Ryatsu's promotion ratio after Bankai is 10 times, but because Bankai is also divided into layers. Kuchiki Clan has summarized before that Bankai is divided into 3 layers. He is now on the first layer, and 10 times is his Bankai's promotion. Upper limit, and if he enters the next stage, which is the second level of Bankai, then Ryatsu's upper limit of promotion ratio will be increased to 15 times, of course, after reaching the third level, then it will reach a terrifying 20 times improvement, this is why the late Yamamoto Genryosei was so powerful that he was invincible. Ryatsu, who had been boosted 11 times by Kuchiki Gen, surpassed Onizuka Owl's 9 times improvement in an instant, and Onizuka Owl also discovered this after the two of them were completely Bankai, and his face darkened instantly. It was never expected that Kuchiki Shien would have such a huge Ryatsu promotion multiple. To be honest, he has retreated a bit now. However, this kind of thought is fleeting, because he has no way to retreat. He has already taken his own life this time. No matter what the time is, his lifespan has come to the end, so he cannot retreat, or he would have died in vain. Drink. Brat, take this old man's move, and the cold area will explode. Onizuka Owl put all his eggs in one basket, and directly used his second strongest move after Bankai. Onizuka Owl slammed the spear that seemed to be composed of ice energy to the ground, and in an instant a powerful ice energy formed a tsunami-like shock wave and rushed towards Kuchiki Shien. Kuchiki Shien is a Shuanpa who is not in a hurry, directly stepping into Onizuka Owl's domain, and the next moment Onizuka Owl's cold battle zone is broken. It's not just the ice covered by the battle zone disappeared without a trace, even Ryatsu where the battlefield covered disappeared. Of course, this was swallowed by Kuchiki Shien's domain. In an instant, Kuchiki Shien's Ryatsu, which was about to be exhausted, replenished part of it instantly, and the super-large cold shock wave that followed has also reached Kuchiki Shien's eyes. When the shock wave entered Kuchiki Gen's domain, there was not even a single ripple, just like Onizuka Owl's domain, disappearing without a trace. As the master of the domain, Kuchiki Shien felt a lot better, because his spiritual power had replenished again, and it was already a bit fuller than before the battle with Onizuka Owl. What? Onizuka Owl saw that not only his own domain disappeared, but also the huge shock wave he released strangely disappeared. At this moment, he really couldn't accept it. And Kuchiki Shien didn't care whether he could bear it or not. The next moment his body flashed, and Shuanpa went directly to the dazed Onizuka Owl. When Onizuka Owl found himself in the black and white domain, it was too late. No. When Onizuka Owl roared, his ending was already doomed, and there was still a strange scene with no waves or fireworks, as if nothing had happened, but it happened again. I saw Onizuka Owl standing next to Kuchiki Shien, maintaining a roaring posture, but his body disappeared bit by bit, first his calves, then his thighs, then his torso, then his arms, and the hands he was holding. Light blue energy spear, and finally his neck and head. 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths, Onizuka Owl, the strong man behind Bankai, was swallowed by Kuchiki Gen's domain. Yes, it was devouring, like another big invisible mouth, swallowing Onizuka Owl into his stomach bit by bit. Seeing Onizuka Owl disappear, feeling the huge spiritual power recovered by himself, Kuchiki Shien let out a breath, and then slowly revoked his karmic fire space. To be honest, if Kuchiki Shien's own Bankai ability is not too heaven-defying, it would not be so easy for him to win Onizuka Owl. After all, Onizuka Owl is an ice-type Zanpakuto, and he is an annoying domain-type Bankai. It can be said the most annoying factors are gathered together. Kuchiki Shien felt that Ryatsu had recovered a lot, and then urged Ryatsu to repair the wound on his shoulder. After a few breaths, the hole pierced by Fengyan on his shoulder was intact, but the price was that Kuchiki Shien had recovered a lot of spiritual power was once again cut by a large piece. At this time, Makino Motoda, who was hiding in the distance, was a little dazed when he saw Kuchiki Shien's inexplicable victory. To be honest, at the moment when Onizuka Owl from the Onizuka family arrived, he was really desperate, but he was considered Onizuka Owl, who was too strong to understand, was settled by Kuchiki Shien in just a few strokes, which made him feel a little unreal. Although the battle between the two is not so earth-shattering and magnificent, no, it should be that the battle between the two seems to be tepid, without such an exaggerated sense of destroying the world at every turn, but Mu Yuanyuan can fully feel the danger in it. You can see it too. Kuchiki Gen and Onizuka Owl both began to improve their own Ryatsu without any restrictions at the same time. There was only one reason for this: the two of them were going to decide the outcome. When the Ryatsu of both of them reached the peak, both of them shouted at the same time. Bankai. Great enemy karmic fire space. Cold battlefield. The two of them bankai at the same time, and saw that Onizuka Owl's spear instantly produced a strong cold current, which spread like a cold fog and spread around the surrounding area. Wherever the cold current passed, it was instantly covered with a thick layer of ice. Even the black flames released by Kuchiki Gen are no exception. The cold current rapidly expanded its scope, with Onizuka Owl as the center of the circle, and within a huge range, it became the area covered by the cold current. At the same time, the spear in Onizuka Owl's hand also turned into a light blue, shining long hair that seemed to be composed of energy. Spears are average. On the other hand, Kuchiki Gen's bankai is quite low-key. There is no black, white and red three-color field with the slightest fireworks. All objects in the field lose their color, and only black and white are left in the dimension, while red rarely appears. With the liberation of bankai, the ryatsu of the two also began to grow exponentially. As a veteran 7th-rank powerhouse, Onizuka Owl, although his bankai is still biased towards the auxiliary type, it brought him a great growth rate of ryatsu. Kuchiki Clan did a rough calculation, and Onizuka Owl's ryatsu had probably increased by 8 or 9 times, which is already a terrifying improvement rate. You must know that those who can increase the ryatsu ratio by 10 times after bankai are undoubtedly not the strong and geniuses in the captain class, so don't think that 8 or 9 times are very low. This can already be regarded as the upper middle level of the captain class. As for Kuchiki Clan himself, it must be improved by another 11 times, because Kuchiki Clan has the passive ability of soul generation, so the 10 times more is the effect of soul generation. Of course, it doesn't mean that the upper limit of ryatsu's promotion ratio after bankai is 10 times, but because bankai is also divided into layers. Kuchiki Clan has summarized before that bankai is divided into 3 layers. He is now on the first layer, and 10 times is his bankai's promotion. Upper limit, and if he enters the next stage, which is the second level of bankai, then ryatsu's upper limit of promotion ratio will be increased to 15 times, of course, after reaching the third level, then it will reach a terrifying 20 times improvement. This is why the late Yamamoto Genryusai was so powerful that he was invincible. Ryatsu, who had been boosted 11 times by Kuchiki Gen, surpassed Onizuka Owl's 9 times improvement in an instant, and Onizuka Owl also discovered this after the two of them were completely bankai, and his face darkened instantly. It was never expected that Kuchiki Clan would have such a huge ryatsu promotion multiple. To be honest, he has retreated a bit now. However, this kind of thought is fleeting, because he has no way to retreat. He has already taken his own life this time. No matter what the time is, his lifespan has come to the end, so he cannot retreat, or he would have died in vain. Drink. Brat, take this old man's move, and the cold area will explode. Onizuka Owl put all his eggs in one basket, and directly used his second strongest move after bankai. Onizuka Owl slammed the spear that seemed to be composed of ice energy to the ground, and in an instant a powerful ice energy formed a tsunami-like shock wave and rushed towards Kuchiki Clan. Kuchiki Clan is a Shuanpa who is not in a hurry, directly stepping into Onizuka Owl's domain, and the next moment Onizuka Owl's cold battle zone is broken. It's not just the ice covered by the battle zone disappeared without a trace, even ryatsu where the battlefield covered disappeared. Of course, this was swallowed by Kuchiki Clan's domain. In an instant, Kuchiki Clan's ryatsu, which was about to be exhausted, replenished part of it instantly, and the super-large cold shock wave that followed has also reached Kuchiki Clan's eyes. When the shock wave entered Kuchiki Gen's domain, there was not even a single ripple, just like Onizuka Owl's domain, disappearing without a trace. As the master of the domain, Kuchiki Clan felt a lot better, because his spiritual power had replenished again, and it was already a bit fuller than before the battle with Onizuka Owl. What? Onizuka Owl saw that not only his own domain disappeared, but also the huge shock wave he released strangely disappeared. At this moment, he really couldn't accept it. And Kuchiki Clan didn't care whether he could bear it or not. The next moment his body flashed, and Shuanpa went directly to the dazed Onizuka Owl. When Onizuka Owl found himself in the black and white domain, it was too late. No. When Onizuka Owl roared, his ending was already doomed, and there was still a strange scene with no waves or fireworks, as if nothing had happened, but it happened again. I saw Onizuka Owl standing next to Kuchiki Clan, maintaining a roaring posture, but his body disappeared bit by bit, first his calves, then his thighs, then his torso, then his arms, and the hands he was holding. Light blue energy spear, and finally his neck and head. 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths, Onizuka Owl, the strong man behind Bankai, was swallowed by Kuchiki Gen's domain. Yes, it was devouring, like another big invisible mouth, swallowing Onizuka Owl into his stomach bit by bit. Seeing Onizuka Owl disappear, feeling the huge spiritual power recovered by himself, Kuchiki Clan let out a breath, and then slowly revoked his karmic fire space. To be honest, if Kuchiki Clan's own Bankai ability is not too heaven-defying, it would not be so easy for him to win Onizuka Owl. After all, Onizuka Owl is an Ice-type Zanpakuto, and he is an annoying Domain-type Bankai. It can be said the most annoying factors are gathered together. Kuchiki Clan felt that Ryatsu had recovered a lot, and then urged Ryatsu to repair the wound on his shoulder. After a few breaths, the hole pierced by Fengyan on his shoulder was intact, but the price was that Kuchiki Clan had recovered a lot of spiritual power was once again cut by a large piece. At this time, Makino Motoda, who was hiding in the distance, was a little dazed when he saw Kuchiki Clan's inexplicable victory. To be honest, at the moment when Onizuka Owl from the Onizuka family arrived, he was really desperate, but he was considered Onizuka Owl, who was too strong to understand, was settled by Kuchiki Clan in just a few strokes, which made him feel a little unreal. Although the battle between the two is not so earth-shattering and magnificent, no, it should be that the battle between the two seems to be tepid, without such an exaggerated sense of destroying the world at every turn, but Muyuan can fully feel the danger in it, you can see it too. Although Muyuan Yuantai couldn't fully see the danger in the battle between the two due to his vision and strength, this did not prevent him from guessing. Anyway, he finally concluded that Kuchiki Clan deserves to be the most talented one. The strong men of the older generation of the Zuka family were easily killed. That's right, in his opinion, Kuchiki Gen just easily killed Onizuka Owl, the seemingly invincible old guy. Don't think this is an exaggeration. You must know that normal aristocratic children are really just children in their 100s. There are very few people as different as Kuchiki Clan. Until now, everyone in the Soul Society thinks that Kuchiki Clan should not grow up so fast. With his strength, he should be like Muyuan Yuantai now. Of course, the current Kuchiki family doesn't think so. After learning that Kuchiki Clan has learned Bankai, the Kuchiki family believes that the reason why Kuchiki Clan has grown amazingly is to save the Kuchiki family. In fact, they are right to think so. Kuchiki Clan is indeed planning to save the Kuchiki family, but how to save it is open to discussion. Kuchiki Clan glanced at Makihara Genta, who was in a daze in the distance, waved his hand, and then shouted, "Genta, let's go." Hearing Kuchiki Clan's shout, Kuchiki Motoda reacted, hurried to Kuchiki Clan's side, and said adoringly, "Brother Clan, you killed the old ghost of the Onizuka family in just a few strokes, it's really amazing." "Awesome. How many times?" Kuchiki Clan's face darkened when he heard Muyuan Yuanta's words, and then he said, "Do you think so? Although you may not see everything, you don't know how dangerous it is overall. Can't you see it?" Motoda Mahara blushed as if immature when he heard what Kuchiki Clan said, and then said embarrassedly, "I just want to compliment you, big brother." "Okay, you kid obviously saw the facts, but you want to compliment me with non-facts. Do you think I will be happy if you do this?" Kuchiki Clan shook his head and left in the direction he came. Kuchiki Clan no longer cares about how to choose. Seeing that Kuchiki Genta obviously didn't want to say more, Makihara immediately followed Kuchiki Clan's footsteps. He knew that he would follow Kuchiki Clan for a long time to come, otherwise it would be difficult for him to survive in Soul Society. A day later, Kuchiki Gen's expulsion of the Makinohara family, who was also a high-ranking nobleman, and the killing of Onizuka Owl of the Onizuka family were already rumored in the Soul Society. However, since the two sides had already started the confrontation before the battle, Kuchiki Clan ushered in a rare cleanliness. In the atmosphere of tense preparations, 3 days passed in a flash, and at this time, Kuchiki Clan was sitting in his yard waiting for something. Come on, let me see such an event. What kind of good things will you give me? Kuchiki Clan sat on a big chinchur in a yard, muttering something with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Kuchiki Clan's movement stopped. It was because what he was waiting for finally appeared in his mind. Ding dong! Host is in the huge historical event of the Soul Society. Congratulations for completing the sign-in task of seeing history firsthand, and you can choose one of 3 specific rewards. Hearing this, Kuchiki breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the nature of the system, for any famous historical events in the world, the system will definitely give a special sign-in reward of seeing history. Before Kuchiki Clan discovered that the time of his reincarnation was before the establishment of Jinglingting, then Kuchiki Clan guessed that during this period, there must be a check-in point in line with historical events. When the war started, the system gave out the first historical sign-in reward after coming to the Shinigami world. What's the reward? It's actually one of 3 choices. Kuchiki Clan began to check the system prompts with full expectation. Hey, the host chooses one of the 3 rewards, namely, Supreme Will, Eye of Reality, and Spatial Perception. Please host to choose by himself. After seeing the 3 options, Kuchiki Clan was immediately taken aback. Judging from the names alone, these 3 rewards are already very impressive, not to mention that Kuchiki Clan has already seen the specific content of the 3 options. Supreme Will, the will of the devil produced in a certain world. After the host obtains the Supreme Will, any external negative effects such as illusion, charm, guidance, disturbance, etc. will be invalid to the host. At the same time, the soul level, the ability of bit generation, is upgraded by 1 level. Eye of Truth, a strange eye produced in the world of truth. After obtaining the Eye of Truth reward, the host's eyes can be transformed into eyes with the ability of the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth can see the true nature of everything. At the same time, other information will also be provided. For details, please ask the host to explore by himself after obtaining it. Spatial Awareness, after obtaining this reward, the host can gain spatial talents. 3 rewards and 3 contents, but the focus is almost different. The Supreme Will is definitely an ability that must be obtained in the Shinigami world. After all, there is a fierce man like Aizen. Without such abilities, it is really impossible to fight with him. Kuchiki Clan is also worried about this matter, so the system will send a pillow. Only. The other 2 rewards are also hardcore abilities that Kuchiki Clan urgently needs. Needless to say, the Eye of Reality is definitely a skill that is biased towards increasing offensive capabilities. As for Spatial Perception, a constitution that can transform oneself into a spatial talent, this is much more comprehensive. It can be said that if it is properly developed, it will have almost all offensive, defensive, and maneuverable abilities. It can be said that it is the most comprehensive and terrifying ability among the 3 abilities. So at this time, Kuchiki Clan was entangled in which one to choose. To be honest, Kuchiki Clan is most inclined to space perception. After all, this kind of thing can be encountered but not sought after. Although Aizen's big Kyoka Suigetsu is 2BT, but Kuchiki Clan who knows its details may not have no way to fight, so the supreme compared with the space ability, the ability of will is not so attractive. Of course, if there is no space perception, then Kuchiki Clan will definitely choose the Supreme Will. As for the Eye of Truth, Kuchiki Clan ranks it in the last position. After all, the other 2 abilities, one is almost necessary, and the other is inseparable. As for the Eye of Truth, although it may be useful against Aizen, its role is currently unknown, and it has no advantage over the Supreme Will, at least as long as the Supreme Will is in hand. Then Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu is undoubtedly a scrap iron for Kuchiki Clan, it's so tangled. Kuchiki Clan frowned for a while. After struggling for a long time, Kuchiki Clan finally chose the spatial perception ability he wanted most after gritting his teeth and stomping his feet. Hey, the host chose the spatial perception reward. The other two returned to the prize pool, waiting for the next opportunity to enter the alternative pool. Ha! Hearing the prompt from the system, Kuchiki Clan heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was also worried before that if he chose one of the options, the other two would be lost forever. Then Kuchiki Clan felt that he would die of depression. After struggling for a long time, Kuchiki Clan reluctantly chose the reward of spatial perception. However, after receiving the spatial perception, Kuchiki Clan found a new thing in the system, which is the so-called reward pool. After a systematic explanation, Kuchiki Clan found that this prize pool is a good thing, which he has never encountered before. According to the system, this prize pool is that any multiple-choice rewards that have appeared before have not been accepted by the host, that is, Kuchiki Clan after selection, it will enter this reward pool instead of disappearing directly, so the next time a similar selective reward appears, if the existing options are not satisfactory to Kuchiki Clan, then you can choose an alternate option in the reward pool, but this is not without cost, or it cannot be called a cost, it should be called CD, which is the cooling time. For example, the next time you log into an event, Kuchiki Clan will get a selective reward again, and the reward option is not what Kuchiki Clan urgently needs at this time, then you can choose the option in the prize pool as a reward, but this time, after choosing the reward in the prize pool, then the selection reward that appears in the next event check-in will cut half of the options on the original basis, and the prize pool option cannot be selected. This situation will not return to normal until the next selection reward appears. In layman's terms, if you choose the option in the prize pool, then there will be a CD time for the event sign-in reward, and there will be a reduction penalty. This Kuchiki Clan also understands, after all, even if it is a system, it must follow certain rules, and it is reasonable to let the host choose freely while having certain punishments. After all, the system is not a treasure bag. What? Kuchiki Clan believes that such a punishment mechanism is not unacceptable, and Kuchiki Clan also knows that the rewards given by the system, in addition to the random rewards, as long as they are named and surnamed options, then they will definitely not be waste options. It's like Kuchiki Clan is now in the Shinigami world, and then the reward given is the infinite ammunition bazooka, which is basically useless in the Shinigami world. After checking the introduction of the prize pool, Kuchiki Clan breathed a sigh of relief, not because of anything else, just because of the option of Supreme Will, which Gongsun-e believes is the best ability to use against Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. 1. But the temptation of space perception is too great, so when Kuchiki Clan reluctantly gave up, the appearance of the prize pool made him feel a lot more comfortable, so for him, the punishment mechanism of CD and reduction is simply the same as none of them. Putting the prize pool aside, Kuchiki Clan began to check his attributes at this time. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age, 152, Soul. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, 7th level, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yen Mo, Shirkai, Bankai, Great Yen Mo Karmic Fire Space, Liberation Language, the karmic fire is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify. Yen Mo. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai unknown, Liberation Language, 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it. Time difference. Reward ability, Super Sense Talent, Chuanpa level promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation, Space Affinity Body, Perception Space Bonus, Space Travel Bonus, Destruction Space Bonus. Possess abilities, Kendo, Secret Biography, White Hits, Secret Biography, Chuanpa, 100 Cooked Secret Biography, Keto. The spatial awareness reward that had been received disappeared, but the display in his status bar changed to the ability of space affinity, and 3 suffixes were added after this one. According to the explanation given by the system, spatial perception is to transform the body, soul body, and other foundations into a constitution of affinity space, so after the transformation, the host's physical state will become a space affinity body. That a space affinity body first brings 3 suffix attributes, which are the perception bonus, traversal bonus, and destruction bonus, seen by Kuchiki Clan. These 3 suffix systems did not give a detailed explanation, so in Kuchiki Clan's view, these 3 should be literal. However, after the transformation into a space affinity body, Kuchiki Clan knew that he needed to adapt and explore bit by bit. It's something to explore, not just given out. Ability rewards also come with a lot of instructions, which saves you the time of exploration. You must know that the system on Kuchiki Clan is such a willful system. Kuchiki Clan withdrew his consciousness from the system, and then began to feel the changes in himself. The biggest change was that Kuchiki Clan had a different understanding of the environment. The environment that was common to him in the past now changed under his deliberate observation. It becomes a combination of points, lines, and surfaces. Because there is a saying that points form lines, lines form surfaces, and surfaces form space, so Kuchiki Clan feels that this point, line, and surface is in his own appeared after obtaining the perceptual space bonus ability. In addition to being able to perceive these points, lines, and surfaces, Kuchiki Clan also has a feeling that he can interfere with space by manipulating these points, lines, and surfaces. Through the line, travel to another point. Of course, this process, Kuchiki Clan believes that he should use multiple surfaces instead of points. This is probably the space shuttle in Kuchiki's metacognition, or more commonly, space teleportation and teleportation. In addition to being able to shuttle through these point-line surfaces, Kuchiki Clan can also perform deeper manipulations on these point-line surfaces, for example, destroy them. Kuchiki Clan knows that this is the so-called destruction space, but in Kuchiki Clan's perception, the space of the Soul Society, or the space of the Shinigami world is extremely solid, and it is a little bit easier to penetrate, but to destruction, really need something. However, although it is still relatively difficult to use, one thing is certain that Kuchiki Clan's choice of spatial perception is absolutely profitable, that is, Kuchiki Clan's already large perception range, because of the blessing of the space system ability, the range has been expanded several times, and with the blessing of the space system ability, Kuchiki Clan's perception accuracy has also improved a lot, and even some strange things that are not easy to perceive or even block perception, Kuchiki Clan can also perceive them at this time. This discovery made Kuchiki Clan very excited. In the future, against some enemies with strong hidden abilities, Kuchiki Clan can be said to be twice the result with half the effort, and Kuchiki Clan also guessed whether such an ability can be directly used to deal with Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. If feasible, Kuchiki Clan's choice this time can no longer be regarded as a big profit, but several times. However, having said that, even if this powerful perception can be used to check and balance Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suigetsu, it is only a palliative, not a permanent solution. What really restrains Kyoka Suigetsu is the supreme will that has entered the prize pool. However, after owning the space affinity body, Kuchiki Clan is very satisfied. What he has to do now is to further develop the ability of the space system, even if it is not directly reflected in the form of Zanpakuto because of the relationship of the world. The ability will naturally be suppressed, but if the space system ability is only used to assist in the battle, it is a bug-level existence. It's just that Kuchiki Clan is very clear now that it's not the time for him to verify and familiarize himself with the ability of the space system. After all, today is the day when the big nobles and the high-level nobles will start fighting. The background of the Kuchiki family is not as strong as that of the Onitsuka family of the noble family of Kamui, and the number of powerhouses above the 7th rank is even more incomparable. Although Kuchiki Clan killed an Onizuka owl before, there is not much life left like Onizuka owl. There are some old guys who are not afraid of death at all, in the Onitsuka family, even the Yamada family, and the Araki family. Of course, the Kuchiki family, which is the closest to the great nobles among the 6 nobles, naturally has its own whole cards, but in a word, the foundation is the foundation, and the gap between the great nobles and the nobles cannot be bridged. Before, Kuchiki Clan and Kuchiki Clan discussed how to deal with these guys who are dying of old age. Kuchiki Clan thought that they should be dealt with by the background of the clan, while Kuchiki Clan believed that these unscrupulous old guys should be dealt with by him in the end. The two did not reach a consensus, so they did not decide on a strategy. Kuchiki Clan is not very worried about those old guys who are about to enter the coffin. After all, he has a way to deal with these old guys after fighting with Onitsuka Owl. Except for strength, everything else is going downhill. This is Kuchiki Clan's confidence in facing them. And now Kuchiki Clan has gained the spatial ability as his whole card. Against these old guys who are capable in the sky, but their physical condition has been declining, it can be said that they are like a fish in water and a tiger with wings added. I thought that although Kuchiki Clan was initially dabbling in the ability of the space system, he already had his own ideas. When he knew that he could travel through space, he had already thought of the effective application of shuttle space. It is still relatively difficult to control, but with the cooperation of the power system in the Shinigami world, it is relatively easy. For example, using Xuanpa to cooperate with the teleportation space can reduce the delay time before and after the shuttle space to almost nothing. Kuchiki Gen's teleportation is almost done. As for why it is necessary to cooperate with Xuanpa for teleportation, this involves the problem of world suppression. The space in the Shinigami world is extremely stable. Kuchiki Clan discovered this shortcoming when he perceived the space. For example, if he wants to travel through the space, enter when there is a point, there will be a slow delay, and there will be the same sense of slowness at the end of the process from another point, but if the principle of Xuanpa is added to this process, it will be, it seems, relatively easy. Although this kind of stagnation delay adds up to only 1 or 2 seconds, but in a master duel, 1 or 2 seconds can determine life and death, so it is not necessary to have such a delayed teleportation, unless it is a remote teleport. After joining Xuanpa, such a delay will be reduced to 1/10, or even a few tenths. In this case, the delay is even milliseconds or even a few milliseconds, so that teleportation has practical meaning, rather than only being used for migration over long distances. However, all of this is just Kuchiki Clan's idea. When the time comes, how to add Xuanpa to the space system ability, and even more of the world system, Kuchiki Clan will have to slowly explore. Now what Kuchiki Clan has to consider is how to deal with the actions of the 3 nobles against them. The war between the nobles is different from the war between the warlords. At this time, all the nobles in the Soul Society have their own territory. The battle between the two is the robbing of the territory. You come to fight to defend the nest, and I fight to defend you, it's that simple. Kuchiki Clan had sent a message before that people from the Onitsuka family had begun to invade the Kuchiki family's territory, but what Kuchiki Clan meant was that he just killed Onitsuka Owl and let him recuperate. Anxious to join the battle. Kuchiki Clan knew what Kuchiki Clan meant. It was nothing more than seeing that he had cleaned up the Muyuan family first, and then met Onitsuka Owl. Although he was victorious, people also rumored that he was seriously injured. A large number of Ryatsu methods cured most of the injuries, and the rest were insignificant skin injuries, so he didn't bother to waste Ryatsu, so after 3 days of recuperation, his physical condition was as good as before, and his strength has also been raised by a level, and his current state is surprisingly good. If that's the case, then I'll wait and see now, and find something to do after seeing the situation clearly. Kuchiki murmured, thinking about the current situation. After all, the war has just begun, and both sides are only at the time point of dispatching troops, so the battle has not yet begun. At this time, Kuchiki Clan is not very good at making his own judgment, so he simply waits for the situation to become clear before making a move. Not too late. However, before the situation became clear, the troubles came first. Half a day after the war started, the Kuchiki family came. This surprised Kuchiki Clan quite a bit. After all, the war has just started, and the battles in various regions should be just tentative battles. He just cleaned up the Miyuen family and slaughtered the old Onizuka owl of the Onizuka family on the way. From everyone's point of view, he should be in the recovery stage. Well, since this is a well-known thing, it is very important for the Zong family to come at this time to explain from the side what the Zong family wants to say to Kuchiki Clan. The person who came to inform Kuchiki Xuanzong's family was a servant who often worked for Kuchiki Clan's yard, so he was the best person to send a message to Kuchiki Clan. Through this servant named Ashen, Kuchiki Clan knew that the person who came from the Zong family was actually Kuchiki Qingtian, the heir to the head of the family, which further proved the urgency and importance of the matter. So Kuchiki Clan didn't delay anymore, he left his own yard and came to the main courtyard, and then met Kuchiki Qingtian. Qingtian, come here in such a hurry, is there any change in the situation? Kuchiki Clan asked straight to the point. Kuchiki Qingtian was not as relaxed as he was last time when he came to Kuchiki Clan's house this time. At this time, Kuchiki Qingtian's face was full of solemnity. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's straightforward question, he did not hesitate and said directly, "Indeed, this my father asked me to come this time because the matter was too urgent, and I just received information that the Yamamoto family has completely turned to the Onizuka family, and has already begun to send private soldiers to aid." Hearing Kuchiki Qingtian's words, Kuchiki Clan was shocked, his face suddenly became ugly. After all, this is definitely bad news, the three nobles are slightly stronger than the three nobles. The reason why Kuchiki Clan quickly dealt with the matter of the Miyuen family after the Miyuen family team was because he was afraid that these rebellious families would become the last straw that overwhelmed the camel, but unexpectedly, although the Yamamoto family originally supported the Onizuka family, because there was Yamamoto is limited by the country and can only support him spiritually, but now the Yamamoto family is going to send troops, which surprises Kuchiki Clan. What's going on? Kuchiki asked with a frown. I don't know, I just got the news. As soon as I got the news, my father sent me to tell you. Kuchiki Qingtian shook his head and said helplessly. Could it be that there is something wrong with old man Yamamoto? Kuchiki Clan murmured, but immediately denied this idea. Everyone in the Soul Society may have problems, but old man Yamamoto will not have problems. Even if you want to get him, it's impossible to make a fuss. Aside from the strength of the old man Yamamoto, his connections are terrifying to death. Some famous families in the Soul Society are independent of the big aristocratic system, such as the Ermea family, the Chilan Temple family, etc. They are all hardcore allies of old man Yamamoto. The reason why old man Yamamoto doesn't want to participate in the battles among the nobles is also out of this idea, because these families don't want to get involved, but once Yamamoto wants to say who he supports, it means who are these families supporting. Father also thought that there was something wrong with Master Yamamoto before, but he quickly denied this, so what my father meant was, if possible, please, Clan, please find out the reason why Chu Shan's family joined the war as soon as possible. If it takes time, if it's too long, the power of our three families will be severely hit. Kuchiki Qingtian pleaded with a serious face. Seeing Kuchiki Qingtian's appearance, Kuchiki Clan nodded solemnly, and said, I'll figure this out myself. Then please, Clan. After Kuchiki Qingtian sincerely thanked him, he immediately left Kuchiki Clan's house. After all, there are still many things to do in the clan, and he, the young patriarch who is the successor, will be required to do it himself in many places. It's important, and he's here to see Kuchiki Clan, so he won't do it himself. After Kuchiki Qingtian left, Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobii looked at each other solemnly, and then looked at Kuchiki Gen, and Kuchiki Clan lost the solemnity just now, but calmly picked up the tea on the table and drank it a mouthful. Ah Clan, how about you? Seeing Kuchiki Clan with a calm face, Kuchiki Dobii asked in surprise. Is it strange, uncle? Kuchiki Clan glanced at the gray-haired Dobii, and then said, no matter why the Yamamoto family joined the war, it is a foregone conclusion that they will enter the battle at this time. Even if I know the whole story now, then the solution can no longer be changed. Then what should we do? Kuchiki asked with an ugly face. If the current situation cannot be changed, then the three nobles will be in danger. Don't worry, I'm sure that Yamamoto Shigekuni is absolutely fine, but the actions of the Yamamoto family are very weird, so I think that the Yamamoto family, or the Onitsuka family, found a way to contain the old man Yamamoto, so they completely let the Yamamoto family let go and directly exclude private soldiers to support the battlefield. Kuchiki Clan pondered for a moment, then gave what he thought was the correct answer. Did Yamamoto-sama restrain you? Kuchiki Castle asked after hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, startled for a moment. It's more or less the same. Kuchiki Clan nodded, except for this reason, he couldn't think of any other reason. Then what are you going to do? Kuchiki asked again. Hey, originally, I was going to wait and see the situation, but now it seems that if I don't make a move, I have to. At least I have to figure out what's going on with old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki Clan said helplessly. Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Tubingway also nodded in agreement when they heard what Kuchiki Clan said. The top priority should be to find out what happened to Chu Shan's heavy country. However, thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan frowned and said, at present, since the Yamamoto family has participated in the war, the situation of the old man Yamamoto should not be so easy to detect. Maybe, I have to come up with something, so we can get started on this matter. Well, Clan, you are right. Kuchiki Ching obviously thought of the key point of this matter, and said in agreement. Yes, then. Kuchiki Clan glanced at his father and uncle, and then said, I will do it as soon as possible. The family's affairs depend on you too. Don't worry, you can do it freely, we are at home. Kuchiki City said with a firm smile on his old face. Hearing the promise from Kuchiki Castle, Kuchiki Clan nodded. After all, he couldn't do everything by himself, and there were priorities. The inexplicable participation of the Yamamoto family this time was definitely the most important event. Kuchiki Clan had already thought about it. He was going to leave in half a day. He had to deal with the reinforcements from Yamamoto's family first. After solving the urgent need, he went to investigate what happened to the old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki Clan told his thoughts to Kuchiki Castle and Kuchiki Dobii, and they didn't quite understand why they had to wait half a day before leaving. After all, what is the difference between now and half a day later? Through Kuchiki Clan's explanation, the two of them understood that although the war has started now, the monitoring of Kuchiki Clan's family by the three nobles has been much weaker, but the actions of Kuchiki Qingtian, the heir of the Kuchiki family, are definitely the right time for the three nobles. It is being monitored all the time, so the news of Kuchiki Qingtian coming to the Kuchiki Clan family will definitely reach the ears of the three major families. For a while, it hit Kuchiki Clan. But it will be different after half a day. If Kuchiki Clan makes a move after half a day, then the situation will be completely different during this half-day buffer, because by then, the attention and combat power of the three nobles will be put on the main battlefield. Compared to half a day ago, the forces that can be mobilized will be much less, and the success rate of Kuchiki Clan's operation will be much higher. This is why Kuchiki Clan has to wait even half a day, and as for what is not a day or even longer, this is related to the limit that the three nobles can bear. Half a day is the best dispatch time calculated by Kuchiki Clan. If it's too short, it won't play a corresponding role. If it's too long, the three nobles will fall into too great a disadvantage. It's not worth the loss. After setting the time for action, Kuchiki Clan returned to his yard and began to adjust his state without wasting precious time. Although it is good to hurt him, only he knows if his state has not reached its peak. Half a day later, that is, at dusk that day, Kuchiki Clan quietly left the yard where he was in without alerting any possible observers with his perception maximized. At this time, only Muyuan Yuanta was left to practice boringly alone. Although Kuchiki Clan has just acquired the affinity of space ability, but with the help of space perception, Kuchiki Clan easily discovered various surveillance methods, and also avoided these surveillance one by one. What Kuchiki Clan has to do at this time is to raid the existing territory of the Yamamoto family. Yes, what he has to do is to attack the enemy that must be saved. Didn't the Yamamoto family find a way to bypass the mountain of Yamamoto's heavy country, and then send troops to help the Onitsuka family? Hit Kuchiki's house. Then, Kuchiki will directly attack the Yamamoto's territory, which is empty at this time. He just wants to see how you will respond when directly attacking your territory. Because the battle between the nobles of the Soul Society at this time, in Kuchiki Clan's view, it means grabbing territory from the underworld, so directly attack your territory, see if you are in a hurry, and his Yen-mo is definitely in Soul Society. Society is a good player in sieging cities and pulling out villages. After all, once the black flame is burned, there will be nothing left. Kuchiki doesn't know that the three nobles don't know the ability of their Zanpakuto, but it's okay, even if they don't know, it's okay, Kuchiki can tell you in real time, Laozi's Zanpakuto is so unreasonable. Moreover, in terms of burning ability and spreading speed, the black flame produced by Kuchiki Clan Yen-mo is definitely many times stronger than the flame of common. This is the terrifying effect obtained at the expense of the instantaneous explosive ability. In Kuchiki Clan's view, there is nothing in the world that can resist the burning of black flames, not even the heaven-defying Ryatsu, because the black flames cannibalize any things formed by spirit particles bit by bit, and Ryatsu can't resist, no exception. This is also the reason why Kuchiki Clan was able to defeat Onitsuka Owl easily before. Kuchiki Clan's Bankai sacrificed the ability to kill in a large area, and after extremely strengthening the burning characteristic that lacked explosive power, a small one was produced. But very terrifying, burning space, so after being personally killed by Kuchiki Clan, the main reason why the mighty Onitsuka Owl was defeated in an instant. Both power and functionality are impeccably powerful, but too much consumption of Ryatsu and range is Kuchiki Clan's weakness at this time, so Kuchiki Clan's goal in the next step is to increase Bankai's range and reduce the consumption of Bankai Ryatsu. As long as he is in the if there is a breakthrough in these 2 points, then his Bankai will enter the next stage, which is the second stage of Bankai. Of course, these are not what Kuchiki Clan wants to consider now, but what he is considering now is which side of the Yamamoto family to start with. As one of the 6 nobles, the Yamamoto family naturally occupies a large area. There are 2 bustling and most precious sites, one is a street in the dojo where Yamamoto Shigekuni is located, and the other is naturally the site where the Yamamoto family's ancestral home is located. After much deliberation, Kuchiki Clan decided to choose the site where the Yamamoto family's ancestral home is located. It is relatively more prosperous there, and it is easier to poke the pain of the Yamamoto family, and who can make the Yamamoto family care about one thing and lose another. When the time comes, if the Yamamoto family really returns to aid, then Kuchiki Clan not only solves the Kuchiki family's problems on the battlefield, but also has the conditions to investigate what happened to Yamamoto's heavy country. After deciding on the target, Kuchiki Clan quickly approached the Xinghuan street where the Yamamoto family's place is located, and it was one of the most prosperous streets in the Soul Society, where there was a large population. There are also a lot of shops, so this is the best place to do it. Not long after, Kuchiki Clan has arrived at the area where Xinghuan Street is located. At this time, Xinghuan Street is not as prosperous as it was before, and the shops facing the street are also closed, and there are not a lot of people on the street where there are usually people coming and going. Silhouette. Kuchiki Clan knows that this is the reason why the Yamamoto family decided to send troops and put Xinghuan Street under martial law, but it doesn't matter to Kuchiki Clan whether there are people or not. What he wants to do is not to kill people. If he wants to kill people, he will go directly to the battlefield. That's good. As long as the black flame comes out there will be no need to worry about getting someone's head. Don't blame me. If you want to blame you for being on the wrong team. Kuchiki Clan looked at Xinghuan Street full of houses, and said calmly with a blank face. From the moment he came to the Soul Society, he put away the pity and kindness he should have had, because this is a cruel, naked world of the law of the jungle. The fire of karma is burning, clear away the troubled times. Purify. Yen mo. As Kuchiki Clan opened his mouth to sing the liberation language, his huge ryatsu filled the entire Xinghuan street. When the people who stayed in the Xinghuan street in the Yamamoto family discovered that Kuchiki Clan's huge ryatsu had come, they also realized that it was not good, but when they rushed out of the room they were in, a black flame soaring into the sky appeared in their eyes. Then, what is that? Everyone in the Yamamoto family looked at the black flames soaring into the sky and felt the terrifying ryatsu emanating from the black flames. For a while, because no one was in charge of the overall situation, everyone panicked. Master Yenching is here, Master Yenching is here. Just as the little guys in the Yamamoto family were in a state of confusion, a name that reassured people a little bit came into their ears. Master Yenching, whose full name is Yamamoto Yenching, is the grandson of Yamamoto Chongwa, the head of the current Yamamoto family, the younger brother of Yamamoto Shiocheng, and the real power figure of the Yamamoto family, and was also assigned by Yamamoto Shiocheng to stay in Xinghuan Street to guard the clan decision-makers. What's going on? The Yamamoto Yenching man was still far away, but the voice had already been heard. He came from the Yamamoto family's clan. Yamamoto Yenching is a middle-aged man with a huxia face, and his appearance is somewhat similar to Yamamoto Shigekuni. After all, Yamamoto Shigekuni is the grandfather of Yamamoto Hidejo and Yamamoto Yenching, so there is nothing wrong with his resemblance. With the arrival of Yamamoto Yenching, the flustered level of Yamamoto's remaining staff is rapidly decreasing. After all, with the backbone, people's flustered emotions will be greatly relieved. Following Yamamoto Yenching's questioning, the first person who discovered the attack on Xinghuan Street answered Yamamoto Yenching's question truthfully, and Yamamoto Yenching also saw the soaring black flame. Black flame? Yamamoto Yenching murmured, could it be that kid from the Kuchiki family? With the death of Onizuka Owl, the great nobles also have information about Kuchiki General as a loyal supporter of the great nobles. It is not surprising that the Yamamoto family has information about Kuchiki General after guessing Kuchiki Clan's identity. Yamamoto Yenching was also very shocked. Although his strength may not be very strong, he is definitely not stupid. He naturally knew why Kuchiki Clan appeared here at this time. What a cunning fellow! Yamamoto Yenching cursed viciously after thinking through the cause and effect. They all went to the front line with the patriarch Yamamoto Shiocheng, and now there is no strong man who can block Kuchiki Clan. It can be said that the Yamamoto family does not have it at this time. It's troublesome. Thinking of Yamamoto Yenching's face began to look ugly. Come here, send a message to the front line, the clan is attacked by Kuchiki Clan, and ask for help. At the same time, notify, and all the combat forces of the clan are on alert. Yes. One of the subordinates who followed Yamamoto Yenching immediately took the order and quickly ran towards the direction of the clan. Only there is the Hell Butterfly who can directly communicate with the clan leader. And the movement here has long been discovered by Kuchiki Clan. After releasing his perception, he also knew who it was. The weakling Yamamoto Yenching is the one staying behind. Does it mean that your Yamamoto family has a big heart, or does it mean that your Yamamoto family is stupid? Kuchiki Clan said with a disdainful smile. Yes, Yamamoto Yenching's strength is only at the limit of the 6th level, not even the 7th level. In the eyes of Kuchiki Clan, such a person is indeed a weak chicken. Yamamoto Yenching is different from Muyuan Shota. Muyuan Shota put all his efforts to understand Bankaimofeng Bai Yen, which already made Kuchiki Clan Gao take a look at him, but Yamamoto Yenching is definitely not in the ranks of such ruthless people. Are you really not afraid that the young master will directly take over your hometown? Kuchiki Clan really had an impulse at this time, that is to directly wipe out all the left-behind members of the Yamamoto family, and at the same time destroy their clan land. But the idea is just an idea after all. Kuchiki Clan knew that he could not do this. First of all, the Yamamoto family is the main family of Yamamoto Shigekuni. He can't directly uproot the Yamamoto family without looking at the monk's face and the Buddha's face. Secondly, what he has to do now is it is necessary to let the Yamamoto family that has already participated in the war come back to help, so as to reduce the pressure that the Yamamoto family brought to the three families on the frontal battlefield, instead of coming to massacre to vent their anger, so the method of copying their hometown, Kuchiki Clan just thinks about it, that's all. Of course, there is the last point, that is, if Kuchiki Clan really copied the Yamamoto family's lair, let's not talk about the reaction of Yamamoto's major meeting, let's just say that the Yamamoto family without worry about the future will definitely go all out crazy taking revenge on the three nobles. In this way, Kuchiki Clan is not here to rescue, but to add to the chaos. After learning about Yamamoto Yenching's actions, Kuchiki was afraid that the fire was not burning enough, so he released another black flame in the shop across the street. The black flame began to spread quickly after it touched the shop, and the speed of spreading was faster than the spread of common flames when it met oil, because the building materials of the shop were all composed of dense spiritual seeds, while the black flame was anything made of spiritual particles has a strong burning effect, so the black flames engulfed the entire store in an instant. Fortunately, there is still a buffer gap between the stores, otherwise it is very likely that Kuchiki Clan will not control it. Under such circumstances, the black flame spread to the entire street of Xinghuan Street in an instant. After Yamamoto Yenching looked at another fire point for a while, he also confirmed the information that Kuchiki Clan was nearby. Onizuka Owl, the old 7th-rank powerhouse, died in the hands of Kuchiki Clan. How could he not be afraid? So at this time he has already started to retreat. He is afraid that Kuchiki Clan will notice and then came and slaughtered him. Kuchiki Clan didn't know what Yamamoto Yenching was thinking now, but even if he knew, he would just sneer at it. After all, the importance of Yamamoto Yenching was not as important as he imagined. Moreover, at present, Kuchiki Clan's expected goal has been achieved, and the rest depends on whether the Yamamoto family cooperates enough. If they cooperate enough, Kuchiki Clan will accept it as soon as it is good. If the Yamamoto family does not cooperate, then Kuchiki Clan also can only say sorry, don't blame him for being cruel. However, judging from the bearish appearance shown by Yamamoto Yenching, the return of Yamamoto's family is almost inseparable, so Kuchiki Clan is going to do another thing. Kuchiki Clan has already begun to set his sights on Yamamoto Shigekuni. After all, he came here this time with another purpose. He had analyzed before that the reason why the Yamamoto family dared to move out was definitely something wrong with Yamamoto Shigekuni, but with the strength and influence of Yamamoto Shigekuni, they would definitely not dare to take action against Yamamoto Shigekuni. At that time, Yamamoto was also very strong, but with the power of the three nobles, it is still possible to get rid of Yamamoto, although the price will be very high. You must know that Yamamoto Shigekuni at this time is not the invincible Captain Yamamoto of the later generations. He has just embarked on the road to invincibility. Competing characters. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan's worries are justified. After all, the abnormal behavior of the Yamamoto family made people immediately think of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Kuchiki Clan estimated that the old ghosts of the Onizuka family must have found something to restrain Yamamoto Shigekuni, just like Aizen dealt with Yamamoto Old Man in the original book. Kortengai Zayasuk dealt with Yamamoto Old Man, and now Yamamoto Shigekuni, but it really doesn't have the deterrent power of the Old Man Yamamoto's later generations. Whether you have mental calculations or not, as long as people find the right method, it is actually not difficult to target Yamamoto Shigekuni. Before, people did not directly attack Yamamoto Shigekuni because the big nobles and high nobles have not yet torn their skins. Now the two forces had already started a complete war, so it was within Kuchiki Clan's expectation to attack Yamamoto Shigekuni, but Kuchiki Clan did not expect the opponent's action to be so fast. It seems there was a premeditated plan to target Old Man Yamamoto this time. Kuchiki Clan rushed towards Yamamoto's dojo in Chonghua, thinking in his heart, after all, the timing was too coincidental. Could it be that, the Onizuka family said that the war will start in 3 days, is it preparing to limit the Old Man Yamamoto? Kuchiki Clan suddenly thought of a possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the 3-day preparation period proposed by the Onizuka family should be in order to concentrate on dealing with Yamamoto heavy country, come up with a plan to slow down the army. Now it seems that if this is the case, then the Onizuka family's strategy was really successful, and it directly caught the high-ranking nobles by surprise. The aristocratic block where Yamamoto's heavy country road is located is called Qinghun Street, which is second only to Xinghuan Street in the prosperity of Yamamoto's family. And Yamamoto Shigekuni himself, born more than 1,500 years ago, is the big brother of the previous head of the Yamamoto family, and is the grandfather of the current head of the Yamamoto family, Yamamoto Hidejo. He is extremely powerful, and he also gave up the inheritance rights of the head of the family, and handed it over to his younger brother Yamamoto Takakuni. Since Yamamoto became famous, he has always been the pride of the Yamamoto family and even the entire Soul Society, and as far as Kuchiki Clan knows, the Soul Society has repeatedly expanded its territory in foreign wars, and Yamamoto has repeatedly made outstanding achievements. Therefore, he is a legendary in Soul Society, and he also has a large number of fans groups. There are countless people who worship Yamamoto Jikuni, which is one of the biggest reasons why Yamamoto Shikuni's Yuan Lu can spread. Moreover, Kuchiki Clan also learned that the Soul Society at this time does not only have this kind of enemy. In addition to the world and mortal world where the common people live, there are many other worlds or planes. Strange worlds, such as Soul Society, where Shinigami or psychics live, Hueco Mundo, where Su lives, and Purgatory, where dead spirits live, and Soul King Palace, where spirit kings exist. Wait, there are countless worlds, and the biggest enemy of Soul Society, apart from Hueco Mundo, is a place called Demon Spirit Realm. Demon Spirit World is a strange world. If it is divided according to the level of the world, it is higher than the real world of the human world, the world Soul Society, where Shinigami lives, and the world Hueco Mundo, where Su lives. It's lower, if you have to compare it, it's a world closer to Purgatory. In the history that Kuchiki Clan knows, the Soul Society has fought against this demon spirit world 3 times, and won all 3 times. The most recent 2 are the 2 times that Yamamoto Shigekuni participated. It can be seen that Yamamoto Shigekuni has great influence on Soul Society. The importance is self-evident. As for the world of demon spirits, Kuchiki Clan doesn't know much about it. Although he wants to know more, the most urgent task now is to understand the situation in the country of Yamamoto. Late. Soon Kuchiki Clan came to Qinghun Street where Yamamoto Shigekuni's dojo, Genryuzai, was located. Like the previous Xinghuan Street, the defensive strength of Qinghun Street at this time was also quite weak, and Kuchiki Clan almost felt uncomfortable to any strong garrison on Qinghun Street. Such a situation made Kuchiki Clan feel that something was quite wrong, but at this time he was eager to know what happened to Yamamoto Shigekuni, so even though he felt something was wrong, he did not find anything suspicious in his perception. Kuchiki Clan didn't plan to get to the bottom of it right away, and he was just going to go to Yamamoto Shigekuni to find out the situation first, and he didn't plan to make any big moves, so he ignored this wrong place. When Kuchiki Clan hid his figure and several shunpa came to the yard of Yamamoto Shigekuni, he finally knew where something was wrong, because there was no one in Yamamoto Shigekuni's yard except himself, even not a single guard. At this time, Kuchiki Clan already understood that something was very wrong, but Kuchiki Clan was also a bold person at this time. Relying on his perception of the Soul Society, he decided to go first to check the situation of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Because he found that there is nothing wrong with Yamamoto Shigekuni's breath, but this is the strangest part, isn't it? Kuchiki Clan climbed over the high wall of the yard and came directly to the house where Shigekuni Yamamoto was. After hesitating for a while, Clan Kuchiki directly pushed open the door of Shigekuni Yamamoto. The moment Kuchiki opened the door, he found Yamamoto Shigekuni sitting behind the desk facing the door. When he opened the door, he saw Yamamoto Shigekuni, and Yamamoto Shigekuni saw him. "You shouldn't have come, Clan." The moment Yamamoto Shigekuni saw Kuchiki Clan, many emotions flashed across his face, such as helplessness, gratitude, unwillingness, and gratification. I shouldn't come, I have to come too, old man Yamamoto. Kuchiki Clan replied. I shouldn't come, I have to come too, I always want to know what happened to you. Kuchiki Clan said. Did that kid Yamamoto Hidejo send troops? Yamamoto Shigekuni raised his eyelids and asked. It's natural, so many Ryatsu on this street have disappeared, you can't find it. Kuchiki Clan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni strangely, he found that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't seem to know what happened outside, this is very strange. You must know that although the Soul Society is large, as long as people above the 6th level do it, Yamamoto Shigekuni will more or less sense it, not to mention that many people who are close at hand have disappeared. Hey, that's why the old man said, you shouldn't come. Yamamoto Shigekuni sighed with a gloomy face. After hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni repeat this sentence again, Kuchiki Clan's complexion finally turned ugly. He combined what Yamamoto Shigekuni showed, as well as a series of expressions and dialogues, and he found that he seemed really reckless. Why, did you realize that you were reckless now? Yamamoto Shigekuni saw Kuchiki Clan's expression and knew what he was thinking at this time, so he asked lightly. Yeah, it's really reckless. Kuchiki Clan said helplessly. In fact, when he discovered something wrong just now, he should have known that this should be a trap, or in other words, this is a trap that is not a trap. If someone came to investigate the situation of Yamamoto Shigekuni, then this trap would not work. Unfortunately, the enemy had calculated that Kuchiki Clan would definitely come to Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he set such a trap. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to leave now. Yamamoto Shigekuni said with a serious face. Yes. Just as Yamamoto Shigekuni finished speaking, a voice and 3 breaths appeared outside Yamamoto Shigekuni's yard. It's too late for you to leave now, the genius of the Kuchiki family, Kuchiki Clan. The voice was very old, Kuchiki Clan didn't need to see the person coming, he knew which family was definitely old, and now Kuchiki Clan probably knew what was going on. It is nothing more than that the 3 nobles made targeted countermeasures against Yamamoto's ability, and restrained Yamamoto in his yard, so that he could not have any influence on the Yamamoto family, because Kuchiki Clan discovered that Yamamoto's ability Ryatsu of Yamamoto was not affected in any way at all, so Kuchiki guessed that it was something from his Zanpakuto's side that targeted Yamamoto Ryatsu. Following Kuchiki Clan's speculation, 3 figures appeared in the open space outside Yamamoto Shigekuni's house. At this time, Kuchiki Clan saw the image of the visitor. The 3 were all wrinkled old men, but the aura of the 3 old men was not weak at all. Sensing the aura of the 3 of them, Kuchiki Clan's face was quite ugly, because he found that these 3 old men all had the strength of entering the 8th level, which was not an opponent he could deal with at this stage. Kuchiki Clan, the old man has heard of your name a long time ago. It's a pity. If you are given enough time, it is not impossible to surpass Yamamoto Jikuni. But if you can't use it for me, you can only destroy it. What a pity. The tall and thin old man standing in the middle of the 3 said calmly. Onitsuka Itabashi. Yamamoto Shigekuni said with a gloomy face when he heard someone speak. Onitsuka Itabashi. It's this old ghost. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Clan also knew the identity of the speaker. Onitsuka Itabashi is a very old strongman of the Onitsuka family, almost in the same generation as Yamamoto Shigekuni. In the Onitsuka family back then, he was also considered a genius, but he was weaker than Yamamoto Shigekuni at the same period, so the light Yamamoto has always been overshadowed by the heavy country. Except for some big families and the nobles, there are really not many people who know him now. Yamamoto, why are you so stubborn? Since our family has already thought of a strategy against you, how do you think you can control the situation? Accept your fate, Yamamoto. Onitsuka Itabashi said lightly. Haha, what a joke, how come Onitsuka, your brain has degenerated after living for so many years? If you weren't afraid of implicating other people, do you think that just targeting the old man with a knife can make the old man catch him without a fight? Yamamoto Shigekuni's face was full of anger. Drank. Hearing this, Kuchiki raised his eyebrows and saw that he guessed right. Since Yamamoto Shigekuni's Ryatsu did not have any problems at this time, there is only one possibility, which is Zanpakuto aimed at Yamamoto Shigekuni. You know, in the Shinigami world, without Zanpakuto, more than 90% of Shinigami's strength would be lost. Of course, it would not be enough for those who specialize in white hits, but it would definitely have an impact. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni is a superpower who is about to enter the 8th level consummation at the top of the 8th rank. If Zanpakuto is not targeted, even the 3 powerhouses at the lower rank of the 8th rank may not be able to contain Yamamoto Shigekuni. Moreover, Kuchiki Clan also heard that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't care about his own life and death, but he was afraid that after his death, those famous small families would stand up for him, and it wasn't just the 3 who would need to bleed. The big nobles, the 3 nobles, and the Yamamoto family, this is not what he wants to see, so he was restrained here in compromise. Onizuka Itabashi, how about letting Kuchiki Clan leave, and the old man won't make a move? Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Onizuka Itabashi and said with a gloomy face. That can't be done, Yamamoto, you were pinned here back then, instead of facing your opponent directly, it was just for him to set a trap. Now you let the old man let him go, how is that possible? Onizuka Itabashi sneered. And Kuchiki Clan, who was watching the conversation between the two, began to massacre the other 2 old men, because Kuchiki Clan was puzzled. He had never noticed a strong aura around him before, but once he entered the yard of Yamamoto Shigekuni, the 3 of them appeared immediately. This was definitely not an accidental phenomenon. Having a fundamental understanding of the power system in the Shinigami world, he was absolutely sure that it was the work of one of the 3 in front of him. Sure enough, after observing, Kuchiki Clan found that there was only a scabbard on the waist of the old man on the right-hand side of Onitaka Itabashi, and there was no Zanpakuto, which made Kuchiki Clan more sure of his guess. The old man has remained silent since he appeared, except for his hand on the scabbard, and standing there, as if nothing has anything to do with him, with no expression, no fluctuation, nothing. The old man on the left-hand side of Onizuka Itabashi showed the opposite behavior. Since he appeared, his eyes have never left Yamamoto Shigekuni's body, which made Kuchiki Clan have another guess, and he found that this old man his eyes were not only focused on Yamamoto Shigekuni, but also on Yamamoto Shigekuni's hands and knives. Kuchiki Clan, who discovered this, narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly thinking, it must be you. Kuchiki Clan probably guessed that this old man should be the secret weapon against Yamamoto's heavy country. A sealed Zanpakuto. It really took so much effort. Kuchiki Clan looked at the old man's eyes and movements, and naturally guessed what the old man was thinking. Looking at Onizuka Itabashi, who seemed to be determined to eat the 2 of them, Kuchiki Clan put his left hand on the shiraki-tied straight knife at his waist, and then said, Old ghost, I didn't realize that you were around before. How did you do it, can you tell me? Ha! The kid from the Kuchiki family has a sharp mouth. Hearing what Kuchiki Clan said, Onizuka Itabashi snorted coldly, I'm not afraid to tell you, we will kill you as soon as you get rid of the last group of people who watched you. Knowing that you have a powerful means of perception, after learning that you have such a means, how could we not take corresponding measures? Onizuka Itabashi sneered, then pointed to the old man on his right and said, Let me introduce you, this is Yamada Hontaka from the Yamada family. His spiritual knife is called Evil Eye. Yamada put away his ability. Following Onizuka Itabashi's words, the old man called Yamada Hontaka, with only a scabbard on his waist, narrowed his eyes slightly, nodded, and then said, Evil eyes, close your eyes. The next moment, Kuchiki found that there were many green light spots like fireflies emerging in Yamamoto Shigekuni's yard, and then these green light spots quickly gathered together to form a winged bird about the size of a basketball. Huge eyeballs. Then as Yamada Hontaka beckoned, the eyeballs flew towards Yamada Hontaka. After flying to Yamada Hontaka's palm, the white eyeballs flashed and turned into a simple sword, which was held by Yamada Hontaka hands. Is that so? Seeing Yamada Hontaka's performance, Kuchiki Clan smiled and said, it's really a good ability for scouting and surveillance, but your ability is useless for frontal battles, right? Little ghost, do you think that this is the only evil eye of this old man? Yamada Hongxiao choked hoarsely when he heard Kuchiki Xian's words. You underestimate this old man too much. How can this old man's evil eye be so simple? That's right, the ability of a strong man who can reach your stage should not be that simple. Kuchiki Xian then nodded and said. So, what about the other one? It must be aimed at the old man Yamamoto, or at the next. Kuchiki Xian speculated with a smile. That's a good guess, you have a good brain, kid, said Onizuka Itabashi, but we don't need to be so complicated, because who made your spirit knife happen to be the ability of the fire department, although your black flame it's a little strange, but as long as you can't get rid of the fire, you can't escape the fate of being sealed by the log's spiritual knife. After Onizuka Itabashi finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face, which made the wrinkles on his old face deeper, making Kuchiki-gen feel terrified when he saw it. Be careful boy, Yuan Mutang's spiritual knife is, fire-eating beast, it's all my carelessness, I forgot the existence of this guy, I didn't expect him to live until now, after Bankai, his, fire-eating beast, became the fire-sealing evil beast, the old man's Ryujin Jaka can't exert any power at all. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at the old man named Yuan Kitang and said in a deep voice. So that's the case. If it's targeting Hua, it's really possible that I was involved with it. Kuchiki Xian nodded and said, then he suddenly thought of something, and changed his words, no, it's not that I was involved with it, but originally he wanted to count you and me together, old man, am I right, the old man of the Onizuka family. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a genius of the Kuchiki family. It is true. Up to now, we still have Yamamoto Shigekuni, just to lure you here. After knowing that your spiritual knife is fire, we will naturally let you and Yamamoto let's go on the road together. Onizuka Itabashi said with a big laugh. Really? Do you really feel that we are destined for us? The old ghost of the Onizuka family. Kuchiki asked with a smile. Oh. Why, you can still hold it. Since the old man and the three have made complete preparations, will they let you run away? Don't think that you can rely on the power of Yamamoto's heavy country, and he is also difficult to protect himself. It is true that his strength is indeed too strong, but in the face of absolute restraint, even he has nothing to do, so you should give up, Kuchiki Xian. Onizuka Itabashi announced as if he had the chance to win, and after speaking, he looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni provocatively, and Yamamoto Shigekuni had a gloomy face after hearing Onizuka Itabashi's words but did not refute. Old man, what can you do without Ryujin Jaka? Kuchiki-gen didn't bother to talk to Onizuka Owl, but asked Yamamoto Shigekuni. What do you mean, boy? Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't understand, what's the point of Kuchiki-gen asking this at this time? I know that your fire and mine are definitely useless, so I ask you, how far can you go without fire? Kuchiki Xian asked indifferently. Kuchiki Xian also guessed the situation he might face at this time before. The reason why he came here is that he naturally has his own confidence. He knows that Zanpakuto of Soul Society has countless strange abilities. He has seen Yamamoto more than once in the original book. After the captain was targeted, he still dared to come, which shows that he has full confidence. Answer me. Seeing that Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't respond, Kuchiki asked with an accentuated tone. I don't have a knife, I can hold one, but none of them have a knife, they die. Yamamoto Shigekuni's face was gloomy, but he answered Kuchiki-gen's words truthfully. Hearing what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, Kuchiki Xian finally showed a smile on his face, and then said, well, it would have been better to say that earlier. Now that you have said that, I will not talk nonsense, wait just your words. After a while, I will see your performance, old man. When the people present heard Kuchiki Xian's words, their first reaction was, is this kid crazy? In this case, start talking nonsense. Kuchiki Xian saw everyone's expressions in his eyes, then smiled and shook his head and said, others laugh at me as crazy, I laugh at others who can't see through it. Forget it, I won't play charades with you. Old man, stop talking nonsense, believe me, and draw the sword directly. The fire of karma is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify it. Enma. Seeing Kuchiki Gen's actions, Yamamoto Shigekuni's pupils shrank, but out of trust in Kuchiki Gen, Yamamoto Shigekuni also liberated his Zanpakuto without hesitation. All things are reduced to ashes. Ryujin Jaka. The expressions of the three members of the Onitsuka family changed after seeing Kuchiki Gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni's actions, and Onizuka Itabashi even said, stubborn, dying, log kill them. Okay. Hot dead, come out. Fire-eating beast. Bankai, fire-sealing evil beast. I saw the thin old man Yuanmutang, the Zanpakuto in his hand slowly turned into a black monster about 3 meters high with a big head, short limbs, and a round belly. When the monster came out, he saw the two flames, one red and one black, roared excitedly. But before it could make any moves, the powerful Ryatsu completely surrounded him, and under the influence of the powerful Ryatsu, it began to change again. Evolved from the sealing fire evil beast. After a while, the weird chubby monster disappeared, replaced by a brand new monster that was more than 3 meters tall, covered in purple, and as thin as a bamboo pole staring at the word seal on its head appeared in front of everyone. Seal the fire, swallow their knives. Yuan Mutang gave the order the moment the fire-sealing evil beast came out. Like a leopard, there is a monster with the word seal on the top of its head. A strange wind blows out of its mouth, and it blows to Kuchiki Shien and Yamamoto Shigekuni at a very fast speed. The strange thing is that it is invisible. The colorless strange wind, after touching the Ryatsu of the two, the flames on the two swords and around them were all extinguished in an instant. Upon discovering this situation, Yamamoto Shigekuni snorted coldly, and said, "See, this is the Bankai of this guy, Harakido. Your and my knives won't work at all. This time, the three of them can have no scruples. They're attacking us. Old man, don't panic." Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Shien said lightly, "He has his, I have mine, I'm not sure dare to ask you to do this. Next, it's up to me." Ha! Hearing what Kuchiki Gen said, Yamamoto Shigekuni was taken aback. He didn't expect Kuchiki Gen to say such a thing when Zanpakuto was banned, but based on his understanding of Kuchiki Gen, he knew Kuchiki Gen Shien is definitely not the kind of person who is aimless. Could it be that, there is really no whole card? At the moment when Yamamoto Shigekuni was in doubt, Kuchiki Shien ignored the mocking eyes of the three people opposite him, stretched his left hand to the top of his head, and with a bang, tore off the hair rope that tied his hair, held it in his hand, and followed the hair rope. Kuchiki Shien's long hair fell loose. Now, it's my turn. In order to let you die in peace, I'll give you a performance. Bankai, tampering domain. Varied. Hearing Kuchiki Shien's words, when the other 4 people present had not reacted, Kuchiki Shien suddenly had a huge Ryatsu like daylight. And the head rope in his hand rose with this huge Ryatsu, and it also began to emit a dazzling white light. What? Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. We must know that the Bankai of the spiritual sword can only be carried out under the condition of liberation. At this time, after the sword of Kuchiki Shien and Yamamoto Shigekuni lost the flame, it meant they lost the possibility of Bankai, but now this scene, everyone can't understand at all. And the most shocking thing was Yamamoto Shigekuni. He knew that Kuchiki Gen's Ryatsu was pure black like his black flame, and now he released pure white Ryatsu, which made him completely incomprehensible. Could it be, he has? After thinking of a possibility, Yamamoto Shigekuni once again looked at Kuchiki Gen with unconcealed horror. At this time, the white Ryatsu on Kuchiki Shien's body has risen to the peak. The next moment, White's Ryatsu is like a nuclear flash from a nuclear explosion, spreading instantly and drowning everyone present. After a while, the white light dissipated, and everyone regained their power, and they all looked at the instigator Kuchiki Shien in unison. I saw that he who was originally wearing Kuchiki's white logo shirt had turned into a tight white outfit, and at this time, the Ryatsu wave on Kuchiki Xian's body overwhelmed the audience. Bankai Tampering Realm, a minority's game. Kuchiki Xian looked at the crowd, smiled slightly, and then spoke. You, how are you? Your knife, isn't it a flame? Why? What is it? Onizuka Itabashi was stunned by the scene in front of him. He had no idea what Kuchiki Gen had done. What? Wait a minute. Where is my fire-sealing beast? Yuan Mutang, who was also stunned, suddenly found that his fire-sealing beast was gone. You must know that the fire-sealing beast just blew out Kuchiki Xian and Yamamoto Shigekuni's 2 knives, but as Bankai, if the master hadn't taken the initiative to take it away, he would not have disappeared by himself, so Yuan Mutang looked confused at this time. My evil eye, can't be released. Yamada Hontaka said in shock at this time. What? Hearing what the two said, Onizuka Itabashi also said in shock, and then he quickly pulled out the knife from his waist, but no matter how much he chanted the liberation language, his knife would not be released. What's going on? What's going on? Onizuka Itabashi seemed to have thought of something, raised his head and growled at Kuchiki Gen with a ferocious expression. And Yamamoto Shigekuni also looked at Kuchiki Gen next to him in shock. He had already guessed what was going on, and because he guessed, he was the one who was the most shocked. This brat is really amazing. Yamamoto Shigekuni admired secretly in his heart with a shocked expression. What's going on? Didn't you already say it? Kuchiki Xian said with a hint of sarcasm on his face, I've made it clear, this is my Bankai, and Bankai's name is Tampering Field Minority Game. Don't you understand this? Or are you old and your ears are not good? No 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 no. How is it possible? Impossible, your Enma has been sealed. Why do you have a second Bankai? Why? Onizuka Itabashi shouted angrily. The second Bankai? Ha ha ha. Kuchiki Xian laughed suddenly. If you don't have the whole card, do you think the young master will jump into your trap at your own risk? Are you stupid, thinking that others are as stupid as you? Hearing Kuchiki Xian's words, everyone present was shocked and looked at Kuchiki Xian in disbelief. Of course, it's not that exaggerated. Kuchiki Xian quickly changed the subject and said, originally, I didn't know it was a trap, but when I found from a distance that old man Yamamoto was not in prison at all, I knew it was a trap. After I know this is a trap, I dare to jump in. Do you think I have no cards? But, what I didn't expect is that your trap is not actually a trap, but a conspiracy directly aimed at me. That's it. It surprised me a little bit, but it doesn't change the big picture. Even if you blocked me and the old man's knives, so what, now, your knives are gone, ah ha ha ha, we are on the same starting line again, but I have old man Yamamoto here. Kuchiki Xian cracked his mouth and said with a hearty laugh. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Onizuka, Yamada, and Araki's faces instantly became ugly, while Yamamoto Shigekuni gradually showed an excited smile on his face, and then this smile turned into a smile full of killing intent. Hee, you guys, you must have never thought of this situation. When you think about restricting me, have you ever thought that you will also be sealed? Yamamoto Shigekuni now knows Kuchiki. The possibility created by Xian Bankai is just that he still dare not confirm it yet. Don't worry, old man, my jet lag Bankai is a game of tampering with the field and minorities. The purpose is to nullify all the people within my Ryatsu coverage, and the Shikai and Bankai of the spiritual sword. This is usually a move. In fact, it is quite useless, but after your and my knife are blocked, this trick is quite useful. Kuchiki Xian said with a cheerful smile on his face. So that's the case, it's really a powerful and useless Bankai. Hearing the explanation, Yamamoto Shigekuni was slightly taken aback, and then understood the disadvantages of Kuchiki Gen's Bankai, but it's just right to use it at this time. So, old man Yamamoto, you two and me? Kuchiki asked with his head tilted. Huh? Can you do it? You know, if you can't Shikai and Bankai, they are also 8th level powerhouses? Yamamoto Shigekuni looked worriedly at Kuchiki Clan and said. Am I not Bankai? Kuchiki Clan was stunned and said. Well, here's one for you. Yamamoto Shigekuni forgot that Kuchiki Gen had the other one to Bankai, after all he even counted Kuchiki Gen Bankai's sword. Hearing the conversation between the two, the faces of the three people on the opposite side immediately turned ugly. After all, the situation at this time was completely reversed. What should I do? Yuan Mutong asked with twitching eyes. What should we do? In the current situation, we can only fight. Can you escape? Onizuka Itabashi looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was already gaining momentum, and said with a quake in his pupils. Let's fight. If we don't fight, we will all die. Yamada Hontaka also said. Have you finished explaining your last words? I'm sorry if you didn't finish explaining, I'm in a hurry. Old man Yamamoto, kill them. Kuchiki Clan said ferociously. Old man, that's exactly what he meant. Yamamoto Shigekuni also grinned, drew his sword and rushed to the original log hall that upset him the most with Shunpa. Yuan Mutang, you have lived behind my back for so many years, you really have deep scheming. Yamamoto Shigekuni slashed at the head full of anger. Humph, the winner is king. If it wasn't for the old man's spirit knife being sealed, Yamamoto Chongwa, what qualifications do you have to fight with the old man? With a bang, Harakido was able to withstand Yamamoto Shigekuni's heavy strike, but the whole person was suppressed by Yamamoto Shiguni, and the strong force made his knees start to bend, and he would soon kneel if he continued fell to the ground. Humph, what a big talker. Shigekuni Yamamoto said angrily as he pinned down Harakido on the ground. Onizuka Itabashi, who was watching the fight between the two, drew his sword and came to assist Harakido the moment Yamamoto Shigekuni drew his sword, but he was stopped by Kuchiki Gen's sword. Where are you going, old ghost of the Onizuka family? At this time, Kuchiki Gen was in a peculiar Bankai state. Although he didn't have the Zanpakuto blessing in the Bankai state, the blessing on Ryatsu had already made him not inferior to anyone on the field. People. Humph, the kid from the Kuchiki family. Onizuka Itabashi gritted his teeth when he saw Kuchiki Gen who stopped him. He couldn't have imagined that, since the plan that was obviously foolproof fell into the hands of the kid in front of him, he would be even more worried. It is impossible to imagine that Kuchiki Gen has a second Zanpakuto. This is simply impossible, because in the history of the Soul Society, there has never been a person with two spiritual knives, and the spiritual knives come from the soul. How can one person have two soul attributes? So after learning of Kuchiki Clan's Zanpakuto, ability, he set up this game to wipe out Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Clan. It's a pity that he will never know that Kuchiki Clan is not a person of this world at all, and he still has the existence of the system, and his Zanpakuto is not born from his soul, and the rewards sent by the system are only linked to him. In the soul. Why, not convinced, old ghost? Kuchiki Clan looked at Onizuka Itabashi, whose teeth were about to be crushed, with a grin, and continued to provoke him. Humph. Brat, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect that you could have a second spirit knife. This is something that has never happened in the Soul Society, but do you think you can defeat us just like this? It's so naive to change it. Onizuka Itabashi said viciously. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with the four of you. Kuchiki Clan shook his head and said. With everyone's Zanpakuto being sealed, in fact, the three guys on the side of the three great nobles have already lost their momentum. All three of them barely piled up their own strength to the 8th level, in order to come to Ein Yamamoto one day. Their strength can't even be considered as the lower rank of the 8th rank, so when they faced the upper rank of the 8th rank, Yamamoto Shigekuni, they couldn't handle it at all, and this is not counting the bonus of Kuchiki Gen in Bankai Ryatsu at this time next. They are strong enough to be comparable to the 8th level median, and the three old guys have no chance of winning at all. Just when Kuchiki-gen stopped Onizuka Itabashi to talk nonsense with him, Yamamoto Shigekuni had severely damaged Arikido and removed one arm of Yamada Hontaka, who came to support. The overall situation has been decided. Kuchiki Shien glanced at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who still had the absolute advantage in 1-on-2, from the corner of his eyes, and secretly thought. Onizuka Itabashi also noticed the situation there, but he couldn't help his two companions at all. If the three of them joined forces and could still fight against Yamamoto Shigekuni, then he was stopped by Kuchiki Shien in an instant. The ending of the three of them was already doomed. "You played, old ghost of the Onizuka family," Kuchiki said with a smile. "It's over for you, old ghosts of the Onizuka family," Kuchiki said with a smile, and he didn't do anything, just disgusting Onizuka Itabashi. Onizuka Itabashi seemed to have given up too, looking at Kuchiki-gen and said, I admit that we failed, but don't be complacent. Even if the old guy Yamamoto Shigekuni can join the battle, so what? Are you sure you will win? You are so naive," Onizuka Itabashi said with a grin. "It doesn't matter, no matter what the battle situation is, you won't be able to see Onizuka anyway," Kuchiki Shien shrugged and said. He. Onizuka Itabashi glanced at the battle situation over there, because without the blessing of Zanpakuto, the battle between the three of them was completely lackluster, but at this time it showed Yamamoto's powerful basic combat power. One hit too. After a few breaths, the two of them were already in danger of being suppressed. The next moment, under Onizuka Itabashi's desperate eyes, Shigekuni Yamamoto slashed the knife in Arikido's hand, and then cut Yamada Hiroko in two with an oblique slash. "It's over." Onizuka Itabashi thought to himself. He knew that his side was over, and then he stopped looking at Yamamoto Shigekuni, but looked at Kuchiki-gen with no expression on his face. "Little ghost, Kuchiki's family is really lucky to have you." After finishing speaking, Onizuka Itabashi quickly dropped the knife in his hand, quickly pulled out the wakazasa from his waist, stabbed himself in the abdomen with a knife, and said in his mouth, "If you want to kill this old man will never give you a chance." As soon as the words fell, Onizuka Itabashi's ryatsu shook in his hand, directly shattering the hammer and not in his body, which meant that he was dead. With the shattering of the hammer, Onizuka Itabashi fell to the ground with a bang, and at this time Yamamoto Shigekuni also beheaded the last opponent, Arikido, and looked at Onizuka Itabashi, who fell to the ground. "Humph. You still have the guts." Yamamoto Shigekuni walked slowly, and said a little annoyed, shaking the blood from Madeo's body. "Humph. Yamamoto, Shigekuni, you want, kill me, I won't give you a chance, you will, die, of." When Onizuka Itabashi was dying, he spoke intermittently. Before he could finish a sentence, Onizuka Itabashi on the ground completely lost his vitality. "Humph." Kuchiki Shien looked at Onizuka Itabashi's body with disdain, and snorted coldly. He had no compassion for such a coward who dared not even fight. With the death of Yuan Mutang, the familiar feeling of Zanpakuto came from Kuchiki Shien's hands again. With a heartbeat, the enma in Kuchiki Shien's hands quickly ignited the black flame. The next moment Kuchiki Shien swung his long knife, and 3 groups of black flames flew away. On the 3 corpses were burnt in an instant, so that there was not even a scum left. Yamamoto Shigekuni watched Kuchiki-gen's movements, didn't speak, just silently put away his knife, and then walked towards his room. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni enter the house, Kuchiki followed immediately, and said, "Old man, what are you doing?" "Rest." Yamamoto Shigekuni said calmly as he walked towards the house. "Isn't it you? The situation outside is so chaotic, do you still want to rest?" Kuchiki Shien exaggeratedly shouted. "Then what do you want me to do?" Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki-gen and said. "Your Yamamoto's family has joined the war, what do you ask me to do?" "Are you kidding me, old man?" Kuchiki Shien said angrily. "Then you want me to kill my grandchildren with my own hands?" Yamamoto Shigekuni heard Kuchiki-gen's complaint, Kaido lightly. Kuchiki Clan did not expect this. At this time, the Yamamoto family has joined the war. To stop the Yamamoto family, the only way to stop the Yamamoto family is to kill all the hawks in charge. Then what do you want? Kuchiki Clan asked helplessly. In one day, the situation of the three of you will not collapse. I need to take a break. Tomorrow, I personally attack the territory of the Onitsuka family. As for the unworthy descendants of the Yamamoto family, you can figure it out. Yamamoto after Zhongguo finished speaking, he walked towards his bedroom. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Clan sighed and shook his head. He knew that this was the only thing Yamamoto Shigekuni could do. Support Kuchiki Gen, thank you, old man. Kuchiki Clan shouted. This is also something that can't be helped. If these things happened before the Yamamoto family joined the war, then the handling of the Yamamoto family's hawks could be eased. Pai must die. This is something both Kuchiki Clan and Yamamoto Shigekuni are aware of, so even if Yamamoto Shigekuni is unwilling, he can't change the general situation. All he can do is stand on the right side. Although it is said that Yamamoto Shigekuni has no way to define who is right on the side of the three great nobles and the six high-ranking nobles, but the actions of the three great nobles are getting more and more excessive, which Yamamoto Shigekuni cannot bear. Yes, so the three nobles forced Yamamoto Shigekuni to join the high-ranking nobles headed by the Kuchiki family. The original intention of Yamamoto Shigekuni is always to hope that the Soul Society can develop better and more stable, but the path of the three nobles has gone astray, so it is only natural that Yamamoto Shigekuni no longer supports them. Kuchiki Clan quickly left Yamamoto Shigekuni's yard after receiving the reply from Yamamoto Shigekuni. He was going to the battlefield. What can be done is to keep Soul Society alive as much as possible. After all, there are many enemies that Kuchiki Clan knows and doesn't know. If the vitality is exhausted during internal friction, then Soul Society will really be finished. Early the next morning, Yamamoto Shigekuni announced early that his Genryu Dojo would join the war, which encouraged the high-ranking nobles. On the other hand, the three nobles headed by the Onitsuka family and the hawks of the Yamamoto family participated in the war. There was no reaction, as if it was a matter of course. Only they knew in their hearts that their plan failed. Not only did they not deal with Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Clan, but they also let Yamamoto Shigekuni directly participate in the war. But after all, the Onitsuka family has a big business. Although Yamamoto joined the war heavily, they still do what they should do despite being shocked. Although, in the early stage of the game, the three nobles can be said to have suffered a crushing defeat, but they still have their own backers. After all, the three nobles have ruled the Soul Society for so many years, saying that they have no cards. Even the enemy Kuchiki Clan will not believe it. The Onitsuka family at this time. Omoru, go to Tsuneoshiro's house, this time it's a bit difficult. Onizuka Heiji, the head of the Onizuka family, said to his younger brother. It's the owner. A middle-aged man responded immediately. On the second day of the war between the nobles of the Soul Society, the battlefield remained strangely calm. As the Yamamoto family announced its participation in the war, the members of the Yamamoto family who participated in the war also shrank. However, as the Onitsuka family began to contact the Tsuneoshiro family, who were also great nobles but had never been in power, the situation fell into chaos again. As a last resort, the Kuchiki family clan found Kuchiki Gen's head again. After all, they just got a little good news, and then got the news that the Tsuneoshiro family might join the war. You must know that although the Tsuneoshiro family is just a family guarding the corridor of the Great Soul Book, it is also one of the great nobles. Since it is a great noble, it has a decisive body. They may not be as powerful as the other three families currently in power, but if they are compared individually, among the high-ranking nobles, apart from the Kuchiki family, even the Shihuin family is not as amazing as the Tsuneoshiro family. Because the Tsuneoshiro family has never been involved in the battle between the big nobles and the high-ranking nobles. Although the territory is pitifully small, they usually have nothing to consume their strength. There are many elders in the family. There is no way to compare other great nobles and high-ranking nobles who are in chaos. At this time, the Onitsuka family was caught off guard because of Yamamoto Shigekuni's shot, and because of the aborted conspiracy against Kuchiki Clan and Yamamoto Shiguni, and also lost several clan elders. The Onitsuka family had to find another way to draw people's attention attracted to Tsuneyashiro's house. The Onitsuka family did this, and Kuchiki Clan was very clear about their purpose. At this time, the Tsuneyashiro family was the target that the Onitsuka family used to attract the attention of the Kuchiki family. Regardless of the final choice of the Tsuneyashiro family, the Kuchiki family will inevitably devote a lot of energy and manpower to staring at the Tsuneyashiro family. This is the brilliance of the Onizuka family. After controlling the Soul Society for a long time, the Onitsuka family's ability to manipulate people's hearts is still very strong. However, they happened to meet Kuchiki Clan, a guy who didn't play cards according to common sense, and Kuchiki Clan saw their purpose clearly. After the Kuchiki family approached Kuchiki Clan due to the actions of the Onitsuka family, Kuchiki Clan took the matter of dealing with the Tsuneyashiro family on his own. Kuchiki Clan's original words to Kuchiki Qingtian were, "Go back and tell Patriarch Guren, don't worry, I'll take care of the Tsuneyashiro family's affairs, I promise, they won't affect our frontal battle with the Onitsuka family, and we'll also pass this message to the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto, and let him rest assured that everything is up to me." After getting the guarantee from Kuchiki Clan, Kuchiki Aoda left in a hurry. You must know that when he learned that the Tsuneyashiro family might join the war, his worried hair almost fell out. Now it's all right, there is Kuchiki Clan's assurance, he can be regarded as letting go of a big stone in his heart. After Kuchiki Aoda left, Kuchiki Clan retightened his loose hair with his silver hairband, then inserted yen mo into his waist, and muttered, "Well, I am indeed a little those old immortals who underestimated the Onitsuka family actually thought of using the Tsuneyashiro family to divert attention at this juncture, hoping to gain the initiative on the frontal battlefield. Not bad, interesting." After muttering, Kuchiki Clan pushed open the gate of his yard again, then walked out of his small yard, looked back at his yard. Kuchiki Clan shook his head helplessly. To be honest, he was really concerned about these crap things. The thing is that he is not very interested. If it weren't for the aggressiveness of the three nobles in active service, Kuchiki Clan would not be bothered to intervene so much. All Kuchiki Clan thought was to preserve enough vitality for the Soul Society before the first millennium bloody battle, otherwise, he would not bother to care about the lives of these people. However, Kuchiki Clan is also very clear that the three nobles must become history, because the Soul Society controlled by them is really corrupt enough. Society is terrible, one can imagine how corrupt the world is at this time. If the Soul Society like this is facing the Uabok Empire behind, it will be a ghost if it is not destroyed by the group. For this reason, even if Kuchiki Clan doesn't fight, he still has to fight. After all, what he pursues is nothing but a simple and comfortable life. Because the existence of the Uabok Empire has seriously affected his desire to live easily and simply, so he must start to figure out how to face the Uabok Empire. Now is the best time for him to lay the foundation, so he does not allow a corrupt Soul Society to continue to exist. It is inevitable that the three corrupt families headed by the Onitsuka family will be cleaned up. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan sighed, left the gate of the courtyard, and walked towards the outside of the noble area. The location of the Tsuneyashiro family is quite remote, because their family is responsible for guarding the corridor of the Great Spirit Book. The corridor of the Great Spirit Book existence cannot be moved, so the Tsuneyashiro family can only live in the suburbs. However, the current suburbs will no longer be suburbs when Jinglingting is established, and the location of the Great Lingshu corridor can be said to already belong to the urban area. Of course, these are things for later. What Kuchiki Clan has to do now is to rush to the Tsuneyashiro family as soon as possible, and minimize the follow-up impact of the news that the Onizuka family has contacted the Tsuneyashiro family. Because Kuchiki Clan knows very well that the Tsuneyashiro family may not have any intention of entering the muddy water at this time, but as the battle progresses and the two forces become anxious, the Tsuneyashiro family will receive another no matter what. The Onizuka family attaches great importance to it, and the Onizuka family will never be so polite by then. Forcing the Tsuneyoshiro family to take a stand is inevitable, so what Kuchiki-gen has to do is to stabilize the Tsuneyoshiro family at this time. Soon, Kuchiki-gen came to the Daseishu corridor area where Tsuneyoshiro's house was located. This is the name of this area. The development of the Tsuneyoshiro family. However, Kuchiki knew that the Tsuneyoshiro family had been the guardians of the Great Spirit Book corridor for generations, and they had never had any intention of fighting for hegemony. If they had to say it, they behaved somewhat similar to the so-called scholars in modern times. However, Kuchiki-gen is also very clear that if he does not take any action, the Tsuneyoshiro family will definitely be forced by the Onizuka family to get into their chariot in the future. So, here comes his Kuchiki-shien. Kuchiki-gen didn't talk nonsense, and went directly to the next door to the corridor of the Great Soul Book, which is where the Tsuneyoshiro family's clan is located. Yes, the Tsuneyoshiro family lived next to the location of the Great Soul Book corridor. Of course, in later generations, the Tsuneyoshiro family will move away from the current family land and open up another family land, which will become the Great Soul Book corridor unique area. Of course, these were not requested by the Tsuneyoshiro family, but because the corridor of the Great Spirit Book will record everything that happened in the world. As time goes by, the area of the corridor of the Great Spirit Book will become larger and larger, because stored there are more and more things. This is what is bound to happen. It is precisely because of the particularity of the Great Spirit Book corridor that the Tsuneyoshiro family had no choice but to relocate the clan. Regardless of those who have or not, at this moment Kuchiki-gen has already stood at the gate of the Tsuneyoshiro family, and at the gate, the two common children of the Tsuneyoshiro family who are on duty are looking at him with a serious face and a little panic. Kuchiki-shien. Kuchiki-shien looked at the two of them, smiled slightly and said, "Go and inform." Kuchiki's branch house. Kuchiki-shien came to pay a visit to the head of the Tsuneyoshiro family. Yes, please wait. One of the young men guarding the gate immediately stammered when he heard Kuchiki-shien's self-report, and then ran towards the clan ground after bowing. Not long after, Kuchiki-shien heard footsteps coming from the clan ground. It was the young gatekeeper who had just entered to report and ran back. Sure enough, the young man who went in before the next moment came out of the clan ground, and as soon as he got out of the gate, the young man said, "His Excellency Kuchiki-shien, the Patriarch invites you to go in." "Okay, thank you." Gongsun-e said with a smile. "Please come in." The young man bowed slightly and said respectfully. Gongsun-e stopped being hypocritical, nodded and walked into the gate of Tsuneyoshiro's house. At this time, in the Onizuka family's clan, Onizuka Heiji, the patriarch of the Onizuka family, was having a meeting with several clan elders in his study. "Heiji, I just received the news that the kid from Kuchiki's family has gone to Tsuneyoshiro's house." The one who spoke was Takuma Onizuka, one of the few elders left in the Onizuka family. Onizuka Takuma is also a clan elder who has just reached the 8th level of strength, and his strength is not much left. At this time, even in the Onizuka family, there are only 3 clan elders left. The guy who can become an elder in a big family, whose strength is at least level 7 or above, and who can master Bankai, was killed by Kuchiki-gen before an Onizuka owl, who was the weakest among the elders, and then he became the weakest of the elders in the Yamamoto Shigekuni. In the incident, another Onizuka Itabashi was damaged, and Onizuka Itabashi's strength has entered the 8th rank. After doing this, the original 5 clan elders of the Onizuka family have been reduced by half at this time. This is not because of the powerful combat power lost on the frontal battlefield. Even the powerful Onizuka family can't bear it for a while. Therefore, Onizuka Heiji, the patriarch of the Onizuka family, thought of a way to use the Tsuneyoshiro family to divert attention. To be honest, he sent people to the Tsuneyoshiro family, but he did not confirm anything substantive. Onizuka Heiji's most troublesome place. At this time, the meeting they held was precisely the meeting held with the attitude towards the Tsuneyoshiro family and Hiyori's response to the frontal battlefield situation at this time. Old Takuma clan, please be safe. Heiji Onizuka said lightly after hearing Takuma Onizuka's words. I had already guessed that the Kuchiki family would definitely do something, but I really didn't expect that they would actually send Kuchiki Gen, who has always been underestimated by us, will go to the Tsuneyashiro family, but don't worry, as far as the Tsuneyashiro family's thinking is concerned, he will neither agree to us nor to them, so don't worry. Of course we know that. Takumi Onizuka, with a wrinkled face and white hair, said, but accidents can happen, right? Well, what the clan elder said is also reasonable, so I have arranged for someone to watch over the Tsuneyashiro family. To be honest, in my personal opinion, it doesn't matter whether the Tsuneyashiro family participates in the war or not. Heiji Onizuka said with confidence. Oh. How do you say it? This time it was no longer Takuma Onizuka who spoke, but another old man who was sitting on the tatami. From the appearance of this old man who spoke, he is half or half similar to the middle-aged patriarch Heiji Onizuka, but he is older, and this old man is sitting in the seat of everyone present, except for the patriarch Heiji Onizuka. Highest status. Old Jin clan. Heiji Onizuka said after hearing the old man's words, but was interrupted by the old man called Jin. Onizuka Kane waved his hand to Onizuka Heiji and said, just call me third grandpa, don't be so polite. Okay, third grandpa. The patriarch Onizuka Heiji nodded slightly. Yes, this high-status patriarch named Onizuka Kin is an old guy from the patriarch Heiji Onizuka's grandpa generation. In my opinion, in terms of population and strength, the Tsuneyashiro family will definitely not play a key role even if they participate in the war. The eyes of the nobles are attracted to the past, and now to be honest, my goal has been achieved. The genius of the Kuchiki family has gone to the Tsuneyashiro family, or their energy and attention have been drawn by me, so, the attitude of the Yashiro family is really not important. Onizuka Heiji explained lightly. Well. Hearing what Onizuka Heiji said, Onizuka Kin nodded slightly, and then said, Heiji's words are not without reason, even if the power of the Tsuneyashiro family joins us, it may not be of much help. On the contrary, if you join there, it will also not play a key role. A Yamamoto major country is already worth several Tsuneyashiro families. Hearing the analysis of Onizuka Heiji and Onizuka Kim, other participants also nodded one after another. They are clear about these things. Now the battle between the two parties has just begun, but the final direction of the battle has basically been decided. To put it bluntly, in the end who can win depends entirely on which side has enough high-end combat power. Originally, the big noble camp headed by the Onizuka family completely surpassed the high-end nobles in terms of high-end combat power, but with the death of two clan elders of the Onizuka family, two of the Araki family and the Yamada family were also included. The clan elders, not only that, but also forced Yamamoto Shigekuni to join the camp of high-ranking nobles, so that the high-end combat power of the two sides almost evened the gap. Of course, among them, there is also Kuchiki Gen, who has been unexpected repeatedly, which makes the camp of big nobles headed by the Onizuka family quite wary. Regarding the existence of Kuchiki Gen, the Onizuka family didn't pay much attention to it at the beginning, and then began to pay attention to it in the middle. Before and after the war, after losing two clan elders, they were no longer sure how to treat him. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the decision-makers of the Onizuka family. In fact, they have never seen a monster who has mastered Bankai for 100 years. They have no way to deal with such a character, so when dealing with Kuchiki General it is only natural to overturn the car again and again. Regarding the handling of Kuchiki Xian, the Onizuka family has no good way to deal with it. After all, everything that needs to be done has been done, and all the tricks that need to be played have been done, but the problem is that they just broke it for you. Until now so far, they don't know what went wrong with the trap against Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki General without knowing where the problem lies. There is no way to conduct a targeted analysis, so the Onizuka family has no way to dispatch Kuchiki General. Therefore, after discussing for a long time at the high-level meeting of the Onizuka family, Onizuka Heiji set the tone. Let's put Kuchiki Xian's question aside for now. For this kid, We have no other good solution except to put all our high-end combat power into him and kill him forcibly, but this method is also unrealistic. As long as our high-end combat power is activated, the Kuchiki family and Yamamoto Shigekuni will definitely receive news, and they will never sit idly by. So, put Kuchiki Xian's problem aside, let's see how he will deal with Tsuna. Let's talk about the problems of the Yeo family. Onizuka Heiji also had no choice. To put it bluntly, it was laissez-faire. To put it bluntly, they had nothing to do with Kuchiki Xian. Onizuka Heiji also said that unless all the high-end combat power is dispatched to directly kill Kuchiki Gen, there is no better way, but now that the two sides have started a war, the action of the high-end combat power must be the intelligence that both sides are closely watching, so it is almost you can't hide it from the other party, as long as the big nobles make moves. The high-ranking nobles definitely have no reason to sit idly by. This kind of method may still work before the war, but now, it is really impossible, so the assassination is good. Everything happens before the official war. After the complete war, this crooked way has disappeared. Useless. In the end, the high-level meeting of the Onizuka family had nothing to do with Kuchiki Gen's problem. As for other problems, there was nothing to say about how to solve them. So this time, the high-level meeting, in a word, was for nothing. At this time, Kuchiki Xian naturally didn't care much about the Onizuka family's thoughts. He was already sitting opposite the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. Logically speaking, with his status, he is not qualified to face the patriarch of the Tsuneyashiro family, who is a great noble, but the Tsuneyashiro family is neither deaf nor blind. Naturally, he is aware of the war between the great nobles and the high-ranking nobles, and it is also clear that what happened in the matter between the Onizuka family and Yamamoto Shigekuni, it is natural to know the existence of Kuchiki General at this time. Kuchiki Gen can directly meet the patriarch of the Tsuneyashiro family, which is inseparable from his record. Whoever let him achieve such results at a young age of 150. You must know that two elders of the Onizuka family, Yamamoto Shigekuni explained, died at the hands of Kuchiki General. Such a terrifying record, no matter what, is a powerful capital that everyone in the Soul Society cannot ignore. You know, there are very few people in the Tsuneyashiro family who can master Bankai, and none of them can reach the 8th level. Kuchiki Gen has already killed one of them. How could they dare to underestimate Kuchiki General at this time? The head of the Tsuneyashiro family opposite Kuchiki Gen was quite polite. Although he himself was also a 7th-level powerhouse who had mastered Bankai, he was only at the lowest level. Kuchiki Xianlai, who has killed middle and upper-level powerhouses, put aside the issue of his identity, he really has no sense of superiority. I've heard for a long time that the Kuchiki family has a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. This time I can see the real face, and it really deserves its reputation. The person who said this was a middle-aged man with a common face, but this person was the patriarch of the current generation of the Tsuneyashiro family, that is, the head of the family, Tsuneyashiro Chishige. Patriarch Qianmao has won the award, and it's all because of everyone's praise. Kuchiki Xian sat cross-legged and said with a smile. No, Kuchiki Xuan, your name has already been heard by the old man. You don't need to be humble, you don't need to be modest. Tsuneyashiro Chimo said, also, the old man asked you to call you Xian. This time come on, if there's anything you need to do, Xian, you can just say it. The old man and the Tsuneyashiro family who can help are duty-bound. Since that's the case, let's get straight to the point. Kuchiki Xian didn't intend to talk nonsense. Despite just saying. An hour later, Kuchiki Gen came out from the Tsuneyashiro family's clan. The news of him was known by the spies of each family at the moment of his appearance, and at the same time, they all passed the news back to their own families. But no one knows exactly what Kuchiki Gen talked about at the Tsuneyashiro family. After all, this is the family land of the Tsuneyashiro family. No matter which family's spies, it is impossible to get any useful news here. Kuchiki Xian naturally knows that his behavior of coming to Tsuneyashiro's house this time will attract the attention of various families, but he has already achieved his goal and the goal of the Kuchiki family, so he doesn't care if his whereabouts are caught by anyone. People know, it's all irrelevant anyway. At this time, he is not afraid that someone will come to kill him, not to mention that the Kuchiki family and old man Yamamoto will not sit idly by. Even if they really sit idly by, he still has the confidence to deal with the guy who comes to assassinate him alone. After all, the number of assassins cannot be exceeded, that's all. There was a slight sneer on Kuchiki Xian's face. In his perception circle, he knew the movements of the spies of various families clearly. For such a situation, Kuchiki Xian simply sneered. He came to Tsuneyashiro's house this time for only one purpose, which was to chat with Tsuneyashiro Chimo, analyze the situation, and make a series of promises to Tsuneyashiro's house. Of course, many of the promises were made by Kuchiki Gen himself, but Kuchiki Gen is very clear that no matter what promises he makes, as long as they are not excessive, the high-ranking noble camp will definitely support him. After all, they themselves know very well that Tsuneyashiro, if the family cannot withstand the pressure of the Onitsuka family and is forced to join the war, it will undoubtedly make things worse for their high-ranking noble camp, so basically there is nothing wrong with giving any conditions. The purpose of Kuchiki Gen's visit to the Tsuneyashiro family this time can be summed up in one sentence, that is to appease the Tsuneyashiro family, to give the Tsuneyashiro family confidence, and to reject the Onizuka family. The source of this confidence is partly from the high noble camp acquiescing to the promise given by Kuchiki Xian, and partly from Kuchiki Xian himself. Why do you say that? In fact, during the more than an hour of conversation, Kuchiki Xian had already revealed his own strength, and also slightly revealed his progress in practice. The spiritual power of the 7th level median is about to reach the 2nd level Bankai's cultivation. All of them shocked the high-level members of the Tsuneyashiro family, and Kuchiki Gen suppressed the same level of spiritual power as him in an instant. Tsuneyashiro Chishige, the patriarch of the Tsuneyashiro family, further shows that his strength is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Based on the above, Tsuneyashiro Chishige made a promise to Kuchiki General. He promised that the Tsuneyashiro family would never participate in the war between the two sides in any capacity because of any promises or even threats from the Onizuka family. This meaning is very clear. Their Tsuneyashiro family will not help the big noble camp of the Onizuka family, but they will not help the high-ranking noble camp of the Kuchiki family. To put it bluntly, they do not help each other. What Kuchiki Xian wanted was the words of the Tsuneyashiro family. Although there is no evidence for what he said, Kuchiki Xian believes that as long as he maintains the current state of steady improvement, the Tsuneyashiro family will not back down. After all, not only it was the Onizuka family who were not sure about Kuchiki Gen's situation, and the Tsuneyashiro family were even more uncertain about his confidence. After getting the guarantee from the Tsuneyashiro family, Kuchiki Xian naturally left the family land of the Tsuneyashiro family contentedly, and then he went straight to the family land of the Kuchiki family clan, and prepared to inform Kuchiki Guren about the situation of this business. After Kuchiki Hongren learned of the specific situation, he was also overjoyed, and then he secretly notified the news to other families in the high-ranking noble camp. As for the rest of the war, Kuchiki Xian is too lazy to get involved. He still has a lot to do, such as improving his own spiritual power, comprehending the follow-up stage of Bankai, etc. He has too many things to do. With the help of the system, although the foundation has been laid, according to his calculations, the next time to trigger a fixed sign-in is likely to be 1,000 years ago. During this period, his strength can only be improved by his own efforts. It is almost impossible to count on the system. Having been together for such a long time, Kuchiki Xian has long been aware of the urgency of the system. To put it bluntly, the system is definitely a good helper in laying the foundation in the early stage of traveling, but once it reaches the middle stage, the system starts to lazy. He needs to comprehend and obtain it himself, not directly from the system. Therefore, Kuchiki Xian said with certainty that the next sign-in reward will definitely be in the time period of the millennium. The establishment and the beginning of the Millennium Blood War are two major events. As for the Millennium Bloody Battle or the Millennium Sign-In, Kuchiki Xian is not sure yet. After all, the Jingling Court has not yet been established, so how does he know when the battle with the Quincy will start? Therefore, during this period, Kuchiki Xian's idea is very simple: you don't bother me, I am thankful, let me have time to accumulate my energy, so as to prepare for the future. Kuchiki Xian's character has always been that people don't offend me and I don't offend others. If people offend me, I will tolerate it. As a result, of course, there is also the main reason why Kuchiki Xian is still unable to kill the roots of the Onitsuka family. Of course, all of this is helpless. The current Kuchiki Xian is really not qualified to take the initiative at all, even though he has already killed 2 clan elders who mastered Bankai. Everyone knows the specific reasons for this, but if you want to face each other with real swords and guns, Kuchiki Xuanzhen is really close at this time. Kuchiki Xian is very clear that his top priority at this time is to quickly improve his hard power. Although he has many passive abilities superimposed, these all require a foundation. If Kuchiki Xian's own foundation is not strong enough, then no matter how strong these abilities are, they are useless. Kuchiki Xian opened the system and looked at his current information. System host, Kuchiki Xian, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age, 152, Soul. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, level 7 medium, spiritual power level 58%. Subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yen-mo, Shirkai, Bankai, Great Yen-mo Karmic Fire Space, Liberation Language, the karmic fire is burning, clean up the troubled world. Purify. Yen-mo. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai, Tampering Field, 1 type, Game of the Minority, Liberation Language, 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it. Time difference. Reward ability, Super Sense Talent, Shuanpa level promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation, Space Affinity Body, Perception Space Bonus, Space Travel Bonus, Destruction Space Bonus. Possess abilities, Kendo, Secret Biography, White Hits, Secret Biography, Shuanpa, 100 Cooked Secret Biography, Keto. Looking at his situation at this time, Kuchiki Xian found that there was a percentage of spiritual power behind the original strength level. At this time, his spiritual power percentage reached 58%. In Kuchiki Xian's mind, this should be the system's reminder what level of spiritual power should he have accumulated at this time, let him have a bottom line. After getting the exact situation, Kuchiki Xian began to live behind closed doors again, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Within a month, Kuchiki Xian found that his spiritual power accumulation was still very fast. In just such a short time, his spiritual power accumulation increased from the original 58% to 60%. You don't need to underestimate the 2% increase in this month. You must know that his total spiritual power at this time is very exaggerated. For comparison, the 2% spiritual power of the 7th level is equivalent to a 1/3 of the total spiritual power of a 6th level high-level spiritual power user. The contrast is so exaggerated, so the difference in spiritual power of each level is actually quite large, so in the original book, the captain crushes the vice-captain, this is the simplest truth. In a month, of course it wasn't just that Kuchiki Xian had been only concerned about the speed at which his spiritual power improved. During this period, he was also concerned about all the wars between big nobles and high-ranking nobles. In the past month, no major battles between the two sides have occurred, but in the streets controlled by both sides, small and medium-sized battles have never stopped. Since there was a battle, both sides suffered damage to each other. Finally, after analysis, the high nobles headed by the Kuchiki family lost more manpower than the big nobles headed by the Onitsuka family. The damage ratio was about 4.6 than the look of 5.4. In other words, the gap between the two parties is actually not that big, especially after Yamamoto Shigekuni expressed his support for the high-ranking nobles. The big nobles lost certain advantages, among which the big and small families of the Soul Society. At least they will not wait to see the so-called big nobles again. Without the support from all aspects of these ancient families who are not big nobles and high nobles, it will be much more difficult for the big nobles to supply supplies. You must know that the battle at this time node still requires a lot of foreign objects. This world node has not reached the level of popularization of Zanpakuto, so some spiritual power users who cannot realize the spiritual knife will naturally need Urmiyagia and weapons made by Kasumi Aji's family. Not to mention anything else, because of the Yamamoto Shigekuni incident, the head of the Namiya family, Urmiyan Yenyen, has stated that the Urmiya family will no longer have any dealings with the Onitsuka family, the Araki family, and the Yamada family, because the Urmiya family and Yamamoto Shigekuni have a dead iron relationship, and it is normal for this to happen. Then, apart from the Urmiya family, there are many other families that are not considered nobles, but have considerable energy. They all began to resist the big nobles headed by the Onitsuka family, which made the situation of the three big noble families take a turn for the worse. They can be regarded as Onizuka. Stealing chickens from home will cost you nothing. Although the Onitsuka family wanted to throw out the Tsuneyashiro family afterwards to attract everyone's attention, but because of Kuchiki Gen's one-handed operation before the retreat, the high-ranking noble camp headed by the Kuchiki family was relieved and would concentrate when the eyes of the Tsuneyashiro family were withdrawn, and all their energy was returned to the opposing nobles. Maybe the plot of the Onizuka family would succeed. It is precisely because of this that the two sides have now reached a strange balance. Because of the balance, major wars cannot be fought yet, but small and medium-sized wars are continuous. However, this situation is both good and bad, because even if it is now in a balanced stage, if it continues to be consumed like this, as a high-ranking noble who is inherently weaker, it must not be able to consume the Onitsuka Sanjia as a big noble. But they can't help it. It is impossible to provoke a decisive battle now, because if the great nobles are not consumed to a certain extent, even if all the high-level members of the great nobles are killed, the effect and purpose of the war will not be achieved. To put it simply, the war between the two sides is no longer a simple dispute over territory, but a war to go home and exterminate the family. Since it is a war, there is only one possibility, that is, one party will kill the other party before it is over. As for time, just as the two forces were pulling back and forth, it slipped away quietly. In the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed under Kuchiki, who made soy sauce and mud, and then occasionally felt disgusted at the Onitsuka family. Yes, 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Even Kuchiki Shien himself did not expect that he could grow steadily for 50 years. You know, Kuchiki Shien originally thought that it would be very good if that kind of balanced stage lasted for more than 10 years, and more than 10 years was just enough for him to raise his strength to the level of the 7th level of perfection up. But he didn't expect it for fun. It took 50 years to talk about it like this. In 10 years, it was completely different. Kuchiki Shien not only raised his own strength to the 8th level elementary school, but also had extra time to advance Bankai's enlightenment one step further. Yes, spiritual power is easy to get, but Bankai is hard to find. This is the status quo of everyone in the Soul Society. People with spiritual power may not be able to learn Bankai. Those who know Bankai must have good spiritual power. But to be honest, Kuchiki Shien really never thought that there could be 50 years. In his opinion, it is impossible for the two sides to stretch the wrangling period to 50 years. But to be honest, he still underestimated the indifference of time in the Soul Society. He really echoed the old Huxia saying, Yamanaka has no armor, and cultivation has no years. Although he has worked hard to integrate himself into this world, to put it bluntly, his previous understanding of Soul Society was limited to a little pen and ink in the original book. You know, the current him is actually living in the Soul Society, but with the foreshadowing of these 50 years, he is used to the behavior patterns of everyone in the Soul Society. In the past 50 years, Kuchiki Shien can be said to be out of tune with everyone in the Soul Society, and his cultivation is also very different from the locals. Kuchiki Shien didn't understand it before, but now he understands it. He used to think that there was too little time and he had to use it bit by bit, but the locals of Soul Society didn't think so, because as long as the locals have some strength, their lives are there are hundreds of years and thousands of years, which has also cultivated the people of the Soul Society, who don't care about the time at all, and Kuchiki Clan has lived as a common person in his previous lives, and is used to the lifestyle of life for 100 years. However, for the Soul Society, 100 years is nothing more than allowing a child of a noble family to grow into an adult, nothing more. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan has become a genius, monster, and monster in the eyes of everyone in the Soul Society. You must know that at the age of 200 years, a person who has reached the 8th level of strength has never appeared since the Soul Society's history. It's the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni. When he was 200 years old, his strength was definitely not as strong as Kuchiki General today. 50 years later, Kuchiki Clan looked at his profile and was speechless for a long time. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan. World, Shinigami World, Soul Society. Status, young master of the branch house of the noble Kuchiki family. Age, 202, Soul. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sense talent additional level 2, true level 9 upper. Strength level, 8th level lower, spiritual power level 8%. Subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower 4, etc. Zanpakuto, Yen Mo, Shirkai, Bankai, 1 form, Great Yen Mo, Karmic Fire Space, Liberation Language, the karmic fire is burning, clean up the chaotic world. Purify. Yen Mo. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai, Tampering Field, 1 type, Game of the Minority, Liberation Language, 4 directions, 100, infinite. Tamper it. Time difference. Reward ability, Super Sense Talent, Chuanpa level promotion, Immortal Soul Body, Soul Derivation, Space Affinity Body, Perception Space Bonus, Space Travel Bonus, Destruction Space Bonus. Possess abilities, Kendo, Secret Biography, White Hits, Secret Biography, Chuanpa, 100 Cooked Secret Biography, Keto. Seeing his age change from the first to the second, Kuchiki Clan is quite emotional. Kuchiki Clan looked at his own information which had not changed too much, but was completely different in essence, and let out a sigh with emotion. In fact, to be honest, Kuchiki Clan is not surprised that he can achieve such an achievement in 50 years. He is surprised that the war between the big nobles and the high nobles can be achieved in 50 years. In time, we have only moved forward a little bit. You know, when he was reading the original book, the battles in the original book were all very fast, and there was no such thing as the one next door to One Piece, where they fought for 2 days and 2 nights at every turn. Not to mention fighting all day long, Kuchiki Clan has never seen a battle of more than 100 rounds, and he has also experienced it personally. In his own battles, the winner is often determined within a few rounds, like this 50 years of fighting without much progress is really unimaginable. In 50 years, the high-ranking noble camp, because of the old man Yamamoto, can be said to have taken advantage of it a little bit, but only slightly. In 50 years, the high-ranking nobles headed by the Kuchiki family just snatched the control of the 3 blocks from the big nobles. After Kuchiki Clan successfully advanced to the 8th level, he left the level. After hearing the news, he almost lost his breath in shock. Although he has been paying attention to the battle situation, for a period of time, he was completely devoted to his cultivation, so naturally he couldn't pay attention to it all the time. However, he can see clearly the essence of the Soul Society, except for consumption. After all, to be honest, Kuchiki Clan has not seen much of the Soul Society's war, so he doesn't know what the essence of the so-called noble war is. Of course, he is clear now. After he is clear, he knows what he has to do. What he has to do is to speed up the process, otherwise the Soul Society will only gradually weaken in internal friction. This is not him want to see the result. Therefore, after he has accomplished his expected goal, he is going to have a heart-to-heart talk with Kuchiki Guren and Yamamoto Shigekuni. Kuchiki Clan's first choice was not Yamamoto Shigekuni, but Kuchiki Guren, the head of the Kuchiki family. After all, the Kuchiki family is the protagonist of the war. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni's role is important, he cannot play a role in decision-making. So what to do next depends on what Kuchiki Gyuren said. For the arrival of Kuchiki Gen, Kuchiki Gyuren is quite surprised. After all, Kuchiki Gen has been at home for 50 years. However, when Kuchiki Gyuren saw Kuchiki Xian himself, she was extremely shocked, and at the same time knew why Kuchiki Xian chose to come to see herself at this time. "Ah Xian, you really shocked this old man," Kuchiki said with undisguised shock on his old face. And Kuchiki Xian looked at Kuchiki Gyuren, who was older than 50 years ago, and frowned slightly, because he felt the obvious death energy in Kuchiki Gyuren, and this death energy was more shaken than 50 years ago many times. This also means that the days of Kuchiki Red Lotus are numbered. Patriarch Honglian, if you are shocked or not, let's put it aside for now. I found out that your situation is not very good, Kuchiki Xian said with a frown. Oh. You can see it all, not bad. Kuchiki Gyuren didn't care what Kuchiki Xian said about his physical condition, but laughed and joked that Kuchiki Xian could see his problem. Kuchiki Xian didn't know how to answer for a while. Kuchiki Gyuren naturally saw Kuchiki Xian's embarrassment, then restrained her smile and said, "Well, my problem was doomed decades ago, it's okay, but what I'm most worried about now is it's still a matter of war. You know that in 50 years, we have achieved very little. With the help of Mr. Yamamoto, we only won 3 blocks. It's really too bad. I was worried, if I die, can Qingtian stabilize the overall situation, but now that I see you, my worries don't exist, am I right, Xian?" Looking at the confident Kuchiki Red Lotus at this time, Kuchiki Xian felt for a long time that he had really underestimated the head of the Kuchiki family. As expected, no one could be the patriarch of a great aristocrat in a turbulent period. Fuel-efficient lights. So, patriarch, do you have an idea? Kuchiki Gen didn't answer Kuchiki Gyuren's question directly, but asked instead. He, Xian, you still play charades with me, okay, since you asked, I'll just say it straight. Kuchiki Gyuren said with a smile, originally, I didn't have any plans, but seeing you, I knew it was time to break the deadlock. Before, I said that I was shocked, I really didn't expect that in just 50 years, you have reached the level you are now. If you were talking about you before, still can't control the trend of the war, so now you can already. Kuchiki Gyuren looked at Kuchiki Gen at this time, and talked eloquently. From his words, you can see how excited and confident Kuchiki Gyuren is at this time. Of course, Kuchiki Gen knows very well that Kuchiki Gyuren's confidence comes from himself, not from anywhere else. But, to be honest, Kuchiki Xian himself doesn't have the same confidence in himself as Kuchiki's Red Lotus feet at this time. Of course, the only thing in common between the two is that they know that the war is stable. Okay, Patriarch, don't get excited. The issue of war still needs us to think about it in the long term. Kuchiki Xian comforted the excited Kuchiki Honglian and said. You're right, we still need to think long term. Kuchiki Honglian, as expected of the leader of the alien race, immediately adjusted her state and said. Then, Xian, what is your so-called reason for coming to me this time? Kuchiki Gyuren restrained her emotions and said, regaining the majesty of the patriarch. I came to see Patriarch, of course because, the time has come. It's time to do it. Kuchiki Xian finally expressed his thoughts, which was what Kuchiki Gyuren wanted to hear most. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Kuchiki Gyuren, who had already become majestic, burst into a smile again on his face, making the already extremely old face seem to be decades younger. Good, good, good. The 3 good words in a row represented the joy and excitement in Kuchiki Honglian's heart at this time. If you say do it, then, do it. Erasure those 3 moth-like buildings from Soul Society completely. Kuchiki Gyuren said excitedly. He has been waiting for this day for a long time, and he has wanted to get rid of the 3 buildings at this time since his grandfather. You are a nobleman, but you have never had a chance. Now, with the appearance of Kuchiki Xian, your dream will come true. Kuchiki Clan came out of Kuchiki's house and walked towards the dojo where Yamamoto Shigekuni was at this time. The information that he appeared in the Kuchiki family's place has long been grasped by people, but he doesn't care. 50 years ago, he still needed if he cared about some things, he didn't need to worry about so much at this time. Although, with his current strength, he can't be said to be at the top of the Soul Society, but other than the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni, other people may not be able to kill Kuchiki Clan, so Kuchiki Clan at this time can be said to have nothing to fear. In fact, how should I put it, Kuchiki Clan feels that the Soul Society at this time should be compared with the Soul Society at the beginning of the plot in the original book. To be honest, it is really hard to say who is stronger when comparing the two parties. In the plot, the captains of the Jingling Court, not to mention mutiny or not, in terms of high-end strength, are definitely stronger than the current high-level nobles of the Soul Society, but in terms of overall strength, those at that time the Soul Society is really not as large as the current Soul Society's powerhouses. In fact, Kuchiki Clan has thought about this question, but the answer he got can only be said to be ambiguous, or the reason for this is simple and easy, or difficult. How should I put it, at this time Soul Society, Zanpakuto is not popular yet, unlike in the original book, a Shinigami can get a sealed state and then practice, even the students of the Shinigami Academy can get a sealed state to cultivate feelings. From this point of view, after the popularization of Zanpakuto in later generations, it will be much easier for people to practice than at this time. You must know that spiritual power practitioners at this time must first understand their own spiritual knives, and then let the spiritual knives manifest before they can continue to practice spiritual power and other things, and the Soul Society of later generations, or Jinglingting no such worries, starting from being eligible to become a Shinigami, they will get.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.